The story begins with a beautiful creature appearing in front of a young guy. The girl is dressed in scarlet shades. Someone called her. An amazing fairy tale creature approaches the frightened boy and tries to find out information. As it turned out, the young man planted a magic seed, which led to this. All these magical and strange events began to happen about a week ago. The boy is at the airport. He finally escaped from his father, and he didn't even realize that his son had left the house. He needs to get to Akihabara to get into the 2D world. This self-confident boy's name is Yuan Ding, and he is only 16 years old. This is an otaku who left home. He can't wait to get into the world. He wants to get his hands on figurines, real limited edition manga. And now, just a moment later, our hero approaches the gate and in 1 millisecond is transported to another dimension. The main character finds himself next to a beautiful building that looks like a beautiful castle. The young man looks around, still admiring what he sees here. The air is incredibly clean and the design of the buildings is simply stunning. Not to mention how huge everything here is. It's impossible to see everything in one go. The main character continues to look around, trying to catch every small detail of this area. A moment later, our hero pinches himself on the cheek, because it seems to him that he really found himself in another world. Realizing this, the young boy is horrified and falls into a stupor. Did he really end up in another world? 5 hours passed and our hero returned to normal. The main character is trying to understand what this other world is, in which there is no MC. This means that in this world, Yuan Ding will become invincible and incomparable. Now he must rise to the top of this world. The young boy was thinking about everything, when suddenly an elderly man called out to him from behind. The main character turned around and thought that it was one of the king's subordinates. He noticed it at the wrong time. The gray-haired grandpa informs that strangers are not allowed to go further than this garden, even if he is a student at Shoyu Academy. Grandpa wonders why the boy is here, probably in order to take part in the entrance exams. The elderly man grabbed our hero with him, because soon it will all be over. Most likely, these entrance exams will be very tough. After some time, a young boy finds himself inside this luxurious building. It's very beautiful inside. The candidate is asked to stand in front of a sacred stone of 5 colors. This stone can test Yuan Ding's abilities. The main character is completely confident in himself and he is determined to dazzle everyone with his great results. But, unfortunately, our hero does absolutely nothing, and he fails the exam, after which he is driven away. The main character does not understand why he is being driven away, because the light is so bright that it can blind someone. In this case, the young man does not understand why he failed. The thing is that this light is white. Yuan Ding didn't understand what difference it made what color the light was. The man was surprised that our hero really didn't know about this. The man began the story. The Duoya continent is a world made up of the magic of Duo-Ki. There is a deep ocean, flat grasslands, fiery mountains and icebergs. Duo-Ki is golden, magic is colored in the colors of the rainbow, the forest is green, the water is blue, wind is blue-green and fire is red. That is why the white color that our hero appears means that he does not have any attribute or do-ki at all. The man in the cloak began to carefully examine this matter, and discovered a little green light in the corner. It seems that Yuan Ding is not completely useless. Since hope is not completely lost, the man advises the main character to work harder, and then everything will definitely work out. This is the first time that someone without magic or do-chi has passed the entrance exam. They had never seen such a loser before. He really is the only one in the universe. These words hit the protagonist's self-esteem very hard, and he immediately closed in on himself. The words that he was the only such loser haunted him. The young man is a real idiot. The elderly man approached the broken Yuan Ding, who was lying under a tree and sobbing. He advised him to go home, but he had nowhere to go. In this case, the old man offers an alternative. If the young boy really has nowhere to go, then he can take part in the garden. The elderly gardener takes care of all the plants at Shinyu Academy, but still cannot cope with the work of a gardener. In this matter, you need to feel the plants. People without the forest attribute may dream of becoming simple gardeners, but Yuan Ding has it, albeit very little. But the main character didn't even bother to listen to the elderly man, and immediately agreed. Grandpa was very happy about this. The main character was full of determination and promised that he would try very hard. Thus, a week has already passed since our hero found himself in this world. he still continues to work as a gardener and takes care of the academy's plants. While other people traveling to other worlds become assassins, concubines or kings, he became an ordinary gardener. Day after day, Yuan Ding digs in the dirt, tends branches and plants flowers, and this despite the fact that he is an otaku who goes outside once a month. A young boy leans against a tree trunk, hiding in the shadow. The young man is not ready for such a lifestyle, and is already beginning to suffocate. There is no Wi-Fi, no 4G, no messages, no anime. There is absolutely no way to survive these days. Unexpectedly, the young guy's attention is attracted by a plant. This is the only interesting thing in this world. A moment later, the main character points his hand towards the small sprout and tests his magic on it. And after just a couple of seconds, the small plant began to increase in size, growing upward. The small sprout has grown into a huge and beautiful plant that captivates with its bright green foliage. Of course, this activity was very fun, and the boy liked to watch it. But this activity was also completely useless. He was just wasting his time here. From this moment on, the young man can only rely on others and his painful attempts to start a new career. Suddenly, the main character hears some strange noise. He suggests that it may be an animal that steals fruit. The boy looks out from behind a tree and sees an angry gardener who threatens to punch the face of anyone who damages his plants. Then, the main character notices several people who are in the bushes. He doesn't understand what they are doing. In the bushes, under a tree, a young man notices two guys and a girl. The guys eagerly look at the girl, calling her their goddess. Such a sight immediately makes the main character feel awkward, because he understands where this is all leading. These guys are seriously planning to engage in such obscenity in the school garden. Suddenly, the girl notices Yuan Ding. She thinks the guy is spying on them, so she screams loudly and orders the guys to catch him immediately. And now, a moment later, these two guys chased the main character, who, in turn, rushed away. The chase continues, and the young boy tries to run as quickly as possible to avoid problems. Yuan Ding runs quite fast. In this case, the young man decides to use magic to slow down the main character and stop him. The young boy uses an earthen grip, and after just a moment, the ground begins to shake. A huge earthen hand appeared from the ground and grabbed our hero by the leg, causing him to lose his balance and fall. Fortunately, our hero's glasses did not break. These two strangers approach him and try to find out who he is and what he saw. These two thugs approached the lying boy and began kicking him, trying to find out what he was doing here and who he was. Then, Yuan Ding begins to shout loudly that he is not to blame, because they are the ones who invaded the garden, which is under his responsibility. The young boy continues to shout that this place is Shinyu Academy, and they have no chance of stealing the fruit from the garden. The young guys stand in a stupor and are silent. After a moment, they realize that it seems that the main character really didn't see anything. Yuan Ding continues to make excuses and say that he just works here as an ordinary gardener. If they injure him, it will be considered a work injury. In this case, the guys decide to leave this poor guy alone, since he really doesn't know anything. Suddenly, a loud female scream is heard asking him to wait. Our hero turns around. When the young guy turned around, he saw the same girl in a tight dress who came closer to him. A moment later, the young lady comes closer to the lying boy. She doesn't care whether he saw something or not. If the girl hears any rumor about what the young boy saw in the garden, he will not be happy. And after just a couple of seconds, many icicles were directed towards our hero and stopped right in front of his face. The girl, with a forced smile on her face, threatens Yuan Ding, saying that she will dismember him and kill him if she finds out that he has spread any rumors. A moment later, the young girl decides to leave the main character alone and takes her boys with her, leaving Yuan Ding alone. And so, the young boy is left lying on the cold ground, completely alone. Some time passed, and our hero returned home. The young man thought that the weak have no rights here. A moment later, an elderly man approaches the main character, who notices that the boy is rather quiet today. The young boy admitted to the old man that he was thinking about how to defeat more powerful magicians without magic. Yuan Ding sighs in disappointment, because he understands that this is impossible. The old man interrupts him and says that everything is possible. The method by which this is possible does not require any attack spells with magic or doki. The boy was immediately inspired when he heard that this method did not require magic or doki. he asks Grandpa to tell him about it quickly. But the gray-haired man does not want to rush and first wants to finish his wine. Our hero continues to hurry him up. An elderly man grumbles that today's youth are very impatient, and the waiting is literally killing Yuan Ding. Amulets made of magic crystals, while he drinks the activation spell, will create an unprecedented explosion of magical energy. They are created by specialists in magic crystals. But they are very expensive. Each amulet costs about 300,000 moon crystals, while the guy's monthly salary is only 2,000. There is another way. There is a doll named Fang Tian Xianjia. Its body is entirely made of high-quality crystals and it requires a little mental energy to control it. There are only 2 such dolls in the entire continent. Her strength is unmatched. The boy doesn't understand how he can get such a doll. The main character hopes that grandfather knows another way that is easy on the wallet and easy to obtain. The gray-haired man falls into thought, because he really wants to help our hero when he sees that he is completely desperate. The gray-haired man thinks that a magical beast might suit the young boy. They live in the forest of the city of magic, strong, ferocious and fearless monsters. Having once accepted a person as its companion, the beast will never betray him as long as it recognizes him as its master. Mages with magical attributes usually raise the animals themselves, so there is no shortage of cubs on the market, and also it's not very expensive. The main character can buy a mid-level beast for only 100,000, and he can afford it. The young boy decides to immediately start saving money for such an animal and for raising it, but his grandfather says that there is no need to pay for raising it. But the main character is immediately disappointed when they hear that magical animals feed on crystals. This means that they literally feed on money, and the more money they have, the more they eat. Now the young man understood why the animals were so cheap. They simply cannot be sold. With so much money, he can even learn magic. Our hero asks hopefully if there are any animals that feed on something else. This is his last hope. After these words, the man falls into thought. He paused and thought for a moment. In fact, there are such animals, creatures of ancient legends that feed only on water and sunlight. These are fairies. Born in the grass, coming along with the smell of nectar and a light breeze, like wind and water, incredibly brave in battle and beautiful to look at, they are creatures known as fairies. Hearing about this, the young boy's eyes again sparkle with hope and play with excitement. Finally he had a chance. But, unfortunately, this is just a legend told by past generations. In their days, no one had ever met fairies and it was not a fact that they existed. Suddenly, a young boy interrupted the gray-haired man and said that fairies exist. The man was surprised. The main character spoke quite confidently that fairies exist. He spoke as if he knew about it for sure. But is Yuan Ding really sure about this? Actually, he can't know for sure, but he has a feeling. The young man is sure that fairies exist. He has the feeling that he has seen them somewhere a long time ago. Every time an older man looks at the youth, he cannot help but feels grateful. Since this is the case, the elderly man decides to show him something interesting. This intrigue immediately piqued the interest of the main character, and he can't wait to find out what the man is going to show him. After some time, the young man follows the gray-haired man, and they go into a dark room, illuminating everything with a flashlight. The elderly man tensed and opened the door, which was in the floor. As it turned out, this was a passage to the basement. It was very dark in the basement, so the old man asked the young boy to be very careful when going down. And then, a moment later, the guys went down to the basement. It was full of rubbish, and Grandpa was trying to find something in it. And then, after a couple of seconds, Grandfather manages to find what he was looking for. He is overjoyed. The boy is very interested in what it could be. He doesn't understand what could be found in such a pile of rubbish, much less something useful. A moment later, the elderly man takes out from the trash the small box that he had been looking for so diligently. When he opens it, there is a seed inside. On the pad, it turns out that this is a fairy seed. The young guy is in a real stupor when he hears about this. For a couple of seconds he is even speechless. But, after a moment, emotions take over the guy, and he begins to scream loudly, not fully believing what he is now seeing. According to legends, fairies have incredible fighting power. If someone gets a fairy, he will rise to the top of the world. Fairies do whatever their master tells them to do. The young boy immediately gets inspired when he hears such interesting facts about fairies. Immediately after this, all sorts of depraved thoughts begin to creep into his head. making him drool. One day, an elderly man received this seed and tried to plant it, but, unfortunately, nothing came of it and it did not germinate. The young boy seems to understand the reason for this. It looks like the seed is sealed. He shows the elderly man the hieroglyph that is on the seeds. It means seal. The main character shows his uncle this hieroglyph closer, but the elderly man does not understand what it means. The gray-haired man looks at the young boy in confusion. As he looks back at him, there was silence in the room. A moment later, Yuan Ding realizes that there is no Chinese language in this world. Of course, the man does not understand this hieroglyph. But, in fact, the character is not written in pure Chinese. Cheats really saved the guy. Our hero laughs joyfully while the elderly man looks at him in bewilderment. The young boy is full of confidence and determination. Now he has hope, which he will cling to until the end. The main character is confident that he can grow this fairy seed, because this is his last chance to become great. In this case, the gray-haired man will believe in him. He sincerely wishes the young man good luck. After some time, the young boy began trying to grow the seed, but it was extremely difficult. No matter how much the main character tried and tried, he still could not grow this seed. It didn't want to give in. He bowed to the seed, tried to make a contract with the help of his blood, hugged it in his sleep, and looked after it with all his might, but all in vain. The young man didn't even know what else to try, because it seemed like he had already tried everything in the world. Our hero realized that when he talked about cheats, he was simply deceiving himself, and he realized this a long time ago. A moment later, the young boy decides to go outside to get some air. The moon is the same in both worlds. Yuan Ding laughs at the thought that his father is also looking at the moon now. The wind howls quietly. After a couple of seconds, the boy hears some strange sounds that alarm him. The main character stands and does not move, trying to listen to these strange and loud sounds. Immediately after this, the young boy decides to go back inside, because he becomes very uncomfortable. As soon as the young man turns around, he sees a man behind him and is immediately scared. He begins to scream loudly in surprise and fear. A white-haired man hears strange noises coming from the garden, so he wants to go straight there and check what it is. Yuan Ding takes the lantern and goes to the garden. In fact, he is not afraid of seeing animals there. He is afraid of something else. Unfortunately, the young guy's worst expectations are confirmed, and there he runs into the guys he met during the day. The girl does it like a rabbit. Her swan-like grace is different from her usual scene. This scene is very mesmerizing. But for our hero, this is not at all different from ordinary anime viewing. It's not chic enough to seduce Yuan Ding. The problem is that the plot of land that is behind the guys with medicinal herbs is very valuable and useful. But just a moment later, the girl touches one of the medicinal plants with her hand, causing it to break. Because of this, the young boy gets very scared, cursing this girl for her carelessness. A moment later, the girl moves closer to her friend and shows her huge and sharp fangs. And so, not even a second passed, the girl grew black horns, and with her fangs she sank into the blonde's shoulder. It was incredibly painful, so the young man began to scream loudly, trying to escape from her grip. Soon, the blonde realizes that something is wrong here, and that this is not the real Sha Ji. This is a monster. Realizing that things smelled of frying, the blonde used his magic to defend himself. He used the Douqi cover. The creature asks the guys to be obedient and become its food, but they are not going to give up. They want to know what the monster did to Sha Ji. Since the monster has shown itself to be unworthy, now the little people definitely cannot escape. They're just making noise here to no avail. A moment later, this terrible creature flies up, announcing that these unfortunate guys will not be able to escape from her. Suddenly, the monster notices something in the bushes and directs its attack there. As it turned out, our hero was there. Looks like there's someone here who hasn't been paying attention to her. The monster decided that the main character would be her dessert. The frightened guys look at the young boy and are very surprised, because they did not expect to see him here. The young guys immediately became angry when they saw the main character in front of them. Once they deal with the monster, they will move on to Yuan Ding. But now is not the time to talk about it, because now their main goal is to deal with this terrible monster. The blonde told the monster that he was just a pathetic succubus, so he shouldn't be so confident. Soon, he used the Earth Claw spell. The blonde decides not to waste time, so he immediately points his fists at Douqi. The young man uses all his power. A moment later, these attacks were heading straight towards this lucky monster. ready to grind her to dust. But the monster girl grabbed all these claws with her long and silky hair, and stopped these attacks. And after just a couple of seconds, these earthen claws were destroyed and scattered into many small pieces. The young guys were completely shocked, and this monster was able to destroy such a strong attack with such ease. The monster was not going to retreat and continued its attacks while the guys were in a stupor. She immobilized them with her hair. And now, a moment later, the two unfortunate guys found themselves in a cocoon made of the monster's hair. She found it very tasty. When the girl finished her meal, she was still hungry. It tasted so good to her that she wanted even more. The terrible creature wanted to continue the meal, and she remembered that she still had one boy left, Yuan Ding. And the monster flew into a rage when he looked down, because the main character was no longer there. The young boy was hiding in the bushes, but the monster said that this entire area was under its control, so he would not be able to escape. The main character was hiding in the bushes and branches. He could not believe that he would die in such a terrible situation. Apparently, the young boy really won't be able to escape, because in front of him he sees the hair of a monster girl. A moment later, her hair surrounds the defenseless boy from all sides. Her curls turn into a sharp weapon aimed at Yuan Ding. And just a few seconds later, the young boy begins coughing up his own blood. Is this really the end? Our hero's chest was pierced by a sharp weapon, and young scarlet blood gushed out. Life was leaving Yuan Ding. Locks of hair turned into weapons pierced the young man's chest and stomach. The main character was slowly bleeding out. With each passing moment, the boy's strength left him, and he was no longer able to stand on his feet. The young man does not want to die. A moment later, the young boy had already collapsed on the cold ground and resigned himself to his fate. There is no longer any point in regret. The main character lies on the cold ground while his strength leaves him every second. This is very painful. Soon his life will end. At this time, a terrible monster looks down at the unfortunate boy and cannot take his eyes off him. The monster cannot take his eyes off such a beautiful sight of a bloody young body. The monster approaches the bloody body, which only further whets the appetite of the terrible creature. Now the girl can only think about grabbing the lips of the unfortunate guy and sucking all the blood out of him, to the last drop. But, unexpectedly, a beautiful scarlet flower grows right from the bloodied body of the young man, which attracts the eye. Flowers begin to sprout from the body of a young boy. They were as scarlet as the blood of the main character. The creature that is about to appear has come here from hell. She came from flesh and blood. Just a couple of seconds later, something unknown and mysterious began to appear from these beautiful, mesmerizing flowers. A moment later, someone's small legs began to appear from the petals of the flower. An unknown creature is about to appear. After this, a beautiful girl appears before our eyes, shimmering with all shades of red. She came here to take a life. The wonderful, breathtaking creature had wings on its back. The girl quickly ran her eyes and seemed to be looking for something. A couple of seconds later, the mysterious girl discovered a young boy lying in scarlet flowers that had sprouted from his blood. Seeing such a terrible picture, the girl rushed to the guy and lifted his lifeless body with her hair, trying to figure out if he was dead. The stranger's eyes were full of horror and incomprehension as to how this was possible. She was still trying to come to her senses. The beautiful creature reached out her hands to Yuan Ding to check if he was definitely dead, because this definitely couldn't be. But the terrible monster, who was still behind the stranger, interrupted her with a loud cry. The monster did not understand where this stranger came from here. She was not going to give her delicious meat. Hearing the words that our hero is meat for a monster, the stranger fell into a stupor. For a second, she stopped. A moment later, the mysterious stranger turned around and directed her fierce gaze towards the impudent monster. The monster is ready to fight with the mysterious girl, because she has just replenished her energy by eating two guys. The girl looks at the stranger without taking her eyes off and licks her lips. She doesn't know what this creature is, but it looks pretty tasty. The creature flies closer to the girl and touches her face. In comparison, the monster prefers gentle women rather than tough men. But before the monster eats the stranger with wings, she decides to do something incredibly nice to her. Having said these sweet words, the terrible creature leans closer to the face of the beautiful stranger, taking out his tongue. The monster touches the cheek of the mysterious girl with the tip of its vile tongue, leaving a wet mark there. She carefully watches the stranger's reaction and continues to move her tongue, but is surprised when she does not react at all. But the mysterious stranger seems to have her head in the clouds and is thinking about something of her own. she decided something. A moment later, the girl rushed to our dead hero and decided that, so that this would not happen, she must resurrect him. Apart from the revered creatures of legend, no one else has the power to resurrect anyone. In fact, Yuan Ding's soul was completely preserved. But the vital energy of the main character is a complete disaster. The girl is trying her best. At the moment when the seal on the seed was broken, she was still absorbed by this mysterious stranger. In this case, the girl can save the young boy only with a large amount of vital energy. The girl goes through all the options in her head and remembered that there is still that terrible monster here that was the culprit for all this. Realizing that this was the only way out, the girl with a sword attacked the monster to use her life energy as a sacrifice. The monster deftly dodges the fairy's first attack, and it seems that this only fuels her excitement. The fairy confidently wields the sword and continues to strike at her opponent, not wanting to retreat. With every moment the fairy gets closer and closer to the monster, she confidently cut her locks of hair. The monster continued to attack, but the scarlet fairy deftly dodged, getting closer and continuing to strike. The mysterious fairy girl is excellent with a sword, so she can easily approach the terrible monster. And now, a moment later, the fairy found herself right in front of the monster and dealt the final blow to her enemy. It seems that the terrible monster has been defeated, and, as it turned out, it was quite simple. Blood gushed from the girl's chest. The girl proudly rose above her defeated opponent. She felt no pity, because this monster said terrible things while killing people. As soon as the fairy finished the fight, she immediately began to resurrect the unfortunate boy. But everything was not as simple as it seemed. In order to resurrect the main character, the fairy had to absorb the entire essence of the succubus. The beautiful girl continues to perform the resurrection ritual, in the hope that she will be able to bring the boy back to life. The girl must absorb the energy of the succubus and direct it into the body of the dead young man. In this case, everything should work. And now, after a moment, the beautiful fairy began the ritual. Branches appeared out of nowhere and reached out to our hero. These branches reached out to the lifeless body of the monster and lifted it into the air. Fortunately, the terrible monster was completely defeated. A moment later, the body of the dead monster began to gradually disappear. These fairy branches are ruled by none other than a fairy. She orders life energy to enter the young man. The young guy was completely naked, and those same fairy tale branches entered his body. He radiated a bright light all over. Apparently, this began to work, because after a while Yuan Ding felt a strong warmth. The naked fairy pressed him tightly to herself, trying to warm him up. The boy, meanwhile, does not understand why he feels so warm. While Yuan Ding comes to his senses, the fairy is still doing her best in trying to bring him back to life. At this time, a blonde stranger was near the academy. It was a mysterious night outside, and the sky was illuminated by the full moon. The girl looked gorgeous. A floor-length snow-white dress, a dark blue hat and a cape. She feels that today will be a hot night. Meanwhile, the young boy seems to have recovered a little, because he has already begun to show some signs of life. After some time, the young man was able to get to his feet. Despite severe pain in his body, he tried to understand what happened. The main character remembers that there was a girl who wanted to eat her. The guy died and then ate her. But it was not Yuan Ding who did this, but another girl. The boy also remembers that that girl, it seems, came out of the seed. Our hero is still trying to come to his senses, but suddenly, behind his back, he hears a female voice calling him. When the main character turns around, he is shocked, because he sees a beautiful fairy in front of him. The young boy was really surprised when he realized that this was the same fairy in front of him. To prevent anything from happening to the seed, he put it in his pocket. Yuan Ding is completely shocked that there is actually a fairy in front of him, and besides, she saved him. The young man is delighted when he sees a real fairy in front of him. It was she who healed all his wounds and brought him back to life. The guy comes to the realization that fairies are truly incredible. Not only are they strong, but they can also heal wounds. If everything is as the guy knows and thinks, then it turns out that he is now the fairy's owner. This brings dirty thoughts into your head. Such depraved thoughts made the boy very embarrassed. The young man already sees his happy and bright future. But it seems that the girl is clearly not in a very good mood. She is very sad when she realizes that the guy does not recognize her. Hearing these words, the main character turned to the girl. His gaze was full of surprise. But the young guy says that they have never met the girl before. Hearing these words, the fairy fell into a stupor. The fairy's eyes were filled with horror and disappointment. Did Yuan Ding really say that they had never met? But our hero objected and said that he remembers that the girl saved him. Immediately after this he thanks the fairy. After such words, the girl does not want to hear anything more and becomes furious. Since she saved him, that means she can kill him. The young man doesn't understand what's going on. The fairy is furious, because she was sealed by the guy for 1,000 years just for this day, and now she can kill him. A moment later, the girl with a sword attacked the main character. She wants to cut him into pieces and hear his screams of horror. The fairy, despite everything, wants to take revenge on this scoundrel. The only problem is that Yuan Ding still doesn't understand anything. The mysterious girl quickly rushed towards the main character, preparing to strike him and finish him off on the spot. And now, a moment later, the fairy struck the young guy's hand, leaving a deep wound there, from which blood gushed. But it seems something was wrong. Despite the fact that the wound was quite deep, our hero did not feel pain at all. Yuan Ding does not understand what is happening, but, unexpectedly, the young man hears cries of pain coming from the fairy. When the main character turns his gaze to the girl, he notices how exactly the same wound has appeared on her hand, from which blood is now flowing. The girl is incredibly angry about what is happening now. Above all, she wants to take revenge on Yuan Ding. The fairy is breathing very heavily and raggedly, trying to gather her thoughts again and distract herself from the pain she is now experiencing. And after a couple of moments, when the girl regained her strength a little, she again rushed towards the main character. But just a couple of seconds later, the fairy receives a strong electric shock when her fist touches our hero's head. The girl is breathing very raggedly and heavily, because she received a strong electric shock. The fairy really wants to kill Yuan Ding. Everything that is happening now looks quite strange, so our hero decides to check something. He slaps himself. A moment later, the girl also feels a strong blow on her cheek. Realizing that the girl feels all his touches on herself, the young boy touches his chest. Obviously, immediately after this, the girl feels this touch on her chest, and because of this she is very embarrassed. From such impudence, the embarrassed fairy begins to loudly scream at the petty pervert and tells him to stop groping her. The main character begins to frantically apologize to the girl, because he could not even imagine that this would cause such a strong reaction. Suddenly, a mysterious girl in a hat appeared from somewhere. Everything was as it was said in the legends. The fairy and the young boy turned around sharply, trying to figure out who had violated their privacy. The girl thought it was very rude of her not to introduce herself. Her name is Wei Er Shi and she is the headmaster of Shuo Yu Academy. The guys just stared at the stranger and didn't ask her to look away. The director advised the demonic fairy to calm down, because the more she resists, the more painful the sensations will be. It seems the girl didn't really like being called demonic. Patience was running out. After these words, the girl became even more furious. She blamed the main character for everything. But, unfortunately, the girl again failed, and a moment later she received an electric shock. The blonde calmly watched everything from the side. She had previously warned the fairy to calm down, but she did not want to listen. The director told our hero to quickly capture his demon fairy. The security is already rushing here. To do this, the young man needs to touch the manual on demonic fairies, which was kept in their academy. A moment later, the boy touched this manual. He felt some strange energy pouring into his head. Seeing what the main character was doing now, the girl's gazes were directed only at him. The girl screamed loudly at our hero. She couldn't let him do anything to her. But it seems it was already too late. Yuan Ding touched the fairy, and a bright yellow light appeared around her. The young boy is the master of the demonic fairy, and he orders her to return back to the stone. And, immediately after these words, the fairy begins to scream loudly until she completely disappears, sealed in this stone. Now this fairy has appeared on one of the pages of the manual. Thanks to this, the collection is finally complete. The voice tells the young man to collect even more demify. The main character does not understand what is happening. The young boy was thinking about why he was able to tell the fairy's real name. She really got sucked into the book. Our hero was brought to the academy premises. The main character was still in a stupor, drinking warm tea. Yuan Ding is full of questions. Legends about ancient fairies have always flown throughout the continent. For some reason, one day, all fairy history was erased. This manual is an ancient book that has been kept in the school for centuries. It has a method to control fairies. The young boy carefully studied this mysterious book with his eyes, trying to catch every detail. The blonde grins slyly when she sees the guy's interest. It seems the young man wants to get his hands on this book. But the director is not going to give it away. She takes the book away and then begins to tease the boy. Yuan Ding thinks that the director cannot use this book because she has not used it before, but in fact, this is not the case. This book has always belonged to Shuoyu. Even if she misuses this book, she has no reason to give it to our hero. A moment later, the girl hovers over the embarrassed boy, who is staring at her breasts. He wonders what the terms of their deal are. The girl has one condition: if the young man enters the Shoyu Academy, she will give him this leadership. The director threw him onto the sofa and hovered over him. The young boy could not take his eyes off her. If the main character agrees to this, he will become the only person in the entire continent who owns a demonic fairy, who will be her student. But, in fact, there is another reason. The girl wants the guy to reveal all the succubi hiding among the students. Hearing the mention of a succubus, a young boy immediately remembers that terrible monster that almost killed him. The main character immediately starts screaming that he cannot defeat these monsters. This proposal is too cruel. But the guy flatly refuses, because if this demonic fairy sees him again, she will tear him into pieces. The young boy refuses, and he does so without any hesitation. He's not going to take that risk. In this case, the director offers our hero 3 fairy seeds. Hearing this, Yuan Ding is ready to do anything for them. The main character wants to collect the entire collection at any cost. He's an otaku and apparently has a problem collecting stuff. But now, if the boy doesn't fill out the manual, he simply won't be able to live in peace. After this, student Yuan Ding was officially enrolled in the academy. He has a long road ahead of him. And so, the story of the young boy, the legendary lord of the demonic fairies, officially began. Some time passed and finally the cold and gloomy night gave way to a warm morning. Positivity level system for demonic fairies. It will increase or decrease based on the actions of the owner. The greater the VP, the more force can be released. The young boy leafed through the pages of the manual and read them as carefully as possible so as not to miss a single detail. Suddenly, after a moment, something strange begins to happen, and the main character is transported into the book. A young boy finds himself in some strange and terrible place. Everything here was exploding. You could hear the screams of people running away. There was real chaos going on here. Everyone was in a hurry and ran away, saying that the bandits were already here. Our hero follows the crowd, trying to find Mo Fei. Suddenly, the little girl who was nearby collapsed to the floor, exhausted. The young boy immediately noticed this. It seems that the little girl was very ill. The main character went down to the girl and took her in his arms. The young man immediately realized that the child had a fever and she needed help. Yuan Ding starts screaming and attracting people's attention so that at least someone will help the child. He wants to call a doctor. A stranger running past shouted that many people in this city were already dead, so they urgently needed to run away. But the boy is never allowed to finish, because a moment later a bullet pierces his head. Some people are already dead. Seeing that the bandits were already very close, people ran at a new speed. The young man took the sick girl in his arms and ran after the crowd. The young boy manages to escape from danger and run around the corner to rest and catch his breath. The main character felt very bad. He could no longer feel his legs, and his stomach hurt wildly. The little girl was still very ill. She was sweating a lot because she had a fever. She was all red. The main character could not leave the unfortunate girl in such a terrible state. He wanted to help her. Yuan Ding took cold rags and began to wipe the sweat from the girl, trying to somehow cool her down. The young boy did everything in his power. Now all that remains is to wait. Our hero decides that it is better to find a doctor to professionally help the girl. But where can you find it? The girl seemed to be slowly coming to her senses. She asked for water in a quiet voice. The main character was going to help the girl no matter what, so he was ready to get water for her. The young boy took water into his hands and carefully brought them to the unfortunate girl's mouth. A moment later, the hot lips of the little girl touched the cool water that her body was so thirsty for. Yuan Ding was slightly relieved when he saw that the girl seemed to feel a little better. This brought a smile to his face. Our hero sat down next to the girl, leaning against the wall. The girl lay down on the guy and fell asleep. Some time passed, and the guys still continued to rest. The girl slept quietly and peacefully. Now the young boy is thinking about how he can return back to his world. He doesn't know what to do here. The main character was completely immersed in his thoughts. At this time, some guys appeared around the corner. As it turned out, it was not a rescue, but, on the contrary, bandits. A bestial grin appeared on their faces, because they had found easy prey. The thugs immediately noticed the little girl and noticed her smooth and delicate skin. They'll pay a lot of money for this one. The bandits shout at our hero and tell him to get out and leave the girl to them. They are ready to let him go. It seems these scoundrels want to sell the little girl and get more money. And now, a moment later, a rough man's hand grabbed the defenseless girl by the hood. The scumbag dragged the unfortunate girl by the hood. He was really going to sell it, but first he needed to clean it up. The young boy couldn't let this happen. He immediately rushed towards the girl. The young man grabbed her tightly and began to run, trying to ensure her safety. But these scumbags were not going to back down. Now they were ready to do anything to get the girl back. A moment later, this bastard swung his huge club. The bandit pointed this club straight at our hero, and, unfortunately, hit him on the back, causing him to cough up blood. When Yuan Ding fell to the ground, these thugs began to beat and kick the lying guy. Nobody spared him. Despite the severe pain, the main character was not going to give up. He didn't understand why these bastards needed such a little girl. A moment later, the unfortunate girl opened her eyes. She no longer slept, but listened to everything Yuan Ding said. The little girl turned to him and looked into his kind eyes. After a couple of seconds, tears appeared in the poor girl's eyes. She was very grateful to our hero for his protection. Immediately after this girl opened her eyes, the main character recognized her. It was Mo Fei. It turns out that this is really her when she was a child. She had a very difficult fate. The young boy was thinking about everything that had just happened to him. It was terrible. The main character found himself in his room again. The young man lay on the floor and looked at the ceiling, trying to come to his senses. But our hero's thoughts were interrupted due to a severe headache. It was incredibly painful. The young man did not understand the reason for such a severe headache. I feel like my head is about to explode. The management says that the detected level of spiritual energy is at 0, natural recovery is expected. In fact, the reason is that the young boy's spiritual energy is not enough. The main character is still in a slight stupor, because he does not understand what just happened. Upon entering the fantasy world of the demonic fairy, our hero's spiritual energy was activated. This world was created by Mo Fei, but in fact, this is not entirely true. The passage into the world is something else. The key to another world is memories. That world, seen by the owner, was built from the memories of the fairy. Before turning into a demonic fairy, they become obsessed with one idea. The boy still doesn't fully understand this. Extraordinary girls become fairies, be they people, animals or representatives of other races. They have abnormal talents, take on a new form and live a different life. This means that Mo Fei used to be a simple girl, and what he saw were the memories hidden in her heart. To fully master a fairy, you must understand her mind. The boy wondered how to return to this world again. Once the host's spiritual energy is fully restored, this will be possible again. This will take approximately a day. Even though these are just memories, the young boy is still worried about the little girl. The young man wonders how such a sweet girl became so aggressive and prickly. The main character paused, and then told management that it was time to get down to real business. Don't play dumb. The main thing now is to collect your thoughts. He tells the management to quickly get all their system's secret treasures, techniques and bags full of experience. The current influence of the owner is not enough, so the pages are empty. The owner must collect more demon fairies and gain more experience. The main character understands that this is a point exchange system. Suddenly, the young man hears the voice of an old man who asks if he will go to school today. The main character is very grateful to the gray-haired man for reminding him of this. But, in fact, the young boy definitely didn't want to go there. He doesn't like places with large crowds of people. The owner can move the manual to another object to make it easier to carry. The young guy knows how big he is. He thought about it. In this case, our hero decides to move the manual to the phone, because it will be much more convenient. Taking a solar-powered phone with me was an incredibly forward-thinking decision. After some time, the young man already put on a new school uniform and immediately after that went to school. Shouyu Academy is one of the 9 great academies of magic and dochi located on the continent. Everyone in this school looked quite stylish, and everyone stood out in their own way. They weren't shy about expressing themselves here. But also, in this school there was only one unspoken rule. only the strong deserve respect. The main character entered the room and stood in the center of the room. He turned to everyone present and asked what they wanted from him. There are already rumors circulating around the school that this boy was personally chosen by the director to be a student. Everyone remembered that Yuan Ding used to be willing to do anything for a roof over his head, and did all the dirty work in their garden. The young boy was very ashamed and embarrassed that such terrible rumors had already circulated about him. There were rumors that our hero didn't even know magic. Everyone present considers him a weakling. They thought that only in legends there are people who do not possess magic. They want to give him a low-grade crystal to test it out for himself. The main character becomes uncomfortable with such attention. Apparently, there is no framework at all for humiliating people. The young boy does not want to take the crystal in his hands, but the other students force him to do it. The young man closes his eyes tightly and tries to squeeze out all the strength he has so as not to disgrace himself. A moment later, all the students present fall into a stupor. The room is filled with green and blue. This is an incredible mixture of blue and green. This means that the guy can control the water and forest elements. There were no signs of trouble, but a moment later, the crystal in the guy's hands shatters into small fragments. This made the main character very embarrassed, because the crystal shattered in front of everyone. Everyone was shocked, because this means that the test crystal could not withstand the full power of our hero. Yuan Ding himself was in shock, because he did not understand what had just happened. He tried to get out of this situation as modestly as possible. But we didn't have to wait long, because just a moment later, a brilliant idea came to the main character's head. The young man came closer to the girl who was the initiator of giving him this crystal. He smiled playfully as he looked at her. The young man hopes that he was able to satisfy such a beautiful girl. A young boy begins to flirt with a girl and compliment her. A moment later, he invites her to have dinner together. The young girl was too embarrassed, so she ran away. Everyone immediately respected the guy and said that he had balls. It seems that the main character himself did not expect such actions and words from himself, because he fell into a slight stupor. Yuan Ding did not understand what he was doing. It feels like his body has stopped listening to him. Our hero decides to find out the answers to his questions from the management. He screams and asks for an immediate explanation. The management tries to reassure the owner and tells him not to worry, now everything will become clear. The more the master's spiritual energy is restored, the more abilities she will be able to use. The type of leadership is similar to that of a human. Such rude words from the owner make the system sad. The wind is cold at night and pierces her heart naked. On that day, the host's body became one with the succubus, intertwined. Passion spread throughout the guy's body. And after that, a new life arose in the owner. The owner's entire body changed. The young man does not want to listen to this nonsense. The master not only absorbed the body of the succubus and the water element of the girl possessed by her, Mo Fei mixed with the master. This is how he received the forest element. All this forced the protagonist's body to undergo changes. Two elements, water and forest, with their incredible potential, plus the ability to charm a succubus. Hearing this, the young boy was delighted, because this means that now he can study magic. The young man can learn magic. Now he can rely on his own strength, not on the strength of others. The kind of horror the guy saw will never happen again. He simply won't let this happen. Now the main character will be able to protect people important to him and do it no matter what. Yuan Ding is interested in the question of what exactly the charm ability he received does. She randomly charms people nearby, regardless of gender, race and age. Hearing about this, our hero immediately becomes sad, because he understands that this is not very good. He can charm anyone. But, after a moment, the boy is distracted by the screams of other students, who shout for everyone to look outside. Everyone turned their gaze to the street and saw the gates opening and a carriage with knights on horses. The very first to ride was a handsome male knight on a huge black horse. He was extremely concentrated. And so, after a couple of seconds, he jumped off his horse and knelt in front of the carriage. He asked the princess to go outside. Hearing the words of her subordinate, the girl did just that. She decided to get out of the carriage and stepped right on the knight's shoulder with her heel. A moment later, the princess was on his back. She looked around and realized that this was Shoyu Academy. The blonde carefully examined the surroundings and realized that this academy was not that big. And now, after a couple of seconds, a lot of people ran out into the street to meet the princess. These were all people who work at the academy, they greet the arriving princess. But now the princess was interested in only one question: where is Wei Er Shi? The director is not here now, because she always leaves and comes when she pleases. She didn't know that the princess was going to pay them a visit. The blonde with a crown on her head smiled widely and said that now she would also go to this school. Everyone came into great shock and fell into a stupor when they heard this news. They didn't know how to react to this. But, naturally, first the girl must look around. She has not yet decided which academy to enter. The girl is slightly disappointed at Shoyu Academy, because it looks too simple. The princess wants to explore everything on her own. At lunch, she wants to eat deep-sea fish paste, fresh wind dragon monster eggs. Everything should be cooked on white birch charcoal. And all this must be served with dry wine of growth. Everyone is simply shocked by such high demands from the girl. And so, when the girl made such an impossible order, she went to inspect the academy. The main character did not know what kind of girl she was, but, even despite this, he felt arrogance from her. One of the three great empires of the Duoya continent is the Du Fei Empire. King Du Fei has always been a wise and strict ruler. And this arrogant blonde is precisely the daughter of this wise king, Princess Enki. This is the most stereotypical character. And the knight who stands behind her is Luo Ri. Rumor has it that this incredible guy is capable of fighting a dragon single-handedly and defeating it. All the girls love him. Everyone absolutely loves the appearance of this handsome guy and they dream about him. Our hero does not understand why there are so many girls around him. Is this really how his charm works? The main character cannot endure such bliss, because there are a lot of attractive girls around him now. Students don't understand why the young guy is so arrogant, because he just has good abilities, nothing more. Friends just awkwardly look at each other and don't know how to react to the new guy. A moment later, a loud bell sounded, signaling the start of classes. The lesson has begun. Today the teacher will again continue teaching students the basics of magic. If something is unclear, they can contact you. And the topic of today's lesson is an analysis of the components of magical elements. Our hero diligently takes notes. As it turns out, the young boy loves lessons. He seems to enjoy absorbing new knowledge. After some time, the man asks the students a question on the topic and asks who knows the answer. The two guys, who immediately disliked our hero, told the teacher that Yuan Ding could answer this question. The teacher also wanted to listen to the knowledge of the main character, because he was personally recommended by the director. The young boy was very embarrassed, because he seemed not to be sure of his answer to the question. It was difficult for the main character to answer the question asked, because he was a complete beginner and had only recently received training materials. The boy begins to make excuses and says that until that moment he had never studied magic. Therefore, if his answer is not detailed enough, he asks to treat this with understanding. And so, a moment later, the young boy began to answer this difficult question. Everything seemed to work out great for him. With this answer, he immediately silenced those who tried to humiliate him. Everyone around was in a stupor. It seems that the main character felt quite confident. His answer was quite extensive. There was deathly silence in the class. All the students were amazed at this newcomer's answer. The deathly silence was broken by the teacher, who began to clap for our hero for such a wonderful answer. Another student was furious that the main character could answer this question so easily. One student asked if the young guy had any secret technique, because she saw him leafing through a book. 9 years of study, 3 years of preparation for entrance exams, additional tests, preparatory books. Considering this, it would be strange if the young man was not the king of studies. Otherwise, he just needs to open the book and look for answers while he keeps the main idea in his head. All the girls listen to him and the crowds around with admiration, until two envious students understand the reason for this. At the next lesson, the guys went to the magic potions class. Our hero distinguished himself here too, because he was able to make the potion on the first try. After that, they went to the magical object creation class. Even there the guy was able to fold a magic crane. Soon, the guys went to a magical cooking class and the main character was able to cook a simply gorgeous fish, which everyone was crazy about. By the end of these lessons, the young boy already had a lot of fans crowding around him. Everyone was very interested in being around the main character. At this time, the male students were very jealous of our hero, because he received a lot of female attention. Some more time passed, and the students went to the magical battle class. A serious and grumpy man appeared before them, who was an instructor in magical battles. This lesson was extremely noisy. all the guys were looking forward to the start of the battle. First, the instructor gave them the task of running 10 laps around the field, and then they would study combat magic. Rumor has it that the instructor is a retired military man. Soldiers in knightly units are trained using his method. It seems that the young boy had problems in this lesson, because his only weakness is physical activity. The boy continues to run no matter what, he is very weak, but wants to change the situation. And if our hero doesn't start moving forward, he won't live long. The most important thing is to collect demonic fairies. The main character is motivated as much as possible and continues to run despite the fact that it is very difficult for him. Although it is important to do this gradually, after such a sharp physical exertion, the young boy was very tired. All the girls begin to worry about Yuan Ding, because they see that the boy seems to be unwell. After this training, it's time to learn magic. Today the instructor will teach them magical activation. Hearing this, the students were shocked, because they did not understand how this was possible if everyone had different elements and everyone used magic differently. The main types of magic can be learned from the corresponding scrolls. All magical battle teachers teach magical techniques. Mimi says they are just in the beginner class. Everyone can learn 2 basic magics for free. Advanced classes can learn more advanced magic. Expert classes can learn 10 high-level spells. The reason why the 9 great magic academies did not fall was because of their enormous magic reserves. Despite the fact that this is basic magic, it is still far stronger than the simplest magic available from the outside. Now everything immediately became clear. That's why they should try and study hard at the academy. First, you need to accumulate and compress your spiritual energy. You need to free her with a powerful jerk at the moment of need. The main character carefully watched the guys practice. Now he definitely feels that he is studying magic in another world. Those same envious students noticed that the young boy was not practicing, and therefore began to tease him. The main character was going to somehow justify himself, but another student did not listen and had already called teacher Tatu. He tells the teacher that he wants to have a sparring battle with the newbie to help him understand all the important points in magic. The instructor really likes this idea. Only mages who have passed battles can become better. You need to work hard for your goal. The main character was against this, but the instructor immediately began to shout, taking it as disrespect for him and his teaching methods. But the teacher got it all wrong. Tatu is an incredible teacher and his methods are second to none. The problem is that the guy doesn't know any spells. The instructor doesn't care about this. The less a student knows, the more he should learn. He will teach him the spiritual barrier technique for battle. The young man does not understand why the teacher's face is so joyful, because it seems that he is simply impatient to see the fight. The instructor did not listen to objections, and now, a moment later, he announced the start of the battle. The same student who bullied and envied our hero stood up against the main character in sparring. The young man was strongly opposed to the main character. He was going to teach him a lesson. But the young boy feels the heavy gaze of the enemy, who is very aggressive. Meanwhile, someone interesting approached the crowd of guys. Looks like it was fun here. As it turned out, it was the princess. She really wanted to see what was happening here. And now, a moment later, the boy rushes to attack, but is stopped by a knight. The princess expressed a desire to observe this. That is why the guys stopped their battle. They don't mind being watched by the princess. After a couple of seconds, the princess's subjects began to prepare a place for her where the girl would be comfortable. Now everything was equipped for the princess. They brought a throne and fruits here to make the girl as comfortable as possible. And now, when everything was ready, the guys could begin the battle, although, to be honest, our hero would not have wanted this. Our hero's opponent sees that Yuan Ding has fallen into a stupor, so he decides not to hesitate and start attacking. This guy's name is Wang Kai, and he is going to demonstrate his initial attack spell to the princess. The young boy is trying to be as friendly as possible with the princess and earn her attention. It seems that the student succeeded, and the blonde wants to reward the young man for it. The student tries to suck up to the girl as much as possible and says that he will not disappoint her expectations. Meanwhile, the young boy is preparing for the fight. The young man concentrates as much as possible. The main character uses his personal technique, which is called 1,000 Years of Death. He pokes his fingers in his ass. Everyone around fell silent when they saw such a blow. They just remained silent and continued to watch it. The princess even dropped a grape. She couldn't take her eyes off it. Our hero is shocked that the enemy is not hurt at all, because this area in men should be very sensitive. Yuan Ding simply saw that Wang Kai's back door was open, so he decided to use it. But the enemy was not going to tolerate all this, and a moment later he used his spell, the Wind Sword. The young boy becomes very scared, because he does not know whether he can prevent such a strong attack. Fortunately, the main character was able to use the spiritual barrier to protect himself. The young man sees a huge tornado in front of him, and the only thing he wants now is to run away. But, unexpectedly, the young man hears a voice that calls him to run straight into this tornado. The fairy spoke to our hero. She can't bear to watch this anymore, so she asks him to get her out so she can help him. The fairy demands an explanation, but now is not the right time for this. First you need to overcome this situation. The girl orders the main character to run forward. It's always safer to be in the center of a tornado. The young boy decides to trust the fairy and run straight. Let him at least cut it into pieces. The young man tries his best, but it seems his energy is not enough for this. The spiritual energy is about to run out, and the boy will not be able to withstand it. The fairy asks to call her. Yuan Ding falls into a stupor. The girl asks to call her again. In order to help him, one movement is enough for her. Demonic fairies are used precisely for this purpose. It seems that the girl really wants to help the owner. The main character paused and thought about this proposal, but after a moment he refused it. The young boy is ready to fight to the end. He wants to rely only on his own strength. A moment later, the young man makes another leap forward. Yuan Ding closes his eyes tightly. The main character found himself in the center of a tornado. He looked around and realized that it was really safe here. Now it won't kill him. The instructor praised him. Men like them should always go forward and only forward. The princess praised our hero's success, since he had only recently learned the spiritual barrier. Wang Kai tensed when he realized that another student had captured everyone's attention. He urgently needed to do something. The student decides to use a third spell, Wind Bomb. This spell is quite strong, but the guys believe in Yuan Ding. The instructor is also very supportive of the beginner. The princess can't wait to see it either. But it seems that the young boy is not going to continue the battle, because he understands his weaknesses. The young man gives up. All the guys present fell into a stupor when they heard that the boy was just giving up. The instructor immediately becomes upset and starts yelling at the student, but our hero has run out of spiritual energy and is unable to fight. The main character begins to defend himself, because he is really just a beginner. But Wang Kai doesn't care at all, because he can no longer stop the wind bomb. Our hero yells at the student, because he has clearly gone too far. Yuan Ding has already admitted defeat. The main character begins to defend himself with words, and says that he will show his opponent his final move. Although the young boy's spiritual energy has run out, he is still a magician who was just a gardener not long ago. When he only had a drop of the wood element, he could already accelerate the growth of the seeds of various trees, and now they are enhanced by the water and wood elements. A moment later, a young boy throws these seeds, and huge plants sprout from them. Everyone present is in great shock, because our hero was really able to stop such a strong attack. A huge paw was formed from the plants, which held back such a strong and powerful attack. When the main character did this, he was very exhausted. He spent too much energy. The fairy girl and the management were very worried about our hero, because he was very tired. Just a moment later, the young boy collapsed to the ground, losing all his strength. He needs time to rest. Some time has passed, and the main character slowly begins to open his eyes. The first thing he sees is the ceiling. After this, the already familiar and pungent smell of disinfectants hits your nose. Then, the young boy looks around and realizes that he is in a hospital room. The telephone with the manual was also with the main character. The girl was interested in what kind of hospital it was. The hospital is a place filled with angelic big sisters in white uniforms. This place is like heaven. A moment later, the girl was wearing exactly the same clothes that the owner had described. If you take a closer look, it will immediately become clear that this is a first aid post. But why then is there no one here? Yuan Ding felt a little sad, because he really wanted to chat with the head nurse. This is men's romance. The girl on the phone immediately noticed that her owner was a real and pathetic pervert. The fairy also confirmed this fact. It's hard to believe that he really became like this. The young boy really wants to talk frankly with the fairy. She seemed to have a lot of misunderstandings about him. The girl remembers that he did not call her when he could have done so and easily passed. Why didn't he do it then? And, in fact, this is all because our hero is one of those people who care only about their own benefit. He didn't call the fairy only because he didn't want to force her to do something. Any woman's decision must be respected, because this is a sign of a gentleman. Hearing this, the girl paused and thought about it. This time the young man is quite different from his previous self. Yuan Ding felt embarrassed. This was just the manners of a gentleman. The main reason is so that if people see the demon fairy summoning, it will not cause inconvenience. Having heard the real reason, the girl becomes furious again and wants to take revenge on the guy. She is very easy to piss off. In order not to experience the girl's wrath, the main character simply turned off the phone and put it on silent mode. It seems that someone has entered the room. They were looking for a guy who had used up all his spiritual energy. They think that Yuan Ding is still sleeping and begin to discuss something that has been attracting too much attention lately. A student also came into the room. As it turns out, they are here for pleasure. The girls glanced flirtatiously at the greedy boy, but simply remained silent and did not answer. In fact, this is what they really came here for. It's time to examine the student's body. The young boy is very embarrassed and inspired by the fact that he received the attention of such beautiful girls. The main character is very embarrassed to listen to all this, because he is right next to the guys. Yuan Ding is 100% sure that these girls are succubi. If this is really the case, then things are bad. This whole thing actually happens in the infirmary. Right at the academy, the guys are busy doing very obscene things, and our hero is forced to listen to it. The main character is very embarrassed to listen to such depraved things that happen behind the screen. He doesn't know what to do in such a situation. If you think logically, then the young man should start a battle against the succubi and scatter them, but he is not capable of this. While the main character is thinking about this, his phone begins to vibrate. The fairy and management wrote in the group chat. They felt the danger and the aura of that very monster. The young guy is surprised that management is even capable of creating group chats. Yuan Ding immediately became interested and worried when he read that the fairies would recognize the aura of this terrible monster. The main character wants to talk peacefully with the girl, but she seems not ready for this, because she is too hot-tempered. The management changed our hero's nickname to Dog, and this seems to have calmed the fairy down a bit. The girl does not recognize this type of monster, but their aura is the same as that of the monster she ate earlier. This monster has the same body type as her currently. It is made of purine energy, and it seems that after eating it, the girl's strength has increased. The young boy came to the conclusion that demonic fairies are pumped up when they feed on the bodies of succubi. He can take advantage of this and ask the fairy for a helping hand. This means he has hope for the girl's help, but, unfortunately, the girl refuses such an offer, and the young man immediately becomes sad. And now all that remains for the main character to do is just sit and listen to the laughter of the guys. Yuan Ding hears loud moans. These sounds are like music of torture to his ears. But, after a moment, these pleasant sounds fade away, and our hero is surprised that they finished so quickly. It turned out that Xiao had eaten too much, although they should have eaten it several more times. But the young girl began to make excuses that she did this because someone was spying on them. Hearing about this, the young boy tensed, because he thought that the succubi were referring to him. The black-haired girl grinned slyly and said that they could not keep the guest waiting that long. Fortunately, the girls were not talking about the student, but about someone else. There was a man standing in the aisle. The stranger was absolutely indifferent. He said they were starting tonight. The man said only this short phrase, and then immediately turned around and headed towards the exit. The succubi were very surprised when they saw such composure on the part of the stranger. The girls began to cling to the stranger and ask him to keep them company and have a little fun with them. The man refused, but the young girls continued to flirt with him and still stood their ground, offering to play. The young girl ran her tongue over his body, leaving a wet mark, but when she looked up, she was horrified. They were horrified by such a cold-blooded look from the man, which sent chills and frost through their skin. The girls were trembling with horror. They immediately pulled back and fell to their knees in front of the man, after which they began to apologize. When the man put the girls in their place, he indifferently went to the exit, after which he walked away. The girls were still trembling slightly with fear, because the man left a not very pleasant impression. The main character was very excited, because he felt that something serious was brewing. In fact, these succubi are acting on someone's orders. The guy is interested in what motives this person has. The main character was very restless, and he wanted the director to return to the academy as soon as possible to share this news. Then Yuan Ding began to think about something else. The young man noticed that Mo Fei's attitude towards him had improved greatly. This is because in the imaginary world, the host raised his level of positivity, and this changed the fairy's perception of the host. The main character was shocked by this, because if the fairy finds out that he redrawn her memories, he will be finished. But the management reassured her, because now there is no fairy here, and she will not hear this. In today's battle, Yuan Ding performed well, so his spiritual energy level increased and replenished. The young boy really wanted to talk to the fairy and establish a relationship with her. In order to chat with a girl, a guy needs to click on the gem space. In this way, the young man can observe Mo Fei's daily life. I wonder what she does. The boy heard an unpleasant grinding sound and saw that the girl was sharpening the blade of her sword. What the main character just saw sent a chill through his body. The guy shuddered. Meanwhile, the beautiful girl was still busy sharpening her sword. And now, just a moment after this, the girl raised a sharp blade over her hand. Without any hesitation, she pointed the blade towards her arm, and left a deep cut there, from which blood gushed out. The young boy was shocked that the girl hurt herself so easily. The young man immediately begins to shout at the fairy and tries to stop her, trying to understand what she is doing. But it seems that the girl doesn't care about his words at all. Now the sharp blade is stained with scarlet female blood. The main character couldn't wrap his head around the fact that the girl was so easily ready to harm herself. She explains that this sword is called Qi Min. Since she became his owner, she gave him fresh blood to drink every day. And if there are no enemies nearby to feed the sword, the girl feeds it with her own blood. The girl blames our hero for everything, but he doesn't understand what's wrong. She really seems to be confusing him with someone else. But the girl is sure that she is not confusing anything. One day the day will come when she will kill him and teach him a lesson. It seems that the main character still needs to study this whole situation better. His only option is to go back to the imaginary world. The young boy ordered the management to open the door to the imaginary world again, and so he immediately carried out the order. Just a moment later, a bright portal opened in front of Yuan Ding, and our hero immediately rushed inside. And now, just a moment later, the main character was transported to the imaginary world of a fairy. The young man landed on 2 feet and immediately looked around. He heard screams and explosions again. As soon as our hero turned around, she saw a stranger pierced by a sharp sword, and blood gushed from his chest. The young boy was shocked by the cruelty he had just witnessed. The red blood of a once living boy dripped from the sharp blade. It flowed into the killer's feet, staining his heels. The face of the man who committed the murder was absolutely indifferent. The wind blew my hair. As it actually turned out, it was Mo Fei. The girl was dressed in an open black suit and looked quite attractive. The main character could not take his eyes off her. He recognized the girl immediately. The serious girl also saw a boy sitting on the ground and looking at her. The young boy didn't know how to react to this. There was silence between the guys. A moment later, the young and stern girl walked closer to Yuan Ding and looked down at him. But even when the girl came closer to him, she still did not dare to break the silence. And after just a couple of seconds, the young girl turned around and walked away without saying anything. Yuan Ding didn't understand why she left. It's not like she's ignoring him. Perhaps she just doesn't see him. This is all because only one soul can be in one time space. The reason why the girl cannot see him is because Yuan Ding already exists now. It was the most ordinary, chilly morning. The rain poured down like buckets. Heels clicked on the asphalt. A young girl walks down a gloomy alley and stumbles upon a boy sitting next to a trash can. The girl glanced at the unfortunate boy, but he did not understand why she was looking at him. The boy had a small red cat in his arms. The girl was interested in the price of such a good sword as the guy's. The wet young man replies that this sword is called Qi Min, but it is not for sale at any price. The girl didn't really like this answer, because she thinks that in this city everything has its price. But the boy only grinned at such barbs and did not answer anything else. After that, the girl simply turned around and walked away. The rain continued to fall. This was their first conversation. Some time has passed. Finally, the clear sun appeared from behind the menacing clouds. The girl was looking out of the window. A young girl looks down the street and sees the same boy she saw before. He sits on a trash can and sings songs for children. The young boy looks quite happy. He still holds the red cat in his hands. Suddenly, the young man turned his gaze into the distance and caught the gaze of the girl who was watching him. And as soon as the boy starts waving to the girl to say hello, she immediately closes the window. Some time passes. Bright scarlet blood again sparkled on the sharp blade of the sword. Some strangers praised Mo Fei's killing style. They gave the girl a salary for the work done. The next target is quite dexterous, and he is worried that there will be no problems with this. Mo Fei agrees to do this for double the price. For this young girl, human lives differ only in price. This is her philosophy. Absolutely everything has a price, and as long as you have money, you can live. Without them, you are nothing. For someone who grew up in a terrible city, this became the only knowledge in the world that saved her. The girl heard loud screams. Some thugs were beating up the same guy who was near the trash can. She saw how these scoundrels tormented the unfortunate guy who could not fight back and was trying to protect the cat. The girl watches this with indifference. She reminds herself that everything has a price. She never helps without benefit. A moment later, Mo Fei stands up for the defenseless boy and scares away the thugs with a wave of his sword. These bandits immediately recognize the girl and understand that this is the killer Mo Fei, which means they need to run away. The guy sincerely thanks the savior, and since she helped him, in gratitude he gives her his sword Chi Min. The girl carefully examines the sword she received as gratitude. She notices every little thing. The boy sees that she really liked this sword, so she doesn't have to hold back. He also hands her a flower. The young man, like a true gentleman, handed her a flower that suited her perfectly. The girl was very embarrassed, so she immediately walked away. Now no one will disturb the unfortunate guy. It's very unusual and strange for the main character to look at this, because this guy is literally his copy. The young guy really doesn't like watching all this, because he feels out of place. The young man thinks that this guy's appearance here is not just a coincidence. This is the planned game. Capture the heroines. And, most likely, this bastard chose his victim a long time ago. She became Mo Fei. After that, he immediately began to study her secrets, preferences and activities so that he could have her in the palm of his hand. And in order to become noticeable to other people, he sat down at the most obvious point, right under Mo Fei's windows. Although there was excellent shelter from the rain nearby, he chose this particular place. He even brought a kitten with him to touch the girl. You can't immediately say that a girl loves animals, but it's still worth a try. This is what will create in the girl the desire to protect this defenseless creature if something suddenly happens. And, moreover, the scumbag even prepared a good sword, which, naturally, will interest the killer. That is why now the young man has become incredibly weak, but a handsome prince in Mo Fei's eyes. If you remember all the men the girl has encountered before, this young man is simply wonderful. Moreover, this guy looked quite handsome. Everyone in this world is judged by their appearance. And even this beautiful flower with a compliment to boot. The girl simply could not resist. It was in this way that this scumbag managed to win the attention of Mo Fei, who suspects nothing. It is very difficult for the management to understand all this, but they are trying their best. Yuan Ding suggests that this bastard is treating this whole thing like a data sim, and he is sure that he even hired those two homeless people personally, all in order to act out that scene. And this was done only in order to conquer the true heart of the virgin. Soon after successfully researching the guy, the two became very close friends. The guys spent quite a lot of time together. They admired the view from above, which was simply magnificent. The young man was even able to find such a wonderful place where you really feel free, like the wind. His whole life is an endless journey. The girl is surprised that during all this time the boy has not gotten into trouble. It's hard to believe, because he is an incredibly weak guy. But the guy thinks quite positively. Not in every place life consists only of war. He has been to various parts of this world, in a tree country, in a coastal city of criminals. Every city has its good sides. This estate is all planted with red spider lilies. It is very quiet, peaceful and very pleasant here. Happiness emanates from here. This is the very place where the boy would like to build the estate of his dreams. A young boy looks at his girlfriend and asks if she will live in the dream estate with him. Hearing this, the girl thinks, while she is distracted, the wind blows her hat off and it flies away. A young girl came down from the tower to catch and return her hat as soon as possible. Day after day, the girl continued to fulfill orders, receive money and kill people. Some time passed and night came. The young man came to visit Mo Fei again and brought her stewed pork belly for dinner. The young boy hopes that she will like this dish, because it is prepared at his home. It seems that the girl was very worried about the fact that she continues to regularly kill people. She's confused about whether she's really doing good things. My head is full of thoughts. In fact, it's very similar to eating meat. It's all for survival. So it's just something inevitable. A pensive girl sits on the edge while the wind develops her luxurious curls. A man with scars on his face smokes a cigarette. The man does not understand for what purpose Mo Fei called him here. The man complains to her about some psychos, but the girl does not listen to him and interrupts, saying that she wants to quit. The scumbag fell into a stupor from what the girl said. He took a deep drag and coughed violently in surprise. The girl turned to the man and repeated more clearly that she was no longer going to kill people. The bandit is horrified by this, because before this they worked well together and everything went quite smoothly. After all, Mo Fei has been doing this since birth, and now she's just giving up. Quitting this job is tantamount to death. In fact, the young girl wants to leave. The man recalls the rumors that are circulating around the city. Everyone is talking about the fact that the killer Mo Fei warmed up some strange and handsome boy on her chest. It was very difficult for the man to believe that this was really true. The girl doesn't answer. It is very difficult for a man to accept the fact that a girl so easily trusted some stranger, but she has already decided everything. Mo Fei had no intention of reporting to anyone, because she had already decided everything herself. Everyone was shocked at how stupid she was acting. The main character is also observing this whole situation, even though no one can see him. Everyone around is sure that the young and naive girl will definitely regret her decision. A young boy can't just stand by and watch a girl get burned, he must intervene. Some time has passed. The worried boy ran up to the girl, because he thought that something had happened. A moment later, the girl cried out joyfully that she agreed to go to the mansion he was talking about. The young girl was sincerely happy, but the scoundrel clearly behaved falsely and feignedly. And so, the guys agreed to meet tomorrow at noon on that same tower. The inspired girl was ready to leave with him to the estate planted with red spider lilies. The young girl waited for him for a very long time. However, his close friend never showed up, and she waited and waited, holding a spider lily in her hands. The girl still continues to wait for the guy on the tower, even though the cold rain is pouring. The girl is completely wet, but still continues to wait. Yuan Ding watches this from the side. The young boy tries to start a conversation with Mo Fei, but she, unfortunately, does not hear him. The girl has been sitting here for 3 days and 3 nights, but it seems she still has no intention of leaving. It hurts the main character to look at this, and he wants her to leave here, because that bastard won't come. Our hero cannot understand why the girl does not see him now, because she saw him when she was a child. He tries to bring her to her senses. Suddenly, loud explosions and roars were heard in the city. The tower was hit by cannonballs. The main character and Mo Fei do not understand what is happening and why the shelling suddenly began. The young boy wants the girl to quickly leave here to a safer place, but she does not react at all. Unfortunately, the main character does not manage to shout to the girl, who still continues to sit motionless in place. The young man reaches out to her with his hand and tries to help somehow, but to no avail. The girl doesn't care at all. A moment later, our hero began to be sucked into the portal. He tried to resist, but nothing worked. And then, just a couple of seconds later, the boy disappears. The management is very worried about the owner. Is he okay? Yuan Ding was in a lot of pain because he fell straight to the floor, and the blow was quite serious. But now the guy doesn't care about the pain he is experiencing, because he understands that Mo Fei is in much more pain now. The young man understands that the scoundrel who did this to the girl has the same soul as him. The main character is thinking about something of his own, but, unexpectedly, he hears some strange sound outside the window. He doesn't know if he heard it, so he comes closer to the window to look and check. Our hero is very dizzy. You need to lie down and rest as soon as possible so that it doesn't get worse. As soon as the young boy decides to go relax, he feels someone's hand on his shoulder. The young boy was seriously frightened when he felt someone's touch on him. Fear gripped the body. Yuan Ding thought he had crashed into a ghost. This is completely different from even the creepiest zombies because they are easy to kill by just destroying the head. And there are only one creatures that can scare the main character and cause goosebumps of fear. Only ghosts can scare him. These creatures are truly creepy and terrifying. Watching horror films as a child greatly influenced his psyche, as in real horror films, monsters always appear behind you. And after that, terrible ghosts scream your name. A moment later, someone actually called out to our hero. The young boy needs to overcome all his fears and turn around to face danger. According to all the canons of horror, when the hero turns around, he should see a scary woman with a pale, white face. The young man screams loudly, putting his whole soul into it. The boy is too scared. Our hero is not going to give up, so he decides to hit back at the ghost and strikes his offender. The fist hits right in the face, but, unfortunately or fortunately, it was not a ghost at all. In fact, it was a princess. When the main character realized what he had done, he fell into a stupor. From such a strong blow, the blonde collapsed powerlessly on the floor. Now our hero will not be able to escape the consequences. Now a huge bruise is visible on the young girl's face, and she lies unconscious on the dirty, cold floor. The young man begins to scream and apologize, because he didn't do it on purpose, but he doesn't hear any reaction. The main character looks out the window and notices that there is no one else here, which is quite strange. He looks around and tries to find the princess's retinue, her guards, and that night, but it seems that she is really alone here. Now our hero is at home himself. Since his uncle left for groceries, there is no one to ask for help, so Yuan Ding first decides to drag the princess inside. Some time later, when the young boy brought the girl inside, he laid her on the bed. He placed her on the only bed in this house and hopes that Enki will not be furious when he wakes up. The main character was also very tired and wanted to lie down, but his uncle's bed smelled strongly of a man and was disgusting. Therefore, he had no choice but to lie down next to the princess, because fatigue took over. The young boy lay down on the edge of the bed so as not to disturb her sleep. After some time, the young man fell asleep. Some time passed, and the guys still continued to sleep sweetly on the same bed, their backs turned to each other. Suddenly, the girl began to toss and turn in her sleep and change her position. She was still deeply asleep. A moment later, the princess turned on her other side and leaned against the back of the main character. And after a couple of seconds, the blonde completely embraced the young boy in her arms, thinking that it was a rabbit. The girl begins to rub and cuddle the boy, because she still thinks that he is a cute rabbit. A moment later, the young boy turns on the other side and also hugs the girl in his sleep. And so, the guys continue to sleep soundly and stop turning from side to side. It seems that the main character was no longer so sleepy, because he felt something strange. Just a couple of seconds later the guys opened their eyes. They woke up. The first thing they saw was each other. When the main character realized that the princess was lying in front of him, he was horrified, because he had just unknowingly hugged her. The blonde was also horrified and scared, because she didn't understand how she ended up in the same bed with Yuan Ding. And after a moment there was a loud scream. Who screamed, a girl or a guy? The princess turned out to be not timid and immediately began to defend herself. She hit our hero right in the face. The young girl continued to strike mercilessly, because she is ready to defend her honor to the end. And the last blow that the blonde dealt was the most painful. She caught her heel between his legs. From such terrible pain, the young boy was ready to curl up and cry. It's simply unbearable. The princess was furious, because she did not know what this servant dared to do to the girl. She thinks he's just another pervert. A young boy was beaten by a girl. He made excuses that he found her unconscious at the window and brought her inside. But the princess didn't seem to care about that. She was more worried about the fact that she slept on such a terrible mattress and ruined her skin. The main character apologized, but it was already the best bed in this place. He asks the princess to calm down. The blonde demanded that the young man prepare softer fabric for her. The girl is hungry and demands more delicacies. A moment later, the young girl gave him a kick in the ass and sent him to quickly carry out the order. The young boy went to look for the assigned fabric and delicacies at the bottom of his backpack. The young man found men's silk panties. The structure is quite unusual, but it is quite acceptable for a princess. But only one order was carried out. Now the blonde demanded delicious food. A moment later, the young boy took out a fork with noodles wrapped around it. The girl said that this food has a slight sourness, a subtle spicy taste and a powerful aroma of the soup. The princess really liked it even though she is very picky. She praises our hero. But it seems that the young boy is not at all surprised by this, because he predicted such an outcome of events. This is a high level of fabric created by the human race for hundreds of millions of years to protect the male treasure, and food has many fans. What the young man fed the princess was a big lunch with beef and meat sauce. Everyone who ate it praised the dish. Our hero immediately relaxed when he saw that he was able to please the princess. He was very lucky that he brought food with him. The main character was interested in the question of what the girl was doing all alone at night under his window, but she herself did not know. She remembered that she had dinner at the castle, and the meat was very tough, but dessert saved the situation, so the girl did not turn the table over. The girl's words sounded as if before that she had always turned the tables if she didn't like something. The blonde remembers how after dinner she drank some wine and then passed out drunk. She usually likes to go out when she's drunk, but this time she went too far. These words make the young boy think, because this is a rather unusual situation. Logically, there are a lot of people constantly hovering around the princess, so it is unlikely that they did not notice her sleepwalking. This is definitely a plot. Then, Yuan Ding remembers the words he heard in the infirmary at noon. Could this be somehow related? While the young boy was thinking about everything, the princess stared out the window. She noticed that there was quite a lot of fog outside the window. She wanted to take a walk, but because of him she wouldn't see anything. So she decides to take a walk nearby. Yuan Ding doesn't want to let her go because she might end up in a dangerous situation. The carefree princess turned around and naively stared at our hero. It turns out she doesn't know what danger is. The main character fell into a stupor because the girl really did not know the meaning of this obvious word. There are two options here: either the blonde is very stupid, or she is just pretending to be so. The girl is quite strange, because a normal person cannot behave so calmly after waking up in an unknown place. This is all because Enki never knew anger. The naive girl does not even suspect the treachery of this world. This blonde is as pure as a white sheet of paper. She has not yet told all the horrors of life. How much did her family spoil her that she became like this? The world is quite dangerous, but Enki doesn't even know it. And now, a moment later, the princess heads towards the door, but the main character screams and tries to stop her. The girl stared at him in surprise. She considered him her servant and thought that he had business with her. Our hero suggests waiting until morning and then bringing her to the castle. The girl is bored, so Yuan Ding decides to tell her a story. The princess agrees, and the young boy begins to tell her the fairy tale about Snow White. Enki wants to meet and play with this princess, but our hero tries to change the subject. One day Snow White was sitting alone at home when suddenly there was a knock on the door. She opened the door, but behind it was a terrible wolf who ate the princess. Hearing about this, the blonde became a little nervous. It seems that this story instilled a note of horror in her. Seeing the girl's reaction, the main character continues to tell her scary stories about the murder of princesses. The young man also told her the story of the Little Mermaid princess who was stabbed to death by the prince. He hoped that Enki would now change his mind about going out. But even despite such terrible stories, the girl wanted to go outside. A princess can easily die only when there is no night near her. Suddenly, a strong knock was heard on the window, which instantly attracted the attention of the curious princess. After a moment, the girl turned around and stared out the window, trying to understand what it was. The young boy began to convince the girl not to open the door, after which he reminded her of terrible fairy tales. The young man gave advice that the best way out in this situation is to simply pretend that you didn't hear anything. Uncle has his own keys, so it's definitely not him. The main character suggests first dealing with this situation. At this time, someone is watching the house where the guys are located from the street. These were the same two succubi that our hero met today at the first aid station. They waited for someone to leave the house, but this did not happen. The master sent them here to help complete someone's plan, therefore they must kill the princess. These cheeky girls head straight for the house. They decide to force their way inside. At first, it's not easy to knock on doors and say that they came here to pick up a drunken princess. And, just a moment later, terrible monsters break the castle and get inside. They are ready to do anything for this. As soon as the girls entered, they began to look around, and one of them began to sniff and realized that she smelled a man. Just a couple of seconds later, this girl began to search everything around to quickly find the princess and the man. She seemed to be very interested in the man because she was hungry. Her friend laughed because she was hungry for something just after smelling the man's scent. The monster had already walked around the entire house, but could not find anyone. It feels like there isn't a single soul here. But it seems that the terrible monsters were not going to give up. They continued to look for the guys. Meanwhile, the guys were very scared, but stayed together. At this time, the guys were hiding in one of the rooms. Our hero covered the princess's mouth with his hand so that she would behave quietly. As it turned out, the main character took the girl into the basement. Here it was really difficult for the monsters to find them. And so, when they were already safe, the blonde bit the main character's finger, causing him to scream loudly. The young boy looks at his finger, which is very swollen. The blonde was very angry with our hero for disgracing her body. The princess begins to scream and cry, saying that the young man deserves the death penalty. He immediately apologized. Yuan Ding asks the girl to get all sorts of protective things and call for help. As it turned out, the girl lost them. She lost a large summoning scroll, a teleportation spell, a protective ring, a brooch of life and much more. The main character was incredibly angry at this stupid and naive girl who behaved like a child. There is no way you can rely on this stupid princess. Even in this situation, she continues to grumble and complain. The blonde is indignant because our hero is ignoring her. He understands that he can only rely on himself. The young boy is busy looking for seeds. The blonde does not understand what seeds we are talking about. Yuan Ding's spiritual energy has not yet recovered, so the last hope is to try to germinate the seeds. The young man let slip about the demonic seeds. He immediately realized that he had stirred too much. The main character tried to slip away from the topic and told the princess not to go into details. It seems that the girl has already heard about this somewhere. Meanwhile, the two succubi still continued to wander around the house and search it, trying to find the frightened children. It seems the monsters have already begun to suspect something. They searched the entire house, and only the most suspicious place remained. They walked and tapped on the floor until one of the monsters found a void in the floor. The terrible monsters immediately realized that there was a basement here. A moment later, she forcefully opened the door. Immediately after this, the creatures rushed into the basement. They can't wait to feast on the man and the princess. Everything will be fine if they have a snack after such fun. They can't wait to start dinner. But, unexpectedly, green plants appeared in the basement. This greatly surprised the succubi, because they did not expect this. Just a moment later, these plants bound the terrible monsters. They immobilized them. The succubi could not understand where so many plants came from in such a place. They tightly constrained the girl's movements. It is said that these vines of binding death will hold the victim until his death. Uncle's collection is truly amazing. But it seems that the succubi did not care at all that they were now connected, as if it would only amuse them. The terrifying monsters may continue to play it cool, but our hero has another big move in store. The girls are not afraid at all. On the contrary, they are interested in what will happen next. The young guy really has prepared something that will definitely shock the succubi. A moment later, the young man uses an explosive grand escape technique on the jumping grass, and this helps him jump out of the basement. The main character, naturally, took the princess with him. Now they urgently need to escape. The blonde does not understand why Yuan Ding did not fight the succubi. The young man would definitely not have emerged victorious from this fight. The main character says that they don't just run away, but simply change their position during the battle. They need to call for reinforcements quickly. The guys head towards the castle, but Yuan Ding thinks that going into the wilds is too dangerous and he has a bad feeling. The young boy finally decides to bypass these jungles and take a safer route. Just a moment later, the main character grabs the girl by the hand and takes her away from danger. At this time, some stranger is watching the main character and the princess from the darkness. He is hiding in the bushes. The guys need to hurry, because very soon the monsters will catch up with them and finish them off right on the spot. But the princess refuses to run. She just doesn't feel like it, and she's also tired. Instead, the girl wants to drink an ice-cold milkshake and snack on a cupcake. Our hero is shocked by her indifference and carelessness. But, unfortunately, it is too late to do anything, as the succubi overtook the unfortunate couple. The succubi can't wait to try the delicious man and princess. They must complete their task. The insatiable creatures did not wait long, and a moment later a girl with huge paws attacked the defenseless guys. The only way out is to call Mo Fei. With the power of his master, our hero summons a demonic fairy to fight for him. The main character frees the fairy from the space of the sacred stone. Demonic fairy Mo Fei is ready for battle. And now, a moment later, the beautiful fairy was born, preparing to protect her master. The young man apologizes to the fairy, because this was the only option. If it weren't for her, the guys would have died. But, in fact, the girl is not against protecting her master now. The beautiful girl immediately understands that this is our hero. I started it to protect this cute blonde. This situation has nothing to do with the main character, because he could easily escape alone. The young boy really wants to run away, but this girl is so stupid that he can't leave her alone. If compared with the previous boy whom the girl knew, she immediately sees changes. But, unexpectedly, the conversation between Mo Fei and the main character is interrupted by a succubus who screams loudly in their direction. The monster is furious because it has not been able to eat a man for a very long time. The calmer girl calms Xiao down. The essence of a master's non-holy water can turn women into succubi, which is how they were born. The stronger the woman, the stronger she will be after turning into a succubus. In this case, they want to turn the princess into a man and eat her, and turn the rest into succubi. And now, just a moment later, the terrible monsters begin their attack and rush straight at the guys. In reality, succubi are just dolls that are controlled by someone else. The beautiful fairy is completely confident in herself and in her victory. She is ready to open the door to their next lives. And after just a couple of seconds, the incredible girl begins her attack. She feels like a fish in water. A moment later, everything around began to blaze with hellish flames. The succubi did not understand what was happening. The monsters were very hot because of the fire. The fairy is going to cleanse all their sins with dark flames. But the terrible monsters are not going to retreat. On the contrary, they begin their attack and rush towards Mo Fei. When the monsters begin to advance, those same spider lilies appear under their feet. Terrible creatures see these burning lilies under their feet, which burn their feet. Everything around is starting to fall apart, and it's very strange. The succubi don't understand what's going on. The fairy says to calm these souls with the power of vengeance and the power of the infernal flower. Xiao Xiao rushes towards the enemy, but another succubus stops her and says that she has a bad feeling. The wonderful fairy is absolutely calm. She is 100% ready for this fight. And so, the terrible monster almost reached the beautiful fairy. She is already reaching out to her with her huge paw. With her treacherous sword, the noble girl is ready to free the soul of the unfortunate succubus. The monster is in a stupor. She looks attentively at her opponent, as if spellbound. Mo Fei will help this unfortunate soul sleep. A moment later, everything around begins to burn even more intensely. A second later, the beautiful fairy waves her sword. Her strike is accurate and confident. She merged with the sword into one. And immediately after this, the monster's body is covered in hot flames. The girl struggles in agony and screams furiously. With every moment, the girl's body burns more and more. She screams, but nothing can help her. The black-haired girl looks in horror as her friend gradually burns to the ground. And so, soon, absolutely nothing remained of the monster except the skull. In front of them, the guys see the pure soul of a girl who has freed herself from a succubus. All eyes are focused on this pure soul, like a snow-white sheet of paper. The girl, whose soul was now freed, smiled sweetly and sincerely. It seems that she is really grateful to Mo Fei. And after the girl's soul was freed, she said goodbye to her savior. A moment later, a beautiful flower blossomed from her skull. Mo Fei purified and absorbed the succubus. She has already surpassed God. There was blood all around. The beautiful girl was confident in herself and was not going to back down. It seems that this place is the sphere of influence known according to legends. Mo Fei's strength has increased significantly. The black-haired girl was now left completely alone, and now she could only rely on herself. The succubus sensibly assessed her strength and realized that she could not cope, so she decided to retreat, but, unfortunately, she was surrounded by an invisible wall. This is called Dark Hell. Anyone can enter here, but it is impossible to leave this place. The black-haired girl understands that she cannot escape. The only thing left is to fight. The main character gets pleasure when he hears the cry of a succubus in despair. Even if the monster screams, no one will save him. The young boy became arrogant when he felt protected by the fairy. The black-haired girl was indeed very scared. The management and the fairy were shocked by the behavior of their master. The terrible monster is shocked that our hero is just going to stand and watch as she is killed. And it will not benefit him at all if the young man loses his combat unit. Suddenly, something starts to happen. Is there really someone here who can save the succubus? The beautiful and vigilant fairy senses someone's presence in her space, so she directs her powerful blow there. The sword strike hits the area next to the young boy. A moment later, a loud explosion occurs behind the guy. the young man sees a bright flash of a sword. The beautiful fairy looks carefully at the area where the explosion occurred. She awaits further developments. Just a couple of seconds later, a stranger appears from the explosion. A fire ignites under his feet. Flowers instantly smolder and burn. Everything around is still consumed by hot and hellish flames. The same stranger emerges from the fire. And then, just a couple of seconds later, a beautiful knight emerges from the flames. The light here is so bright that the princess cannot see anything and closes her eyes. This was the same knight who arrived at the academy to accompany Princess and Key. The main character is glad that the princess does not see the one who is now coming to meet them. This was the same knight whom everyone admired. It would be better if the princess did not see the one who appeared before them. The villain's plan was this. The knight should take on Mo Fei and delay her while the succubus took care of the rest and killed the princess. But, just a moment later, the knight strikes confidently with his sword at his former ally, the succubus. The black-haired girl is horrified when she realizes that the blow was aimed directly at her. As it turned out, the knight betrayed their alliance. The girl was cut into pieces. The last words of the monster were that the master would never forgive the knight for this. But it seems that the traitor knight was absolutely indifferent to these words. The young boy held the princess tightly to him, trying to protect her from what was happening around her. The beautiful girl and this scumbag made eye contact. Something terrible was brewing. Just a moment later, the knight once again firmly grasped the hilt of the sword and began his attack. The young man moved with lightning speed towards the defenseless protagonist and the princess. The young boy immediately realized that the target of this bastard was the princess. He pulled the girl closer to him to protect her. But the beautiful fairy could not allow this to happen. She immediately came to the blonde's defense and repelled the enemy's blow. The knight was not going to retreat, even though Mo Fei stood up against him. The girl was full of determination to protect the defenseless and weak children. She had to cut this scumbag into small pieces. The eyes burn with hatred. The enemies continued to spin in battle, as if in a dance. They were on the same wavelength with their weapons. Their swords crossed in battle and thundered loudly. This friction made everything sparkle. The battle continued, but somehow the knight managed to end up in the girl's blind spot. The traitor's gaze was full of determination and composure. He is ready to do anything for his goal. A moment later, the knight uses a Dukai spell on the fairy, tenfold cut. The beautiful girl does not have time to react to this, and as soon as she turns around, she sees a bright light behind her. Unfortunately, Mo Fei does not have time to dodge, and a bloody cross appears on her back. The wounded girl screams loudly. Because the pain burns her body, the main character is very worried about the fairy. Even despite severe pain, the girl continues to fight. She can't afford to give up. The situation is getting worse every second. Mo Fei does not seem suitable for the role of the knight's opponent. The blonde wants to look at the stranger, but our hero dissuades him and lies about the enemy's terrible appearance. If things continue like this, they will lose. They need some countermeasures. The strength of the demonic fairy directly depends on the level of positivity of the owner. The first thing you need to do is communicate with the owner every day. Now it is too late for daily communication, and the only way out is an imaginary world. The strong girl continues to bravely hold the line until the very end, despite the fact that it is incredibly difficult for her. The knight still continues to attack the girl, who is losing her strength. Mo Fei told the main character to take the princess and leave, and she would detain their enemy. But the young boy couldn't let that happen. Mo Fei continues to stand his ground and tells Yuan Ding to run away. Meanwhile, the enemy does not hesitate and begins to use the next attack. The girl rushes straight towards him. If the girl had known that death meant freedom, she would have made a completely different choice at that moment. The eyes of a beautiful girl are filled with melancholy and coldness. She gives this look to our hero. The corners of the girl's lips rise in a faint smile. In the end, she can't even hit the main character. A moment later, the traitor's sharp sword pierces the unfortunate girl through and through. But it seems that the girl is not going to give up. She grabs the sword, and after that, scarlet branches appeared around them. This cell came straight from the body of a beautiful girl. She did it for the main character. But the young guy can't just run away, because in this case Mo Fei will die. The selfless girl tells the fool to run away with the princess, because she can no longer hold off the enemy. The guy blames himself for not having enough spiritual energy to enter the spiritual world. The princess reports that she can give spiritual energy to the young boy. The young man does not understand how such a naive and stupid girl has such abilities. After a moment, the blonde casually adds that she is a soul element mage. The main character is very surprised that in front of him is a magician of the soul element. Obviously, she must be able to do magic, because she would not be able to get into the academy. Therefore, if our hero does not have enough spiritual energy, then the blonde is happy to share hers. The young man does not know whether he can trust this infantile princess, but, nevertheless, this is his last hope. Meanwhile, the beautiful girl continues to restrain the knight, but every moment it becomes more and more difficult for her. The traitor begins to fight back and tries to get out of the cage. Mo Fei can no longer hold him back. The young boy sincerely asked Her Highness to transfer her spiritual energy as soon as possible. She is ready to do this without any problems and orders the spiritual energy to gather in her hand. A moment later, a small ball of energy begins to appear on the tip of the blonde's finger. The young boy is very disappointed when he sees that he only got one drop of spiritual energy. But it seems that this is not all. After a couple of seconds, something starts to happen. Spiritual energy hovers around the guy. Real beauty begins to happen. Magical blue flowers appear around the princess. These sky blue flowers float in the air and dance around the young boy. The main character carefully observed these beautiful flowers. He was mesmerized by their beauty. After a couple of seconds, the princess's spiritual energy began to transfer to the main character. It is very difficult for a young boy to take in so much spiritual energy at once. Yuan Ding can't stand this much. His battery is already full. The young man needs help. A moment later, the management opens the door to an imaginary world for the owner. Mo Fei needs to wait for him. Whether it is an imaginary world or reality, the young man will absolutely do everything that depends on him. Within a couple of seconds, the young boy finds himself in this destroyed world. It's full of corpses and ruins. Yuan Ding looks around and tries to figure out if there is anyone alive in these ruins. The young boy began to look around and immediately noticed that the tower on which Mo Fei last sat was destroyed. Suddenly, the main character heard someone's voices, and they were quite loud. The young man noticed several people among these ruins. He was very worried about the beautiful girl. It seemed that these men were also looking for Mo Fei. The girl locked herself in the tower and is never going to come out. The thugs noticed the bravery of this girl, because she did not leave the tower even when they were so actively attacking her. Since the beautiful girl was not going to come out herself, the scoundrels would personally come to her. This girl will not be able to humiliate them anymore. This time they will show their true rage and strength. A crowd of fierce men enters the dilapidated tower building, where almost everything has already burned down. The thugs walk around the room and look around, trying to find a beautiful and brave girl. The girl sat among the ruins and chaos, tightly clutching the sword given by the traitor to her chest. She didn't care what was happening. The young girl did not react in any way even when the building was full of people. She didn't care at all. The thugs glared at the unhappy and broken girl. They mocked her grief. It's surprising that the number one killer of the entire eastern quarter was tamed by some cute boy. The main character was furious with these scumbags who said such hurtful words towards the girl. One of the bandits with a huge scar on his face says that this was originally the plan of that handsome guy. This guy had a plan to take such a strong killer out of the game. The bandits only needed to attack at the right moment. And most importantly, the scoundrel agreed to do it without payment. All he needs for his plan is a sword and a cat. The young man is confident in his abilities and the success of this plan, but even if he doesn't succeed, the bandits won't lose anything from it. These thugs continued to mock the unhappy and depressed girl. It was difficult for the young boy to hear these humiliations directed at her, but, unfortunately, he could not help. Even now, Mo Fei continues to wait for him here like an idiot, despite the fact that he deceived her. A moment later, the room is filled with loud and obnoxious laughter. Our hero tries to stop this, but to no avail. Although this guy didn't come, these bandits did come and are ready to have fun with her. The scumbag offers to find a place for everyone to have fun and start a new life. After a couple of seconds, the spider lily flower that the girl was holding tightly falls to the floor. She let him go. Immediately after this, the brave girl stands up for herself and begins to deftly swing her sword. The young lady immediately remembers the words about how she said that she would never kill people again. But she could not keep her promise, because right now the girl must stand up for herself. The sounds of blows and screams fill the room, and the spider lily still lies alone on the cold floor. Blood splashes everywhere, taking someone's life with every drop. The girl merged with her sword, she wields it deftly, and is even capable of easily cutting off someone's hand. Mo Fei moves as fast as lightning, and no one is able to catch it. The sword blows pierce right through the bandits. The brave girl seemed to have lost all emotions, and now she had simply turned into a soulless machine. Her eyes glow a bright scarlet as she glares at her opponents. The thugs were obviously scared, but they reassured themselves that there were many more of them here and she couldn't cope with them. The scoundrels were determined to finally get rid of Mo Fei. Some time has passed, there was heavy rain and thunder outside, lightning connected heaven and earth. A moment later, a beautiful girl came out of that same tower. The rain washed her from head to toe. The young lady simply walked, leaving behind traces of scarlet blood, but not her own blood. There was no emotion on the girl's face. The young lady felt nothing but the cold drops of rain. A young and depressed girl wants nothing more than to disappear. Suddenly, behind the girl's back, the same cute boy appears, who became the culprit of all this. The unfortunate girl felt someone's presence and turned around, the look instantly filled with hatred at the sight of him. Mo Fei was furious when she saw the forced smile of this scoundrel who had deceived her. This scumbag, as if nothing had happened, noticed that he had made the girl wait too long. All the girl wanted now was to kill the scumbag and take revenge for the pain caused to her. The guy calmly told her not to be stupid, because in her current state she wouldn't be able to do it. Now the girl herself stands on the brink of life and death. There are countless wounds on her body. Life is so beautiful, but so fragile. If Mo Fei dies now, there is no way he will be able to take revenge on this scoundrel. In this case, this handsome guy offers her help in achieving so-called immortality. This scumbag with a smile on his face says that he is able to give Mo Fei a second life. But the desperate girl doesn't even want to listen to him. Despite her wounds and all the pain, she could kill him. And so, a moment later, the girl walked straight towards him to finish him off. But the guy still stood motionless. The sword almost reached him, but he was calm. You shouldn't get so angry and put in so much effort. After all, the more angry and zealous a girl is, the faster she will bleed. Fairies appeared around him. The girl was shocked by what she saw. Unexpectedly, someone's chains bound her sword and she could not use it. As it turned out, all this was done by fairies who protected their master. One of them had a harp and she played a melody. This harsh melody gave me a severe headache. It felt like she was going to explode right now. The owner turned to Gigi and asked her not to be so cruel to the girl. The fairy bowed and immediately carried out the order. It was her duty to listen to her master. The brave girl doesn't care at all that these creatures are neither demons nor people. She will still kill the bastard. When the girl starts running towards him, chains appear out of nowhere, wielded by another fairy. Mo Fei had a dagger inserted into her, but she took it out without any hesitation. Blood gushed from the wound. And so, the girl manages to get closer to the scumbag, and she stabs him in the stomach, but the guy's body freezes and holds back the sword. As it turned out, it was also one of the young guy's fairies, who protected him with ice. This is the power of a given second life. Only magnificent women will be able to undergo evolution, but if it is not 100% voluntary, the contract may not stick. That's why he finds women with an already established worldview. He offers the girl a choice. She will choose death, or the new life and growth of strength that she will receive after evolution. And if the girl agrees to this, then perhaps someday she will be able to take revenge on him. The weather continues to get worse, the lightning strikes more and more, and the thunder grows louder. The clouds are gathering. The young boy is carefully observing what is happening now. He is very worried. The brave girl lost her powers. She swears that one day they will definitely kill this scumbag. And even if she turns into a monster, her goal will not change. One day the day will come when she will take away his pathetic life. The cute guy is glad that everything turned out this way. Everything went according to plan. The guy specially chose the devilish magic flower buy-in for the beautiful girl. It suits her. He sucks and devours human blood in hell. He has the tenderness of an evil monster. He can change fate, control reincarnation, and life and death. As soon as the girl took this flower, something strange began to happen to her body. the body was covered with scarlet branches, which caused severe pain. Pain is part of the process of change by this plant. An ordinary person would not be able to bear it. Choosing the right girl is very important. After a moment, this scumbag turns and addresses our hero, asking his opinion. The main character fell into a stupor because he realized that this bastard could see him. The young guy doesn't care at all about who this bastard is and what his plan is. The young man orders to immediately stop this cruel ritual and release the unfortunate girl. But in the eyes of our hero, this is a completely different world. Doesn't he think of it as a computer game? All the residents here are just NPCs, but no one ever cares what the NPCs think about them while playing the game. That is why the scumbag collected a simple NPC in order to evolve her. But the main character doesn't think so. The scoundrel tells him not to deceive himself. The young man should think the same way, because they have the same soul. Didn't Yuan Ding himself want to become the owner of incredible power and rule this world? The life experiences of these girls, their conflicts are just clues through which they can be conquered. The young boy can no longer listen to this terrible, cruel nonsense. He screams and asks to stop. The cute guy does not advise the main character to shout, because this will only lead to rage. Our hero is still convinced that the scumbag's way of thinking is fundamentally wrong. This will only amuse him. A moment later, wings grow behind his back. The young man thinks this because he is still weak. When he gets stronger, he will think the same way. The scumbag opens his white wings wide, from which feathers fly out. Why would God love mortals? A moment later, everything around begins to crumble into small fragments. The young boy is left completely alone in the black void. There is no one and nothing here. The young man immediately rushes to the management and tries to find out from her what all this just happened. The person Yuan Ding was talking to is a soul fragment that he left behind in the imaginary world. In fact, this is a video message to him from him. Now is not the time to think about it, because we need to help Mo Fei. A moment later, everything around begins to change. Roots appear under the protagonist's feet. The young boy doesn't understand where they could have come from here. These scarlet roots are quite long and seem to lead somewhere. He looks at them carefully. The main character stands still while these unusual roots form something like a road. And when the boy follows the trail, he is horrified by what he sees at the end. When the young man raises his head, he sees Mo Fei, who is bound by these unusual scarlet roots. The beautiful girl does not react in any way to the fact that our hero has come to her. Evolution has already been completed, but why doesn't it react then? Perhaps she's just sleeping, but the management objects and reports that the girl is not sleeping. It's sealed. You just have to take a close look at these vines. The main character follows the advice of the system and understands that these vines form the word seal. They are now in the core of the demonic seed. The young boy carefully examines everything here. Now it's clear what the core of a demonic seed looks like. It's scary to believe that Mo Fei spent all this time in this state, holding all this pain and hatred within herself for more than 1,000 years. And as soon as she freed herself from this seal, she immediately had to die because of the main character. It is incredibly painful for the young guy to look at Mo Fei, who has suffered for so long. This time, the young man swears to the unfortunate girl that he will get her out of here no matter what. Unexpectedly, the main character notices this sword in the roots, which belongs to Mo Fei. This is Qi Ming. Last time, the fairy was able to free herself from the seal because the succubus pierced him right through, and the blood from his heart sprinkled the seed. In this case, our hero decides to repeat this and use the same technique as last time. Here the young man consists only of spiritual energy, and if he does this, he will affect its condition. He may lose consciousness forever. His soul will not be able to go to the afterlife. But the main character doesn't care about this, so at least he will die alone and let the two girls survive. He blames himself for the fact that Mo Fei is in this state because of him. Only he himself must solve his problems. A moment later, the young man points the blade in his direction and intends to pierce his body. After a couple of seconds, he throws the sword, because he is too scared to commit suicide. It is logical that the main character does not want to die and he is scared, because he is the most ordinary person. The young boy looks carefully at the sharp sword and, it seems, another idea comes to his head. Apparently, the young man decided to jump onto the blade of the sword from a height so that it would pierce him through. The boy climbed higher. Now he just needs to let go of the vines and fall at the right angle. The management cries a lot because she doesn't want to see her master die. Yuan Ding calms her down. The young guy doesn't seem to care about his life. He turns his gaze to Mo Fei. Our hero admits that he immediately realized how incredibly beautiful the fairy is. He saw it at first sight. The young man is very afraid to let go of his hands, but he must do this for the sake of the unfortunate girl. He compliments the girl's gorgeous body. The main character is going to die anyway, so there is nothing to lose. And now, a moment later, the young boy reaches out with his lips to the beautiful girl and kisses her tenderly. The main character still has nothing to lose, so he decides to take such a reckless action. It seems that this gave him courage, and after a couple of seconds the young man lets go of his hands. The brave guy really falls. The sharp blade mercilessly pierces his young body. After this, something strange begins to happen around. The roots begin to deform. These branches form the word seal. A moment later, a bright red light appeared between these roots. Suddenly, a bright light appeared from somewhere. With his rays he hit the girl directly. After a couple of seconds, the beautiful girl opened her eyes, feeling the light. She doesn't know how much time has passed. Why does she even have to wake up? The lady remembers that she still must take revenge on her offender. Then, warm memories associated with our hero pop up in the girl's head. Should she really take revenge? But, after a moment, these warm and pleasant memories were shattered. These memories gave the beautiful girl the feeling that this man was not her enemy at all, but rather an old acquaintance. Mo Fei touched someone's hair with her hand and turned her gaze there. As soon as the girl did this, she saw the bloody body of a young guy. The beautiful girl laid the dead body of the guy on top of her. Everything around was covered in blood and overgrown with scarlet roots. The young boy lay on the girl's lap and showed no signs of life. The girl looks at him carefully and realizes that this cascade of memories seems to be his doing. In fact, our hero is really not the scoundrel who betrayed her. They share the same soul, but are completely different people. The young man helped the unfortunate fairy get rid of the seal. In fact, the main character did everything and even more. The girl was truly sincerely grateful to the young boy for her salvation. And in order to fulfill the last wish of the main character, the girl will go to the real world and get rid of their enemy. And so, just as the girl is about to go to battle, someone's hand grabs her leg tightly. When the surprised girl turns around, she sees a young boy. It was he who grabbed her leg. The young man was very embarrassed, but miraculously he remained alive. The beautiful girl is furious at this and wants to teach the guy a lesson, so she quickly takes out her sword. The young boy is trying to calm the girl down and wants to explain everything to her, trying to smooth out the situation. The owner's soul had almost gone to heaven from such a beautiful lady. At this moment, the owner's real body received a ton of spiritual energy from the outside world. An endless stream of spiritual energy came from the princess and filled the gap. The owner was only pretending to be dead to enjoy the knee pad. But now is not the time to discuss this. The guys urgently need to return to the real world, because Mo Fei's real body is in danger. The young man wants to know whether the fairy's positivity level has increased, but she is embarrassed and asks not to talk about it. The beautiful girl switches the topic and suggests that we first get out of here, and only then compare the old and new indicators. The young boy is glad that everything turned out this way. A moment later, the girl grabs his hand and leads him along. After a couple of seconds, the girl lifts off the ground and carries our hero with her. A bright red light appears in front of the guys, which is a portal back. A few moments later, the guys manage to return to the real world to continue the battle. As soon as the main character returned, he turned around and saw an exhausted princess who could not stand on her feet. Yuan Ding immediately caught her so that the blonde would not fall straight to the floor. He was very concerned about her condition. The girl has no more strength. She gave everything to our hero. Now the princess needs to recover. The guy is very grateful to the princess. If she hadn't transferred all her spiritual energy to him, he would have been dead by now. Our hero carefully laid the girl down so that she could rest and gain strength. When she wakes up, another carefree day will await her. Now it's time for battle. A young boy turns to the fairy and invites her to unite in order to become even stronger. Although they have gone through a lot and recovered, all the wounds have not disappeared, and they will definitely not be able to compare with the knight. A moment later, a beautiful girl flies up to the boy and grabs him. Everything around begins to be covered with scarlet roots. In just a couple of seconds, these scarlet roots enclose the fairy and our hero from head to toe. This is how unity occurs. Mo Fei and Yuan Ding merge into one and become even stronger. now they can teach this bastard a lesson. This is how the usual union of a demonic fairy with its owner occurs. A wave of energy flows through the guy's entire body. Mo Fei is now inside the guy. The knight is surprised by what he now sees in front of him. His body is seized by fear and panic. These are the same legendary demonic fairies, such incredible power, but not used for the benefit of their empire. The young boy is full of strength and energy. He is confident that he can win this battle. Now a very bloody battle will begin, which will definitely take the life of one of the rivals. The young boy is full of strength and energy. His mind is ablaze with excitement and anticipation of victory. A moment later, the main character moves with lightning speed towards his enemy in order to quickly begin the fight. Now our hero is planning to strike a very powerful blow. Although it is childish, he wants to shout the name of the technique. The young man uses a super scary guard of people killing people guarding a Buddha killing a Buddha, a thorny bush from the depths of hell. The management grumbled about the stupid owner, because someone had already used this name. Yuan Ding simply could not think of anything normal in a stressful situation. Then, the main character comes up with a new name, the thorn bush that torments the soul. The branches are instantly directed towards the enemy. The knight is ready to take all these blows. Fortunately for him, the scoundrel manages to cut these roots before they overtook him. While the knight was distracted by this, our hero was already behind him and was ready to strike again. The scumbag did not have time to react to this, so he received a powerful blow to the stomach. Yuan Ding put his soul into it. Men should only fight face to face. When the main character released the vines, it was just a distraction. A moment later, the young boy continues to attack the unfortunate enemy with a series of blows. In order not to receive many injuries and wounds, the knight decides to use Do-Ki armor on himself. But, unfortunately for him, this armor does not last long, and after just a couple of seconds the young man destroys it. The main character is full of hatred and determination to take revenge on this pathetic scum traitor. Since Yuan Ding doesn't know any techniques, he can only rely on brute force and attack recklessly. He must speed up. The main character must squeeze all the juice out of himself, because the unity will not last long. He's trying his best. The young boy must take advantage of the moment when he is not reacting and finish him off right away. The traitor knight never expected that Yuan Ding could become so strong in just a few moments. The knight was clearly losing in this fight. The young man gathers even more strength to deliver the final blow to his opponent. Excitement boils in the blood. And so, when there was already enough energy, Yuan Ding shouted loudly and attacked his enemy. A huge fist pointed towards the knight. From such incredible force everything around shook. Very terrible things happened. Such a strong roar could be heard even outside. Most likely, everyone in the academy heard a strange noise. All the birds scattered in different directions when they heard such terrifying sounds. All the people in the area woke up from such noise. Everyone thought that there was an earthquake and they urgently needed to run for cover. The student is very angry that the earthquake started right now. This ruined their romantic moment with the girl. If he finds the one who ruined such a moment for him, he will thoroughly kick this bastard's ass. After some time, our hero comes to his senses and immediately realizes that he and Mo Fei have already separated. Then the young man begins to look around and tries to find the knight. He turns around and sees his crushed body in the huge hole left by the fist. Now he realized how great the power of unity is. The knight could only take the blows. He could not fight against such power. Suddenly, a fairy, safe and sound, appeared behind the young boy. In fact, the knight is just passed out right now. Yuan Ding praised the girl and sincerely thanked her. If it weren't for her, they would never have won. After uniting, the guys became incredibly strong. A moment later, management reports that the level of positivity between the owner and Mo Fei has reached 100%. And they were able to defeat the formidable enemy. The young man was incredibly happy that the level of positivity had increased so much. This brought a soft smile and sparkle in his eyes. The guy really wants Mo Fei to get acquainted with this wonderful world. He will never order her to do anything she doesn't want. A beautiful girl listens in fascination about the proposal to go in search of a new world and a calm, peaceful life. The fairy hesitates, because she doesn't know whether she can trust our hero. She is afraid of being deceived again. While the beautiful girl was thinking, the main character came closer to her and touched her head with his hands. The young man came so close to her that Mo Fei felt his hot breath on her skin. Yuan Ding touched her horns, because he was always curious to touch the demon fairy's horns. They are quite pleasant to the touch. It seems that the young boy really liked touching the horns, because these sensations were quite pleasant. A moment later, the main character gets punched in the face for his long, boneless tongue. The beautiful girl begins to mercilessly beat the boy because he is so straightforward and never thinks about what he is talking about. After the girl finished beating Yuan Ding, she flew away, leaving him completely alone. His whole body ached from bruises. The guide explained that the bodies of demonic fairies are connected to plants, the petals become a skirt, and the horns become a pistol. It can be said that Yuan Ding just groped her. Hearing this, the main character rushed after the girl to explain. At this time, the positivity level reached a negative level. Thus this difficult and terrible night passed. The capricious sun peeked lazily over the horizon. It was early morning, and classes had already begun at the academy. The teacher joyfully greeted all his students. The main character didn't seem to be happy about this at all. The young man was incredibly tired after such a hard night. Too many things happened to him in just one day. All our hero needs now is a good rest. And after a very difficult victory over the night, Mo Fei strongly rebuffed the unfortunate boy. Moreover, the director of the academy at the end jumped out of nowhere. She wondered why the princess and knight were lying on the ground. Fortunately, the director sent the princess and knight back to the castle, and made our hero's job much easier. The young boy told the director a story about how he himself had to fight 2 succubi. The blonde remembered their agreement, and for the 2 succubi she repaid him with 2 seeds, as they agreed. Yuan Ding was very excited that he now had 2 more seeds. We need to quickly find a way to grow them. All the young boy needs now is a good night's sleep. Another student teases him, noticing his tiredness. He teases him and says that Yuan Ding became so tired and upset after he had to go to the infirmary. After this, he begins to brag about how he spent the whole last night gazing at the stars with Lady Mimi. He wants to make the young man jealous. The main character cannot stand the endless stream of thoughts of the student and asks him to shut up, because he wants to sleep in silence too much. And only when the young boy admitted his defeat, the restless student calmed down and fell silent. This is how the school day went, lesson after lesson, bell after bell. At one of the lessons, before it began, the teacher had to introduce the students to a new girl who had recently transferred to them. Some students are outraged because this new girl is a transfer again. They don't like that the academy has become a gateway. A moment later, a stunning girl, Mo Fei, enters the audience. She fascinates everyone present with her beauty. The girl immediately gains a lot of fans. Everyone is lining up to meet and get close to this beautiful beauty. The teacher noticed that the girl was received quite well. Now she can introduce herself. Her name is Mo Fei. Now she can walk and sit in any free seat. All students dream of such a beauty showering them with attention and sitting next to them. But it seems that the beautiful girl is not at all interested in other students. She finds the main character sleeping soundly at his desk. And so, just a couple of seconds later, the young lady sits down next to the young boy, which causes shock among the other students. None of those present could believe that such a beauty sat down with our hero. What did he do to deserve such attention? One of the students is the most furious. Why did this beauty sit down with Yuan Din? Is his charm and charisma not the same as his? He suggests that, probably, this girl is simply afraid of being rejected by one of the other students, which is why she sat with such a loser. The teacher is glad that the students accepted the new girl so well. Now she is ready to begin the lesson with a calm soul. But, unexpectedly, the teacher is interrupted by someone's steps. It turns out there is more than one transfer student here. A moment later, Princess Nqi, who also transferred to the academy and joined this class, enters the audience. Everyone present fell into stupor and shock when they realized that such an arrogant girl like Princess Nqi would study with them. One of the teachers apologized to the princess for not preparing for her arrival. They could have placed her in another audience, but she immediately said that there was no need for this. But even despite the refusal, they still brought her comfortable pillows, flowers and even food to make her lessons comfortable. The man asked if the princess would like to sit on the throne in the front row. But she pointed to the last desk, where the sleeping young man lay. The guy in front of him and one of the princesses simply prayed that they pointed to him and not to the one sitting behind. Maybe this is his chance. But as soon as that pretty princess sat down behind him, all the guy's dreams dissipated. he was incredibly unlucky. The girl said that she wanted to sit with Yuan Ding while he slept soundly. The two girls on either side of Yuan were new to school, but one was very interested, while the other was nervous. Almost all the boys and even the girls began to be indignant. There are two beauties around Yuan Din, and he is sleeping. But the princess knew that it was not worth waking him up at all. Some of his days were quite exhausting. The red-haired girl also said that she confirmed her words. Well, she was there too. The day was exhausting. It is not known what the classmates thought, but they were simply shocked, especially after the offer to play more. The teacher was explaining something, and the girl with horns listened attentively, although later, nevertheless, she plunged into her thoughts. The headmistress said that Mo Fei could attend classes in Shuoyu. Although this school is small, it is a great start to connecting with the world. While the bright princess carefully wrote down, read and listened to everything, Mo looked at the sleeping Yuan. His sleeping expression was very funny, it even made me smile a little. A couple of hours later, Yuan Ding woke up with his muscles stretched. He slept well like that. Only then, very suddenly, his classmates attacked him, angrily saying that they would skin him. After such a statement and several humorous and sarcastic comments, they went on the attack and Yuan ran away. He barely succeeded, they literally came running out of their minds like flies out of nowhere. One way or another, you need to forget and deal with it. His fairy asked what this important matter was. He grinned, saying, "It's all obvious, of course. Now they need to learn new magic." Yuan Ding approached the huge golden doors or even the gates of the library. He was very amazed at the size, because the ceiling was so high that it was not known where the books ended. The young man did not want to believe that all these books were magic spells. There are too many of them and it's too unrealistic. Suddenly, one of the library workers appeared behind him, asking how she could help. Yuan said that he was a new student in the elementary magic class and was allowed to choose free spells here. The girl immediately asked a completely normal question. What is your area of magic? That way she can pick something up. The worker assumed that this was attack magic and immediately showed a list of popular spells. But the guy didn't come for attack spells at all. This made the girl taken aback. Such magic is important for a magician, but he has other plans and his choice is the wood element. After all, the magic of the woody or even water element easily accelerates the growth of plants. As well as the magic of the wood element, which can control plants and control grown plants. The girl was still shocked at having such information, but did not point it out and asked Yuan Ding's name. It was called, and the worker began to use her magic. She will immediately select spells according to his desire. A couple of seconds after activating the power, blue streams of energy began to flow towards the flasks with sheets of paper. They fell straight into the girl's hands, and she transferred them to Yuan's hands, wishing for a pleasant study. It was difficult to choose just a couple of spells out of 5, but when it happened, the worker was not surprised. He did not choose a single attacking spell. It seemed strange. Suddenly a curator appeared in the room, saying that there was a deep meaning in Tink's choice. Meanwhile, the guy was very happy with the purchase. Now he can grow demon fairy seeds faster. First you need to find out what fairies live there and increase the growth rate. Only then the already grown fairy spoke. Ordinary recognition will not distinguish demonic seeds. Then the young man froze, and then slowly turned around, almost crying, asking why he wasn't told about this earlier. But the whole point was that the baby didn't know. From the very beginning the owner was trying to achieve it. Then Yuan got really upset. His wishes and aspirations are over. And the fairy began to panic and console the owner. There was one plus, and this was an encyclopedia of 10,000 fields, because a girl could upgrade her database using it. Yuan took out the same book with wood element spells for his fairy. Meanwhile, the girl confidently raised her hands. Now she will pump the database. After which she immediately began to eat this book. Yuan was shocked, because what kind of data pumping is this? The fairy swallowed the book and fell to the floor, saying that she was very full. Her owner was perplexed. The baby jumped up and a small glowing circle formed around her. The pumping is over. The guy blinked his eyes in confusion. There is zero difference. Only his hair was shortened and that's all, but they interrupted him, asking him to quickly open the demonic seeds. Yuan had 2 of them. The first is Moonlight, which has been sealed for about 700 years, from there you can awaken the most gentle demonic fairy. Then the second one is Twins, it has been sealed for more than 800 years and a 2-headed lotus blossoms. Tink was shocked that both seeds appeared, but the information about them was written in poetry and the fairy had no idea why this was so. The guy quickly brushed it aside, saying that now they had to get the seeds to sprout. True, it's very difficult. The first seed was moonlight, it must be planted at night, when the moon becomes like water. Yuan went to the artificial lake to get a flower garden. The temperature here is not ideal, but it's not that problematic. The young man waved his hands, which caused a couple of seeds to fall from his palm into the water. Tink began to whisper a spell under his breath, asking the primal magic of the water element to listen to the gentle warmth. At the same time, the water lilies began to grow upward. Magic accelerated their growth. Fortunately, the lotus seeds he found from his uncle have blossomed, and the moon is bright. Having sat down safely on the shore near the lotus and moonlight seeds, he spread his arms to the sides. The fairy was unhappy that Yuan was so careless with the seeds, but as it turned out, the moonlight lay on the moonlight. But the twin seed lay on the lotus flowers, that's why he had to put him away. The girl smiled, admiring the owner. He thanked him for the flattery, and later said that they still had a problem. And the problem is that Yuan Ding has no idea how long it will take. Everything was so complicated, but the young man had no desire to wait too long. Therefore, you need to diligently grow lotuses and wait for good moonlight. Also sit and wait, surrounded by other fairies, and finally, after 7,747 days, everything came out. Yuan Din was sitting under a tree one night, but then his sleep was interrupted by one of the grown fairies. She screamed and tried to wake up the owner, and when this happened, she reported that the lake began to glow. Then he jumped up sharply and looked around. It finally happened. That heartbreaking moment has arrived. The flower began to bloom and one rather large pink fairy emerged from it. She looked innocent. Yuan was amazed that she appeared at all, but the fairy looked very beautiful. Suddenly, a red demon fairy appeared nearby. Tink said that they must get along well with the new girl and she wouldn't give it to him out of the blue. The guy then hurried to apologize to Mo Fei, because he didn't mean to say anything bad by this. She shrugged it off and simply said that she had a very bad feeling. Is there something wrong? The new fairy looked a little too detached and it was a little scary. Yuan tried to speak to her using all the languages he knew, but she stubbornly did not look at him. The young man even casually said that he was ready to answer all the questions that the girl had. That's when she started, asking why only one flower bloomed on the lotus of the twins of the zodiac. She held it in her hand and screamed that there was only lies around and everyone was always lying to her. She seemed to have gone crazy and started saying that she would kill Yuan Ding. He asked Mo Fei for help, but she only said that it was his own fault. Yuan ran away from the fairy as if stung. She flew at him with such swiftness, as if the guy had something important. But suddenly another seed flashed behind them and Yuan turned around. A stem began to emerge from there, the clearing lit up and a strong crash was heard. Even the lotus fairy of the zodiac twins paused to watch the fairy come out. Mo Fei stared intensely at the fairy who was growing on a flower with strange leaves that looked like thorns. Her wings were simply huge and beautiful, like moonlight. She was completely glowing. The flowers around were the same blue with a white glow. It's not for nothing that the seed was called Moonlight. Yuan Ding smiled, happily saying that this fairy was just as cute. The fairy who hatched from the seed of the twins of the zodiac approached the Moonlight fairy. She happily greeted the fairy, saying that she had finally found her soul mate. The Gemini fairy of the zodiac hugged her little sister, saying she would never leave her side again. She is her older sister and this is her duty. Meanwhile, Tink watched their caresses in shock. Suddenly, the Moonlight Fairy turned her attention to Yuan, realizing who he was. The young man was frightened, thinking that he was about to be hit, because the fairy's gaze changed. But she simply exposed her leg, asking the owner to eat it as soon as possible. The Pink Fairy asked confusedly what she was doing, but as it turned out, she made a promise to the owner that he would taste her. Then the elder sister also sat down, saying that this was a common promise and she would not allow herself to be eaten alone. So let the owner eat them as soon as possible. Yuan was pleasantly shocked. Yuan Din joked that if they began to insist, he would not be able to restrain himself, but Mo Fei began to take out a knife. The young man was still asked to come and eat him, but the red demon fairy was more frightening. That is why he put his palm out in front of him and said that he would first include them in the manual. The first demon fairy was the lotus fairy Liang Xuan, and the second was the moonflower fairy Yu Tang. And now, based on his position as their master, he commands his two fairies. Immediately, right now, return to the gem. This statement slightly shocked the girls. They went into booklets, and their photographs appeared on the pages. First Liang Shuang, and then the demonic fairy Yutan appeared. The collection has ended. The current number of his demon fairies was 3, the progress was also 3%. Yuan shouted joyfully that now, finally, the distance to the complete collection has decreased by 1 step, he will definitely gather everyone. The young man hastened to justify himself to Mo Fei, saying that he did not want to take them into slavery. He explained this by saying that he was just a modest collector and was not going to demand anything from the fairies. In his thoughts, he asked himself a question, like, what does he really want? Remove a stone from your soul? I wonder how many of these demonic fairies that version of him created. He wants to free them all, and also explain the situation and allow you to choose your future yourself. Meanwhile, in the palace of the Emperor of the Ao Fei Empire, a knight was sitting in front of the prince. He failed the mission and was ready to accept death as punishment from his highness. The prince said that his ward had been within Qi for 3 years and should have understood how naive she was, only this time, in order to hide his shame, he must agree to cooperate with the succubus king. Shuayu Academy was chosen for action. It is far from their palace, but he even managed to get rid of Wei Er Shi. But now he needs the knight to say how, with all the tricks and machinations, the plan failed. The prince assumed that his heart allowed softness, but the servant obeys only the orders of his highness. The reason was the unexpected appearance of the legendary demon fairy, who took the side of the princess. The prince was amazed, but now everything fell into place. For the same reason, the king of succubi did not come to cause trouble. If he was able to get a demonic fairy, then losing a pair of succubi really isn't worth anything. But despite the mad love of the succubus king for demonic fairies, they simply cannot remain in his hands. The legendary power of this demonic fairy will serve the prince well. His Ao Fei Empire will unite the Durya continent. The servant said that the power of the demon fairy was shocking, but now she had already recognized her master. But the prince did not back down and said that in this case it would be necessary to kill her master. Let the guy just order a squad of fighting knights to advance to Shuayu and kill Qi, and let him take possession of the demonic fairy. In case the succubus king begins to interfere, the knight knows what to do. The young man belatedly said that he understood. When he did not leave immediately, the prince asked if there were any questions left. The knight said that he did not dare. The prince then addressed Luo Ri by name. He is a disgusting man with extreme methods, but such is life in the palace. For him, the Ao Fei Empire is more important than even family, morality, and their life with him. Luo was silent for a moment, and later hesitantly said that he understood everything. Meanwhile, Yuan Din finally came to the academy and a not very pleasant surprise awaited him there. His classmates were chasing the young man, accusing him of something unknown. They shouted after him not to run away if he was a man. Meanwhile, Mo Fei and the princess watched. Yuan was not explained the exact reason for such aggression, so he only had to run away. But they would never leave him alone, so the young man stopped them and decided to use his secret method. He stood up, smiled affectionately and adjusted his glasses, timidly beginning his speech. He said that his dear classmates should fall before his protagonist's charm. All the guys stood up in shock and stared blankly at Yuan Din, not understanding what kind of blizzard he was talking about. Unfortunately, the next second it became clear that this trick did not work. They threw him to the ground and started kicking him. Then Yu appeared from the phone screen. She became very angry with Yuan's classmates. The guy realized that she was furious and tried to stop her from taking further actions. What was she even going to do? Yu flew out of the phone in full form. Tink couldn't stop the girl. Then the guy's classmates stood rooted to the spot and stared at the beauty that appeared. She was angry that these guys had offended the owner and screamed, thereby summoning her flowers. The next second, the fairy of the twins of the zodiac flew out, saying that she would not allow anyone to offend her sister. Yuan was even more angry. They can't go out without permission, but she didn't care. After all those who offend her little sister must die. After these words, one of the guys got hit in the face. Watching the fight between the fairies and his classmates, Yuan realized that everything was a complete mess. He asked Xiao Yizi how these girls were able to get out, but she could not explain the situation. She dared to suggest that it could be their abilities, but this statement is nothing more than a guess. The two fairy sisters beat the students and they sat on their knees with their heads down. Yu said that they should be obedient and in no case offend the owner. They swore that they would obey their elder sister. Yuan was shocked. How did they obey so quickly? Where has their male pride gone? They ran up to him, saying that such bullshit could be discarded if his brother taught him how to recognize beauties. Mo Fei approached with interest, asking what this meant. Meanwhile, the fairies luxuriated, throwing strange phrases. Yuan then asked incomprehensibly, could they really be even more screwed up? Then the headmistress appeared from behind, saying, naturally they can, after which she waved to Tink. She asked to follow her to the director's office. An important conversation awaited them. When they arrived, the woman carefully sat down in her chair, resting her elbow on the handle and resting her chin on her palm. Yuan Din asked what happened. Did she really decide to give him the last seed of the demonic fairy? They just interrupted him by calling him by name. He may die very soon. Then the young man fell silent and froze in the same position, after which he stared blankly at the woman, asking what she was talking about. But Luo Ri is swinging. He most likely has already returned to Ao Fei and is gathering people to come here. Yuan said in shock that this was complete nonsense. He gave up. And why would he kill the princess? The headmistress said that it was a secret and she had no right to answer the question, but now the target is Yuan Ding. The young man immediately realized that it was the demonic fairies, since he was Ao Fei's target. After all, he summoned a demonic fairy right in front of him, and they are extremely valuable and anyone wants to possess a fairy. Any information about the fairy may cause a stir. It's scary to imagine what will happen next. The headmistress said that she had already imagined everything for him a long time ago. Yuan will become an international target and everyone will be out for his blood. And, unfortunately or fortunately, wherever he was, everyone would want to kill him, taking away the fairies. Yuan Ding squeezed his phone tightly and then stared at it blankly. The woman asked if he was sorry. What would the guy want to do if he found out about this earlier? Kill Luo Ri by preventing information leakage? But Yuan said that he would have worked much harder and developed his magical powers. The headmistress chuckled, not amused by the answer. She definitely didn't make a mistake with her choice. After all, not running away is one of the main traits for demonic fairy lords. Possessing such power would never give him the opportunity to hide for the rest of his life. Right now, Yuan's only way is to become as strong as possible, therefore, let him get out of Shuoyu. The guy almost shouted to be given the floor, but the headmistress said that this was an educational institution, not a combat academy. That's why Tink must leave as soon as possible, then peace and quiet will await everyone. And yes, let him take Princess and Qi with him. The two of them are nothing but problems. Yuan Ding wanted to offer to discuss everything again, but the headmistress asked if he could protect the princess. Even though she is of royal blood, she should not return to the palace. The girl does not understand the situation. That is why the woman transfers all this responsibility into the hands of her dear Yuan. The next day in the academy's courtyard it was very noisy, which made it unusual. They hung a huge poster with the inscription, "Seeing off disciple Yuan Ding." The atmosphere was like being at a parade, which made the young man feel very, very awkward. Yuan didn't want to leave, but the headmistress said that this time he was Shuoyu's representative in the event in Yongyan. And this, for a moment, is a good opportunity to strengthen friendship between the academies. The young man noticed that he could read her secret thoughts that were hidden behind the innocent words about bonds. Then one of the teachers approached So Din Din, telling him to try harder. The guy was still dissatisfied with the form of his last name. But their classmates cried, because Yuan never taught them the art of treating girls. At the same time, a library worker came and asked the students to help her find a couple of new magic scrolls. When Yuan asked why, she explained that their collection consisted of other small collections. That is why she asks everyone who leaves the academy to find the scrolls. Firstly, all this can be exchanged for student points, which are then exchanged for magic. Secondly, you can directly exchange for tools. The crystal terminal additionally comes with a teleportation matrix, so you can send things directly. The girl said that she was counting on Tink and he promised not to let anyone down. After the worker walked away, Yuan turned to Xiao Yizi. She can eat and upgrade that thing, right? As it turns out, everything is correct. He learned this thanks to the structure of the last book. Then, very suddenly, the princess arrived on a huge dragon and with equally large luggage. Yuan Din shouted that the girl should take as few things as possible with her. She was upset. Would they really go on foot? The girl puffed out her cheeks and turned away, saying that she wouldn't go anywhere like that. the only thing the guy came up with was to remember the delicacies she liked. She immediately drew attention to the young man and Din said that there is one country with incredible cuisine, they will have the opportunity to try it out. The princess was inspired by this idea, but here's the problem. To get to that country, you need to walk. And of course, the girl agreed, since there would be delicacies and goodies. They were carried out not only by the students, but also by the headmistress. Today was a special day, because Yuan left the academy for the first time. And just like that, the era of danger on their Duoya continent officially began. The young man stepped onto another branch. They passed through the forest. Fairies were also with him. Yu and the Lotus Fairy quickly noticed the water. They ran as if they were racing and wanted to drop a bomb on it. Yuan said that the forest was full of dangers and it was better for them not to rush around, but they only called him forward. After all, there is a huge lake ahead, and they finally passed through this dense forest. Then Tink was delighted. He thought they were lost, but everything is just fine. The princess shouted that she wanted to try their local crabs as soon as possible. Yu ran after her, shouting to her sister to keep up. Lake Wushan is actually a huge water region consisting of islands. From each of them a bridge leads across the water. And finally the group came to one of the islands. Immediately someone greeted them and asked if they would like to rent a room. It was an employee of the Wushan hotel named Fang Shi. First he said that they have a restaurant on the Rice Island. But if guests want a massage, then they have that too. On the island of shops, various trinkets are sold. Well, isn't this the highest class? Anyone who visits their islands for the first time is amazed. But Yuan said that what worries him most is the fact that Fang Shi is a cow. But the Lotus Fairy of the Zodiac Twins explained that this place is the habitat of the Black Cow tribe. Fang Shi confirmed this. Tink said that apparently the racial and geographical differences of this world are very complex. But the young man quickly forgot about this and told the worker to give them 2 single rooms. At first, they were silent for several long seconds, and then Yuan understood why. He immediately shouted that everything was completely different from what the man thought. Liang Shuang sat on the shore, her feet in the water, all alone, in front of their small house. Yu approached her, asking what happened to her sister. She's quieter than usual. She looked at her hand and quietly called her sister. She seems to have forgotten something important. Yu didn't know at all how to respond to her elder's statement. The only thing she could come up with was to simply offer to go to bed, but she refused. Liang Shuang told the youngest to go to bed, and she would come over a little later. Yu left. After some short time they called her again, but now no one sat next to her. It was Yuan and he had some serious question, judging by the expression on his face. They were silent for a while Liang Shuang tried to digest the information. Her facial expression was distorted beyond recognition. What did Yuan want to say? Tink said slightly awkwardly that the difference between her now and 5 minutes ago is simply huge. She, still with the same expression on her face, said that when she sees the guy, she wants to tear him into small pieces. But, unfortunately or fortunately, his sister likes him, and if the sister is happy, then she is happy. Yuan exhaled. Still, the sister kit is the best and definitely saves the world. And now it's finally time for a question. Tink asked if he had done anything bad to her in the past. The girl answered sharply that she didn't know. She was unable to remember anything from the past, only the desire to be with her sister remained. But she is always haunted by the feeling that she has forgotten something and no one knows what it is. But Yuan noticed that she had not forgotten everything. Somewhere she had information about the Black Cow tribe. Then the girl agreed, but where did all this come from? How did she have memories of the tribe? The guy said that maybe in a couple of days she would be able to remember more things. Immediately, memories fell like a heavy stone into my head. She immediately understood and screamed that she did not want to see this. Liang Shuang grabbed her head, screaming that she didn't want to, after so many attempts to forget such work. Yuan tried to calm her down, but her expression became frantic. It's all Tink's fault. She took off, continuing to talk about the young man's guilt. She wanted to kill him while he tried to defend himself. He said that Liang Shuang had no benefit in beating him, but she didn't care. The girl ran straight into Yuan. She didn't care about all the excuses, she just really wanted to hit. The next second, as soon as Liang hit the guy, a powerful electric shock passed through her body. The young man said that he actually warned her, "You shouldn't have done this." And here, if anything, absolutely no one tried to force fan service into it. Liang was about to get up, but then someone's disgusting laughter was heard. The man said that this demon fairy was not very happy to obey, just as cute as in the legends. And oh God, how he wants to get this baby for himself, under his control, he really does. Yuan cursed loudly under his breath as he looked at the creature in front of him in shock. It was a black dragon of very huge size. His appearance was shocking. He opened his mouth and blew a huge stream of fire at them, using a spiritual barrier at the last second saved them. Then the dragon flew away, leaving behind ashes. Tink was shocked. The creature called the guy ignorant. He should at least know who he was before acting like that. It turned out his name was Chao Gurue Shi. He is a descendant of the fire dragon race. He said that, apparently, the rumors were true, that the human race was capturing the fairies. The guy didn't even know that there were rumors about him, but according to the dragon, they knew about him throughout Duoya. The dragon demanded that the demonic fairies be given to him immediately, here and now. When Yuan did not react, Chao Guruishi roared, "What the hell is he worth? Let the fairies give it away." Chang Shuang was furious. This lizard has plucked up courage, and she will decorate him. She doesn't care how impressive he is, but if his sister gets hurt, it will be very bad for him. Before the Lotus Fairy of the Zodiac twins said even more dirty tricks, much less got down to business, Yuan put his hand in front of her. Then, with a malicious smile on his face, he asked to be allowed to figure it out on his own. These words shocked the girl. The dragon roared hoarse words of praise. He has balls, but Chao Gu is stronger. He can easily crush the boy to death at any second, without even straining. Then, after a couple of seconds, the other two fairies arrived to help. Is it true? Mo Fei muttered that the annoying flies still haven't stopped appearing. How annoying. Chang Shuang hurried to cover her little sister. She couldn't leave her unattended. But Yu looked at it all sadly. You can't offend the owner. What is that dragon doing? Chao Gu exhaled right after Yuan said that they were capable of destroying an 8th rank Doki knight. He, naturally, does not brag, but he himself saw how impressive it is. But what rank is he himself? The dragon apparently decided to hit a very strong wall, because he himself was still at the 3rd rank. I just wanted to try my luck. If he had given it to the Lord of the Fairy Dragons, he would have been rewarded with heaps of gold. He happened to be nearby because he was flying too fast. And after seeing the battle between this weakling and the fairy, he decided that everything would work out. How did he know that there were so many of them, and also strong? Suddenly Yuan said that he was from a region where dragons were treated quite respectfully, which meant he had a good idea. It's best to figure it out like a man, because this path is a little easier. Ding suggested a one-on-one duel and Chao Gurue Shi already lit up with joy. The situation for the dragon could not have been worse. Of course this kid gives it. It improved his work. When Chao Gu agreed, Yuan Ding began to glow with joy. The creature thought its strength was no more than rank 1. Mo Fei then asked if he really planned to fight alone. But, as it turned out, he trained a lot and this is not a problem for him. Time to test your strength, because the dragon is a weakling. And he understood all this from the proverb. They say, a dog that bites will not bark much, and this one just barks and barks. What a weakling. The dragon roared. How dare he even talk about him like that? He can actually easily fry the young man. He shot his fiery breath straight at Yuan, but he miraculously managed to dodge. The fire hit the bridge and the guy scolded the dragon. Don't let him shoot at the bridge. It doesn't belong to them. The dragon apologized and Tink said to be really careful, and now they will continue the battle. While Sister Yu supported the owner, Chang Shuang looked at them blankly. These two are complete idiots. And yet, he does not need to make strong efforts. No matter what happens, he can order something and everything to be done. But Mo Fei confidently said that the guy wouldn't order them anything. Chang didn't understand how this happened. Then Yu giggled, saying that their master was definitely very strong. She knows it. The girl was amazed at the confidence of these words, but later pointed to Yuan, who was running away from the dragon's fire. She was sure that she would die here if she didn't jump off the water, and then she did just that, forcing Chao Gu to fly up. The young man called the dragon stupid. Let him come down if he is not afraid, and he repeated his own words. They tried to get each other to go up and down, while the fairies were confused. The next second the guy adjusted his glasses. He doesn't want to come down, huh? Then Yuan Din waved his hand, taking something out of the water and fingering it with his fingers. Suddenly, huge tentacles climbed out of the water straight towards the dragon. Since he remains in the air, the young man will make him fall. Iron vines are stronger than even hardened metal, he can't escape. The dragon was completely covered with metal suckers, and then pulled into the water. Yuan ordered the vines to pull, while Chao Gu could not allow this to happen. He began to free himself and growl, twitching his wings. The magic was running out, but we had to hold out. He still ordered the vines to pull the dragon and try for their own victory. Then the vines at the bottom of the reservoir tightened even more. They were almost at their limit. However, nothing happened except that the dragon sank quite low. It was so surprising that Yuan Din could even touch this interesting creature. Chao Gu laughed in his hoarse voice. This man finally touched him. But he had been waiting for this moment since the very beginning of their battle. Let him immediately become the ashes of his fire. This is the result of treating the dignity of the dragon. He began to blow fire out of his mouth, but Yuan put a shield between himself and the dragon and continued to use the vines. When they found themselves in the water, the dragon asked if he really thought that he, the all-powerful fire dragon himself, was afraid of the water. Yes, his armor of connecting fire is not extinguished by even ordinary water. Let him say goodbye to life. He blew fire at the young man, whose body almost reached the bottom of the lake. Nothing happened. Then the guy called him very stupid. Chao Gu fell into a human trap. Now he was going to sacrifice the strongest plant he had found for the sake of this battle. But it can germinate only under very specific conditions, which is what we have right now. He released this plant, which was called the Frostfire Tooth. Forward, these were fire and ice tentacles. They approached the dragon and grabbed it in their arms, eating Chao Gu Ruishi like a fish. But for some unknown reason nothing came of it. The dragon was pulling everything up. Yuan was in complete shock. How is this even possible? He was eaten by an ice tooth. Under the water, the stone on which the vines were located began to move away from the bottom. Then, from under it some huge luminous sign appeared that began to crack. It had a star on it, and in the middle was a lotus flower. It is unknown what this means. But suddenly something even stranger began. The water began to suck them and the dragon inside. From this hole below there was a whole whirlpool that had already taken the fire dragon. Then the bottom of the lake began to shake, and very strange sounds and crackling sounds were heard. Bubbles came out of the circle, and then water somehow rushed inside again. If you look at all this not in the water, but from land, you get a huge luminous whirlpool. Mo Fei didn't understand why the hell this happened and how the whirlpool appeared. But for some reason Chang Shuang began to cry. You noticed this, while the girl herself did not. The feeling seemed very familiar to her, and she fell into her sister's arms. Let him hug her tighter. Mo Fei stared at them blankly and then the manager approached, not understanding what the noise was. Then he looked at the water and stated the fact that they were in great trouble. Mo Fei did not understand why he thought so, and he hurried to explain as quickly as possible. The seal under the bottom of the lake's heart, apparently, just up and collapsed. At the same time, the Lotus Fairy began to shout that the tragedy of the Lake of 1,000 Leaves was repeating itself. You didn't understand, because it was called Wu Xuan. Then the manager explained that this was the old name of the lake. Previously there were a lot of lotus flowers there, but one night they withered. Since then, not a single blade of grass has grown. And it was from then on that the lake was renamed to the more appropriate name Lake Wushuan. Mo Fei was interested in the history of the seal and Chang Shuang explained that the flowers withered due to the death of one person, but the seal suppresses his early death. The seal has been lifted and it is unknown what unthinkable things can happen. The last time the lotuses were destroyed. While Yu was comforting the manager, Mo Fei said that she would go look for Yuan. That guy is definitely still at the bottom of the lake, so they will solve the problem with the seal and get him out of there. The girl descended and realized that the whirlpool was stronger than she thought. Yuan is indeed very good at causing problems. The whirlpool seemed damn strong even just looking at it. Yu was shocked that Mo dived. At the same time, the manager ran away to talk about the incident. Chang Shuang begged to be taken away as far as possible. She is very scared. She doesn't want to be here. Her little sister was in shock because she didn't understand what had happened to her, but the girl decided that she would take her away. They had to find a place where it would be just the two of them, and the pink one kept begging. Yu did not yet know who or what exactly was most important to her. But then, very unexpectedly for the girls, several arrows fell in front of them. The demonic fairies moved a little further, straight to the edge of the already small bridge. 3 fighters appeared in front of them. One of them greeted the young ladies, and judging by their appearance, it was hard not to notice that they were not ordinary ladies. Maybe they aren't demonic fairies after all? They would be happy if that's the case. The second guy was sarcastic, because with these wings, horns and minimal clothing, it's hard not to understand that they are fairies. The guy got angry, who knows, maybe this is part of his impressive appearance. But the second one said to figure it out faster. They've been rushing here all day and haven't even eaten a crumb, and he's showing off. The first one got angry, how much noise it makes. And anyway, the code of a knight does not allow them to beat a lady. Once the two of them are hired, they don't let them live. All his rehearsed appearances are just breaking. And anyway, where did that damn Luo Ri go? The guy was told that he most likely came, and it is very likely that he found the princess a long time ago. All that remains is to wait. The princess slept sweetly in her room, hugging a plush pillow that looked like a hare. However, at that moment the dark prince entered the room and stood as a shadow over her bed. He looked at the girl's pretty face, slightly covered with hair, and immediately looked away. The next second, he bowed in front of her bed, as if apologizing for his next actions, and took out his sword. The next second, he loudly waved his fiery sword in front of the girl's face. Then he swung, aiming the sharp blade straight at the neck. The princess was smiling, maybe she was dreaming of something good? Yu looked at the princess's room, she had a lust for murder. One of the fighters said that it is best for fairies to take care of themselves now, and not of others. They were very interested in how the demonic fairies fought and how strong they were. The first fighter said that Pi will reveal the veil of this secret and attack them with arrows. Yu used her power from the moon flowers in the next second and made them stop the metal arrows. But it didn't work, because the arrows pierced the flowers and injured the demonic moonlight fairy. This made Chang Shuang remember how she forced her sister to endure pain a long time ago. She didn't want this and tears flowed down her cheeks from sadness, which greatly surprised the girl. She pulled back slightly from her little sister and lightly touched her cheek. That young fighter said that this was not enough, but he doesn't want to try something new. At the same time, Chang was desperate, confused, and at the same time making some kind of decision. They began to be attacked, but she didn't hate the part of herself that let her sister's abusers get away with it. Chang Shuang very suddenly began to scream at the top of her lungs, calling for water and attacking the warriors. The entire bridge was flooded and those guys who attacked them were carried to the side, giving them a head start. Huge jets of water immediately attacked again, as if moving on their own. The girl did not allow anyone to catch their breath, but the next second someone used the ice ring skill. It was one of the warriors who attacked the demonic fairies. He raised his hand with the ring up. Immediately everything froze and the water stopped flowing. The first guy cursed under his breath. He was almost scared to death. I thought that she would be rammed to death by water. How could I have known that she would go crazy so suddenly? Meanwhile, the Zodiac Gemini Lotus demonic fairy shouted at Yu to run away. She promised that she would detain these guys, she just doesn't want to lose someone again. The girl wanted to answer something to her older sister, but she was immediately interrupted. The first, very brave guy said that the girl would not be able to restrain them alone, and her confidence is extremely careless. The guy who was on their team happily said that he wouldn't have to participate in this and sat down somewhere on the side. At the same time, the rest of the guys used their powers. The first one had the sting of a wasp, and the third one from the team had the shape of an ice wheel. They simultaneously attacked straight at the girl when she came across to build a shield in front of her. It seems that they are really strong, and she will not be able to restrain them. Arrows and sharp icicles flew at the demonic lotus fairy, which were not compromised even by metal. But at that same moment, someone rudely interrupted the attack, which amazed not only the soldiers. Swinging his sword, a red fairy with a very piercing gaze appeared as if out of nowhere. Mo Fei flew into the air and shouted that now she would be their opponent. The fighters were immediately disappointed that another fairy had appeared. She swung her sword upward and summoned the power of deep hell. Her main gift was fire, and as harbingers of death, Lycoris immediately grew from the ground. Scorpio smiled, saying that now someone's ice wheel was useless and tightened the bandages. Mo Fei began to read spells, asking her to cleanse sin with the fire of the underworld, let the flowers of hell rest the souls. She swung at one of the knights and continued, saying that she would put an end to it with her reliable sword. Unfortunately, the guy dodged and responded by shooting an ice ring at the demonic fairy. Then they attacked Scorpio, and he dodged, attacking in response with purple flames. He smiled predatorily as he began to approach the girl, showing off his purple hands. In response to the nasty smile, Mo Fei sent a blinding fire at Scorpio with a sharp movement. After this, the warriors again prepared for battle, trying to blow out the fire. Scorpio didn't understand. Well, why is she so annoying? He wanted to relax so much. But the fairy didn't care, but she noticed that they had quite interesting tactics. They fight fire with fire, right? Currently, the battle on the surface of the lake is still ongoing while the princess sleeps in her room. On the other side, everyone who draws their sword proves deadly intent. Luo Ri swung his sword, creating a loud noise through the air with a sharp swing. But the blade of the sword managed to hit the protective barrier that completely enveloped the girl's bed. The knight has all her protective accessories, but she cannot use it in her sleep. Is it really that guy? Although it doesn't matter how it is protected, because sooner or later the energy feeding it will run out. After trying again, nothing worked. The metal hitting the barter made a loud noise in the room. The princess opened her eyes at the exact moment when the sword hit the barrier again. Okay said that she hated the sunlight that was now entering the room. She rose slightly, not understanding what the noise was all about, and the knight was taken aback. He was immediately going to kill her and pointed the blade of the knife at the girl, but she attacked him with hugs. She's heard a lot about him. After all, he returned to the palace and saw his older brother. She and her brother were not there. She missed her very much. And while he was away, she became less tender. And anyway, she goes on a journey to find a secret place. They have traveled a long distance and it would be great to have Luo Ri in their company. After all, the more people, the much better. They'll be together again, right? Luo Ri froze. That's why he didn't want to come and see her, because of his personal betrayal. He whispered an appeal to Her Highness, and she raised her round, naive eyes. The knight brought his eyebrows to the bridge of his nose and apologized, and later pointed his sword towards the girl's chest. Mo Fei and Scorpio clashed in battle again. Both had powerful fire powers, but it was still hard. The demonic fairy did not want to let go of the sword, and the fighter did not give up, despite the purple veins. His hands almost completely turned purple. He said that this troubled girl is very strong. However, one way or another she will still lose, no matter her strength or luck. Because he is much stronger than the fairy and she simply won't be able to win. And those whom she is now trying to protect are much weaker than even Mo Fei. The blade fell to the ground when the other half was in the girl's hands. She turned around. Only at that very second an ice shield was placed in front of her so that she would not approach them. Ding used the wasp's sting to tie Yu Yu and Chang Shuang and block their ability to move. The girls were very unhappy. Who is this scumbag that ties up girls? Tink didn't understand what they were even thinking. At the moment, all means are good. But Mo Fei did not lag behind and attack the guys, forcing them to move away from the girls. Scorpio muttered something under his breath about how problematic she was. Let her not forget, he is her opponent. The girl wanted to say something, maybe scold her, but suddenly a dull thud was heard from behind. She turned around sharply. Is this really the princess's room? Was she attacked? The warriors began to mockingly comment on the sound, saying that Louis Ray had finished his work. Killing the princess and taking the fairies is like killing two birds with one stone. But now Mo Fei was left all alone. The situation does not bode well for her. But on the shore of the lake, somewhere under the bridge, a body lay. The whirlpool sucked in everything it could. Barter has been broken and it is unknown how, when, and what will happen. We can only hope for the best. But Yuan lay on the grass and did not understand what exactly he could do, and anyway, where did that bastard go? Yuan Ding lay on the grass and groaned in pain. He's in so much pain, he looks like he's dying, doesn't he? Suddenly the figure of a guy loomed over him. He asked what happened and the young man immediately opened his eyes. Seeing the man's face looming over him, Yuan, even despite the pain, jumped up from his seat. He asked not to react like that, because he came only to warn him. Then he took a short pause, made a mysterious look and voice, saying that the game had begun. Yuan didn't understand what kind of nonsense he was talking about. What game? However, he never had time to understand, because she came. She is a girl with jewelry on her legs and hair that almost reaches her shins. Is this really Lian Shuang? She looks very similar, but it doesn't seem to be her at all. There were some flowers in her basket. She noticed that he was injured and came closer. There was a small wound on the elbow, but Yuan assured that everything was fine and there was nothing to worry about. She didn't believe it and came even closer, crouching in front of the young man and touching the wound. The reaction was not pleasant. Yuan cried out in pain, and the girl looked at him angrily. In fact, he should not neglect his wounds, otherwise everything will end badly. Tink tried to say that he didn't need any bandages and shouted for the girl to leave, but after 15 minutes he was sobbing. The girl bandaged him, and he, in turn, felt as if he had forgotten something. But he just got scratched. There was no need to apply so many bandages. She smiled guiltily and apologized. She rarely uses medical skills and loses control when she sees a patient. Then the young man next to him remembered that he had completely forgotten about the question he wanted to ask. He turned to the girl and smiled, trying to stop her for a while. He asked a rather unexpected question about what her name was, and it really stopped her. The girl stood still for several seconds, thinking for a long time what to answer. Turning around, she smiled and said that her name was Lien Luo. Her name is Lien Luo. Lien Luo finally left, saying goodbye to Yuan. After all, she had only appeared here to get a medicinal flower. This was strange, because it seems that the girl's name was Lan Xuan. There shouldn't be much difference in a fictional world. The guy next to him said that Yuan looked like he understood something, and the young man replied that he did. She couldn't see him, and the rest confirms the fact that this is an imaginary world. But as it turned out, this is a place beyond the consciousness of the demonic fairy herself. She rejected this part of the memories and created her own imaginary world, which is different from reality. And if he does not advance the course of events until the moment of sealing, he will never get out. And does this mean that he will also be able to watch this guy bring back and ride Lien Shuang once again? He said that everything was correct, and then Yuan shouted, saying, "This is all impossible and he won't be able to do it." But in an imaginary story, the course of events cannot be changed, isn't that so? Even if Yuan can't, he won't get out until he advances the course of history. Tink said that this was not even a move, but just memories, but the guy didn't care what he called it. Then Yuan became even more angry. After all, there is a way out of this world, why not tell your interlocutor about it? Then the guy began to frantically call Xiao Yizi, but he was only advised not to waste energy. Let him show him his hypocrisy and put on a huge and fun show in this world. Suddenly there was a strong flow of energy into my chest, which was so painful that it knocked me off my feet. This type of magic was very familiar. Had something happened? Well, exactly, a protective barrier. It seems this is the one connected to the princess and it was violated. Danger outside. This is Mo Fei and Luan Shuang. Yu is away from the princess. If there is danger, no one will stand still. Too many problems. Then Yuan stood up and the boy looked at him. Has the fairy keeper really thought of everything? He asked him to shut up. If he wants a show, he will give him a huge show. We need to achieve the sealing memories as quickly as possible and leave. The interlocutor smiled sarcastically. What method of conquest is suitable for this? He's looking forward to it. First, of course, you need to go to the village and look for information. He took the grain out of his pocket, deciding to do something before that, and hit the ground with his hand. He called on the earthen vines to grow and find his favorite enemy in order to finish the job to the end. At that same second the dragon opened his eyes. Those damn vines again, he's already sick of them. He needs to run away immediately, because he will soon find him and he definitely won't survive. Yuan noticed movement in the bushes and pulled back slightly. That dragon is right there. And anyway, where was he going to run? He knew where he was from the very beginning. Grabbing the baby by the tail, the young man pulled it out with a sharp movement and was in complete shock. How did he turn from so big to a baby? Yes, his threats to rub are many times funnier than before. He said that he just accidentally used the ancient power of his blood, and Yuan sighed. It looks like he will finally be able to taste dragon meat. It was always interesting. Then Chao Gu began to struggle and scream, asking to spare his life, but Yuan said that, in fact, he was his enemy. Then the dragon sat down and said how wonderful people are, just like him. Their race is not like that. The Dragon King is angry and cruel, using force to punish them. So, I forced them to find and take the fairies. How can the baby dragon harm him? May the young master be merciful. Meanwhile, Yuan Din was filming everything on camera, and Chao Gu was already thinking about how he would kill the kid. Naturally, the young man completely trusts him, and that's wonderful. He's so cute. But he heard the second one. It's not easy to get out of this place, they must unite as a team. The only thing is that the dragon didn't even see the second one, just him and the girl. Yuan immediately thought that these words were a hint from the girl. It turns out that he does not see the other one. And now the baby dragon will fly, looking for the village and information about the girl. Dracosha wanted to be rude, saying that some simple human would be rude to someone like him. However, the evil look quickly pacified the baby and made him quickly fly back. The damn man will regret it. He just has to wait and he will repay today's humiliation. Now it's time for Yuan's reincarnation. I wonder what Lien Xuan had in the past. Lan Luo, a girl from the Black Cow village, collects a lotus. She is generous and kind, and her figure is first class. And anyway, is this really the same girl that the boss wants to finally end with? Yuan was angry that there was so little information, but Chao Gu was just a dragon and couldn't do anything about it. And everyone is panicked by the fact that a fire dragon just appears and starts communicating with people. And it's better to forget about it, because it's already too late, because she's back again. Yuan ordered the dragon to quickly take his hand into his mouth, and he was taken aback, not understanding why. But, as it turned out, it was all a setup. Tink began to act out a scene, saying that a monster was trying to eat him. In response to the shout, of course, Lien Xuan ran up with her basket. She was very angry about the attack. Therefore, she hit the dragon on the head with a basket, calling him a big lizard. There is no point in harming a person. The girl struck a couple more times, while Chao Gu tried to run away as quickly as possible. She asked if Yuan was okay. Maybe something hurts and she can help. He assured that everything was fine and thanked Miss Lien Luo. She was surprised that he knew her name, but then she remembered it. And if Yuan is not bothered, then he would like to help and repay the services. She thanked me in advance. Meanwhile, Chao Gu crawled to the side. Damn people, they just have to wait. His wrath will be enormous. Finally, Tink loaded everything into the boat, and they sailed along the river to collect lotus flowers. The girl was glad that there was so much and also thanked the young man for his help. In the forest they came across the Buddha's heart grass. Lien Luo noticed that he is also known for medicinal plants. The girl thought about who he could be. Doctor? Although no, he is simply strong in a certain area. Suddenly she asked if he knew something about an ointment called 3 Lives. After this question the young man was confused. He had never heard of such a thing. It turned out that this was an ointment that would cure any disease, but the recipe was unclear. Yuan immediately offered to help with the search for ingredients. Thus, their time together increased. Lien Luo listed all the plants and even roots that she has in her collection. Some of it was the ingredients for the ointment and everything was fine, because they were all in place. True, the most important and only thing was missing. Without it, these ingredients would have no effect. The voice of the younger sister was heard from the sofa. She did not want the eldest to continue, because her illness was incurable. Naturally, Lien Luo was very angry. What is she saying? The eldest will definitely cure her sister. Stupid doctors really think her illness is incurable, but she will find a cure and everything will be fine. The younger one wanted to say something, but Lien covered her ears, saying that she couldn't hear anything. Then she lowered her hands, her face taking on a serious expression. Last year everything happened because of her. If she had not been saved, my sister would not have gotten sick and everything would have been fine. She must cure her. The youngest was amazed at such care and thanked Lien Luo. It was nice to hear all this. But she doesn't mind the current state, because her big sister is always there. The eldest supports the family and takes care of it. She doesn't want to burden her. But the girl said that she had the only baby and she wanted to be with her always, so let the little one not give up. Although she has no contact with the outside world, she still has Lien Luo. The eldest hugged her tightly and said that she was very glad that she had the youngest. After a couple of hours of interrupting the house, she began to leave in order to collect the last ingredient. She might come a little later, but there are snacks on the table. The younger one let Lien go, but it was strange that she would come back days too late. After some time it got dark and a bright crescent moon appeared. My sister still hasn't returned. The younger one looked at the table and tried to get up. My legs were shaking completely and could not hold up. She leaned one hand and foot on the bed, and tried to step down with the other. The foot gave way treacherously, after which she fell sharply and rolled along the floor towards one of the table legs. She tried to get up again, trying to lean on the table itself and barely rose to her knees. After a while she managed to sit down, which was quite difficult. She took one of the buns on the table and took a bite. This should be enough for her now. However, I would like my sister to return home as soon as possible. At the same time, Lien Luo had adventures with Yuan Din. She fell straight into the abyss. Fortunately, the guy came just in time and threw the vines to her, shouting to grab them. It was very dangerous. The girl scared him almost to death. He can go first, because it is too dangerous, but Lien Luo refused. It is precisely because it is dangerous that she must do it herself. And now they have a medicinal flower that blooms only at night. This is simply unrealistically cool. With him, she has much more confidence that the new recipe will work. Yuan called her an excellent doctor, but Lan shook her head in protest. She's not a doctor, she just wants to cure someone. Yuan noticed that this someone must be very important to the girl. She smiled, saying that everything was true. This someone is more important than her life itself. Yuan Din said goodbye to the girl, saying that it was too late and he had to go. Today he succeeded and would soon be able to finish, but suddenly a second one appeared from behind him. His ability to move forward depends on how much they understand each other. The only problem is that the direction forward was simply wrong from the very beginning. Here the young man stared blankly at the second one, but he said that this path was also good. It will lead to the final path. A conversation with Lien Luo flashed before Yuan's eyes. He remembered that they were Lotus twins. She wanted to save someone important, which means everything turns out exactly as it should. A dragon appeared from behind, asking how it went and saying that he had to give it his all. But Tink was very angry today and said that he actually asked to collect all the information. He smiled, saying that it was actually only thanks to him that Yuan was finally able to start courting the girl. And if he wants to praise the dragon, then it's better not to, because he's too modest. Yuanbi shouted that he would beat him to death for such work and hit the dragon. After some time, she and the baby approached Lien Luo's house. Somewhere wolves and owls howled. Chao Gu understood why he was beaten, but it was very painful, and anyway, why are they here? He replied that he had some guesses, but it was better to check everything yourself. He looked out the window, from which came a pleasant yellow light, which meant the presence of the owners of the house. The dragon decided to try his luck and complimented his boss's skin, but he asked him to shut up. He definitely only needs to look once and he will understand, but after looking, he was shocked. It turned out very inconvenient, because Yuan accidentally spied how the girls were bathing. The dragon also wanted to look and reached out to the window, but he was not allowed, blocking the way. Then the young man picked up and threw away the large lizard, shouting that he definitely couldn't do it. Yuan tried to convince himself that everything was fine, but he heard the girls talking. The next second he ran away from the house as quickly as possible. His heart was about to jump out, however, at least he was definitely convinced of his guess. Leaning against a tree, Tink realized that he was courting the wrong girl. Although no, the second one didn't say that this was completely wrong, but just halfway. The double ancestral lotus blooms with at least one flower, but this proves that it was intended for two people from the very beginning. He really doesn't know the reason why only one of them turned into a demon fairy. But the other one, it seems, was unlucky and most likely just died. Lien Shuang managed to get out, but why did she try to erase and seal the memories? And what did the second one do then? He said that his choice was wrong, maybe because it was not the right goal. However, if you think about it, what can he do to get the love of Lien Shuang and Lien Luo? If he didn't allow that incident to happen, he wouldn't reach the point where memories would be shared. Being friendly won't help, the key lies in what's going on and what he can do. So the second one wants him to repeat all the cruel deeds that were done earlier. He appeared from behind, saying, "Bingo." He understood what second Yuan wanted. Now will Tink repeat it? The young man did not know what he was doing at that time, and the second Yuan said that he would tell him in detail. Just let him listen very carefully and not interrupt over trifles. This is important and he will have to repeat all these things later. One day they met again near the lake, where there were a lot of lotus flowers. Lien Luo asked the young man to stop chasing her, because it was no longer funny. But the second Yuan replied that this could not be. The thousand-leaf lake is very vast, and it's not easy to walk around. Could she be stalking him? Lien Luo followed along the lake with her basket and asked to be left behind. However, second Yuan was reluctant, saying that he would not leave. The girl did not understand what he was trying to achieve. Then, as light-heartedly as possible, he replied that he liked Lien and a tense silence hung between them. When the young man said that she liked him back, the girl jumped in surprise. Now her gaze was angry, she looked at him blankly, the look said it all. Then Lien Luo screamed, asking what kind of nonsense he was talking about, and Yuan began by saying that women and men are very different. If a guy confesses his love to someone he doesn't like, then he won't care, but the girl will be worried, which means she's not indifferent to him. Accepting or rejecting him as an intruder, will it be better if he does not interfere so he can go? But he has been waiting for her every day on the shore of the lake for a month or even more, walking together. She never called the Black Cow Village guards on him, and they did not drive him away. If it's not her love that stops her, then what? Based on what was said, she wouldn't have left. She just needs to admit that he likes her and that's it. It's strange in general. If Yuan had not confessed first, then obviously she would not have talked about them for the rest of her life. And the whole point is that she is such a person. The girl wanted to start protesting, because everything was completely wrong. However, Yuan Din did not allow her to continue, repeating once again that he liked her. The girl shouted that this time she would leave first and turned her back to the young man. He also said that everything was absolutely fine, he just wanted to tell. It's not easy for her, and he understands, but will she allow him to follow her further? The guy is happy when he sees her and just wants to watch the girl grow up. She blushed and turned around, saying, "Who else will take care of him?" The young man joyfully said that they would see each other tomorrow and only tomorrow, because it was her after all. Lian Shuang came home and was at a loss because her little sister was not in bed. Collecting herbs from the forest of a neighboring village is a very good idea. Little sister is quite smart. She became shy and said that everything was not like that at all. She collects herbs every day, so it would be logical to move to other places. The older sister decided to put the younger sister to bed. She better rest. And she, in turn, still wants to study a little about a new recipe that recently came to her hand. She thought everything was correct and the ingredients were prepared, but there was still a strong side effect. Giving this to your sister will temporarily relieve the tremors and allow her to move without difficulty, but once the poison is activated, will it be worth it? Then, suddenly, the youngest asked, why not let her try the medicine now? She had tried all kinds of medicine in the past, and even if there was poison, Lian Shuang would cure her immediately. She ran up to her sister and said that she did not want her to try the medicine in secret, because the origin of the recipe was unknown. The elder sister said that she would prefer that the girl remain as she is now than if something happened to her. The younger one said that this recipe was from a new friend, so how is the origin unknown? Lian Shuang said that this guy only likes to wander around doing nothing and that's all. He said he received the prescription while he was sleeping and it was incomplete, annoys me to death and follows her every day. The little sister smiled uncertainly, repeating her sister's words about how annoying he supposedly was. If the truth is annoying, then why is it always only about him? Yes, she understands everything more than she does. Naturally, the younger girl did not believe for a second that her eldest was telling the truth. The silhouette of Yuan again appeared before the elder's eyes, confessing his feelings to her. The heroine looked at the recipe and exhaled, placing her hand on her slightly reddened cheek. The silhouette appeared once again, but now more clearly and with greater detail. He said again that he liked her. Her heart began to rage, but I remembered another word about how happy she was at the sight of the girl. Now the younger sister remembered how she overheard their conversation. It was terrible. She shook her head to clear those disgusting memories from her mind. She should go again tomorrow, because it's worth checking whether he deserves his sister's love. And despite the fact that the girl said that there were problems with the medicine, she tried it and everything was fine. However, the duration of the medicine was very short, but the heroine could stand like a normal person. It was quite scary that she might fall if the medicine didn't work. Little sister started writing again, starting to write down different formulas and gasping. There must really be something useful there. But the younger sister was thinking about something else. Tomorrow she will definitely go to see him for the second and last time, and then whatever will happen. The sun was shining brightly, blinding the eyes. Nature seemed brighter from him. The girl came out of the thick of the forest with a basket and hairstyle familiar to her older sister. The medicine really works great, but her legs are still very weak, although it doesn't affect movement. Yesterday, the effect of the medications lasted only 2 hours, and after that they returned to a state in which it was simply impossible to move. But today, if everything goes just fine, she will be able to talk about the trip and her sister. Hearing about this will make her happy. Well, now we need to find that guy. The heroine went out to Yuan Ding, but it turned out that he just went and fell asleep. Lien Shuang crouched down, hovering over him. Still a strange man, how can you fall asleep outside? Suddenly, her hand was grabbed by the wrist as she was about to straighten the guy's hair. The girl did not expect such a turn, and especially did not expect that she would be pulled towards her. The guy greeted her and asked some question. The girl was slightly taken aback and screamed sharply, asking why the guy wasn't sleeping. The young man just smiled, asking how anyone could sleep while being next to a girl like her, after which Yuan kissed the girl's fingers, and she pulled back, rubbing her hand in embarrassment. The guy just shook his head and asked for forgiveness. It was hard to resist. Then he asked again where she would collect lotuses. Later it turned out that Tink had prepared for their meeting and took the heroine straight to the boat. She had never been in the center of the Lake of 1,000 Leaves before. It turns out there are a lot of lotuses here. Lien was amazed by the beauty, but Yuan slowed down slightly. She was here before, wasn't she? But it turned out that no, because the family did not have a boat. In the past, they secretly used the neighbor's boat to watch. But in the end, Lien Luozu fell into the water and became entangled in the mud, and in order to save her, she jumped off herself and sprained her leg. She was rescued by adults, but she was in the water for too long and was treated for a cold for a month. However, from then on, Lien would never be able to stand up again. He finished the last one for the girl Yuan, which caused embarrassment for the narrator. The guy replied that the heroine had already talked about her sister's condition and he even gave her a recipe. Lien Luo wanted to say something else, but Tink interrupted her, reminding her that he had confessed to her yesterday. Today she is still ready to see him. Doesn't this mean that the girl accepts his feelings? When the boy approached, the girl quickly retreated, asking him to stay away. He assured that he would not do anything without permission. But now he would like to say that there is one thing for which he is truly grateful. I am grateful that in this incident the person who was then rescued. Listening to this, Lien Luo's expression changed to one of fear, because it seemed like her secret had been revealed. Yuan realized yesterday that she was Lien Shuang's big sister and was the one who was really drowning then. Lien Shuang covered her face with her hands, not quite understanding what he was grateful for. Does he really mean that he is grateful that the person who fell into the water is not Lien Luo? Suddenly the girl began to cough violently and bend almost in half. Shuang's pupils widened at what she saw, becoming the size of gold coins. She glanced at her hand while the hero smiled sarcastically to the side. There was a trace of blood on the heroine's palm. She did not expect to see this, so she was slightly shocked. Remembering her sister's words that medications have side effects, she began to cough even more. The video began to squint to the side. It seemed that she could no longer stay on her feet. Her vision began to blur. The last thing Shuang saw was a bloody lotus. Then the girl fell to the ground and was picked up by the guy. Purifying 3 lives actually erased those lives completely. Yuan knew that even if Shuang fully recovered, her memories would be erased and she might not even remember her name. Having picked up his little sister in his arms, he saw Lien Luo in the next boat and smiled. She told him to just let his little sister hate her even more. The guy wanted to say something, but they beat him to it. They said that they wanted to ask for a favor. Once this is over, let Yuan just take care of her, nothing complicated. After all, she is important to her. The young man wanted to point this out, but refrained from commenting. Tink said that he was only doing this for Lien Luo's sake, so will she accept his feelings? The girl apologized, saying that now she needs to take care of her little sister. This is the only thing she is good at and the only thing she can do for her. Lien Shuang woke up in her bed and immediately jumped up in surprise. How did she end up at home, and even in her own bed? Did your sister really find out? Lien Luo interrupted the flow of thoughts with her younger appearance. In her hands was a tray of food. The girl was very glad that the patient woke up, but Shuang was a little amazed. Lien Luo approached the youngest and brought her porridge. Did your sister really sleep all day? Lunch was left untouched. Lien Shuang took the porridge and looked at her sister's retreating figure in confusion. She was in a boat. Or was it a dream? Unless, in fact, his older sister was dating him back then. Just the thought that all this could be a dream made the young lady's hands shake. Then the bowl of porridge fell out of her hands and broke on the floor. Lien Luo turned around in shock and ran up to her sister. Lien Shuang burst into tears. She's just a disabled person who can't walk or take care of herself. Lo came up and began to feel the youngest, asking what was wrong and where did it hurt. The girl continued to shed bitter tears and hugged her twin, making her worry even more. The only thought that now tormented Shuang was why should she be like this? The younger one hugged her sister and apologized for a very long time, continuing to cry. It seems like they sat until the morning, comforting each other and hugging, and then the time came. Lian Luo was very worried and didn't really want to leave, but Shuang assured that everything was fine. Then the heroine asked the eldest where she would go. Isn't it to the lake? After this question the girl fell silent. After a couple of seconds, she lied, saying that instead of the lake, the girl would go into the forest. By the time Lian Luo left, Lian Shuang was already trying to force herself to drink the porridge. The eldest was met again by Yuan Din with a crazy and at the same time joyful smile on his lips. He started to say how glad he was to see her, but who was she from Lian? The girl gasped and smiled, saying that Lian Luo was standing in front of him now. The guy's gaze immediately became much softer. He turned sharply, looking into the girl's eyes. She took his hand and invited him to enjoy a walk on the lake again. He thought it was too dreamy, but they went anyway. They looked at how beautiful the waves of the lake were and played in the rain. At the same time, another bowl of soup spilled onto the table. Lian Shuang started coughing into her handkerchief. White drops of blood immediately appeared on the white fabric, which was damn scary. The lotus buds fluttered slightly in the wind. Yuan and Luo were enjoying the sky in the tray. The eldest of the twins found being next to the young man so free that she forgot about everything. However, now she remembered that, in fact, she didn't have much time left. Yuan immediately realized that Luo was worried about his sister. If so, then you should hurry up. But he has great news. This interested the girl very much. Yuan Ding said that he had finally found the last ingredient to purify the 3 lives. Then the heroine's eyes widened, just like coins, so after extraction the recipe is complete. The girl grabbed Yuan by the collar, pulling him towards her. What does this even mean? Tink immediately explained that he did not tell only because she would not accept it. You have to pay a lot of money for the ingredient. Lo demanded the truth, because she couldn't bear to be in the dark. She's ready. The ingredients turned out to be bone marrow and blood type, which matches the patient. You need to extract this 3 times a day and mix it with the medicine. The only problem is that everything has to be fresh, and after the slow, endless pain, death is the expected outcome for the donor. Maybe Lian Luo is ready to do all this for her sister? Trade your life in exchange for her freedom? Lian Shuang sat and thought about the proposal to use her sister's life, and this sacrifice will be only for her own freedom. But how can she even agree to this? It's simply unthinkable. Then the eldest came up and said that it was time for her to take her medicine. It will really help the body. The taste of the new prescription medicine was specific. Suddenly the eldest decided to tell the news. Someone, or rather he proposed to her. This was great news. But Shuang was shocked. She met him outside and he asked a question even though some time had passed since then. She also wants to have her own house, although still the only one who can marry him is her older sister. Shuang is happy for them. The heroine must find out the time when she impersonated her older sister and apologize. Maybe it will be possible to hide the incident from the elder. Recently, the coughing of blood has become much worse. What's happening to her? Lian Shuang sat behind a tree, secretly watching Yuan. His hair shimmered beautifully in the light. But the next second, the silhouette of his older sister appeared next to him. They hugged and Tink said how happy he was that Lo accepted his proposal. But does the little sister know about this? He thinks she would be happy, but the girl herself has a different opinion. Yuan said that she could be understood. How many years have we been together? But then an enemy appears and takes away her only sister. Lian Luo screamed, saying that she also wanted to manage her life as she wanted. Shuang's legs cannot be treated unless taken care of for eternity. The youngest wants freedom, but only she, one of the Lian Luo twins, is on a leash. With tears in her eyes, the eldest admitted that she had mixed 3 portions of poison into her sister's medicine. It seems that Yuan did not hear the loud whisper of his future bride and decided to forget about it. The best thing to do now is to go and take a walk by the lake while the incident slowly resolves itself. Lian Shuang fell to the ground. 1 dose of scorpion venom may help, but 3 is already fatal. She shrank again and began coughing violently. It was simply unbearable. Blood began to flow from his mouth again, but his thoughts were only occupied with the action of his older sister. Does Law really want to up and leave her? In this case, she will keep it in her body. The girl will steal her marrow, bones, blood, she will take everything without letting you leave. Several days passed from that moment, but when Yuan saw them again, he immediately realized that the incident had already happened by the look and expression on her face. Lian Shuang held elder sister Lian Luo in her arms. Fresh blood flowed through the body of the second. She carefully placed the first of the twins on the ground right on the shore of the lake. Yuan didn't seem upset, he was just wondering what exactly happened. Lian Shuang, with regret in her voice, almost breaking down, answered that the eldest had died. Yuan's gaze immediately became completely different, as if it didn't belong to him. Like this? The younger twin began to cry. It's all her fault. Hers alone and no one else's. She knew how to atone for her guilt and found only one way. The girl picked up her sister in her arms, she carried it into the lake, promising that she would never leave it again. The water made Lan Shuang's toes feel unpleasantly golden, but that didn't stop her from going deeper. So many things have happened that she doesn't know how to repay this huge debt. The only thing that somehow occurred to the youngest was to die together. If Shuang loses her life, her sins will be atoned for and she will be grateful to God. Yuan Din didn't understand why he should kill himself right away. Isn't God before her? As long as they evolve as demonic fairies, they will cure anything. One is still dead, but her soul is nearby. They can dress up as the Gemini zodiac flower, mistakes will be corrected, life will save everything. Yuan Din grew a lotus with 2 buds in front of Shuang. Everything can come true. She reached out to him with the hope that her older sister could survive. At that time, Lian Luo was already dead, but Yuan assured that everything would be fine. However, in the end, Luo's evolution simply failed, and the girl died. And Lian Shuang went crazy after that and continued to erase her memories, suppressing them. The memories became chaotic and she began to think of herself as her sister. This is where the story comes to an end. Suddenly, a fist flew at the second Yuan Ding's face, but he skillfully dodged it, as if this happens every day. An ordinary Yuan tried to hit him. Hatred for the previous version of himself burned in his eyes. He didn't understand why he was the first to be angry, and the guy shouted that his face was too stupid. It's all because of him. To achieve his goal, Tink forced them to reach a fictitious ending, and also played with the feelings of his older sister. Second Yuan said that he simply helped them with a prescription for medicine. Shuang healed her legs. Unfortunately, he received a defective product. The real young man was shocked and repeated the last words of his old version. His tone is simply disgusting. These girls were not some strangers and they were real people. Girls can cry, laugh, but because of him they will suffer for the rest of their lives. And these two were people. They were a family that Yuan simply destroyed. But this is such a worthy speech. But doesn't Tink want to rethink the situation for himself? But the real guy didn't listen. He tried to find another way. He definitely should be. Old Yuan said that the end had long been determined and there was simply no point in persisting. Why does he need this? The young man clenched his fist so tightly that it began to tremble. And really, for what? This is probably all because he can accept the fact that he is also still a human. The dragon was sitting on a tree, but then the boss approached him, asking the little one to do him a favor. Lan Luo was shocked when she heard that Yuan had a recipe for purifying 3 lives. He said that he just remembered him. The girl immediately asked to sell it, regardless of the price. Tink said that he had to warn about the deficiency and these are the last ingredients, bones and blood. The fact is that the therapeutic effect will lead to the patient losing his personality and forgetting about everything, and also Lo might die. Even if Shuang's legs can be healed, she won't be able to cope. Then the eldest said that now she needs to make her younger sister hate her. She is so sweet and very innocent. If she had found out, she would certainly have refused and would have accompanied her to her death. As a result, while she hates her, this will allow her to find a reason to live. Then Shuang will be ready to use the medicine. Yuan agreed that Luo was the only person who knew his sister best. The girl admitted that, in fact, she had been looking for a method of blood transfusion for a long time and was ready for this. As long as there is hope to cure her younger sister, she is even ready to die. So, maybe Yuan Ding could help her with one small matter. She will prepare the ingredients and leave the incomplete recipe for her sister's attention. She will become curious to know about the young man. And therefore, when a girl takes the first dose, there will be no turning back. When Lian Shuang took the first dose, Yuan tried to stop her by coming to their home. He introduced himself as a man who had come to tell her the whole truth. However, even so the little girl did not dare change her mind. she was just amazed and nothing more. Several minutes of explanation passed, and the younger one said that in fact only the eldest was sick. She always blamed herself for Shuang's illness and tried to find more and more new recipes. Therefore, even if this one doesn't work, she will find another one and that one can do even more harm. The girl raised the bowl to her lips and drank the medicine while Yuan was in shock. That's why she also wants to cure her older sister. It sounded so stupid. Shuang knew that purifying 3 lives could cure hundreds of diseases. Yuan was furious, because all this is simply pointless. Shuang cannot die, otherwise Luo will also die. But telling Lien Luo to stop treating the younger girl will also not yield results. The girl wants to cure the so-called illness of her eldest and let her forget about it. The guy hit the table hard. Well, why is everything going this way? From all possible directions. Of all the options, knowing all the bad sides of the treatment, they still go for the worst. Can't this be changed? And so, after some time, the very day X came that should turn everything upside down. Elder Lien Luo finally returned home with the same basket of lotuses in her hands. Shuang greeted her with a smile and said that she had prepared porridge. Let him try. Lo said that it would be better for the girl to rest, because she could cook the porridge herself. But the girl did not listen, saying that she was just taking care of her sister. Better let him try it quickly. Lien Luo took the bowl and scooped some out with a spoon. The porridge prepared by your sister must definitely be good. Using a tube and a needle, Lien Shuang poured some of her blood into the tea. Then she mixed it all and poured it into a bowl to give her older sister a drink. A delicious-smelling hot black tea came out. I wonder what it tastes like. The girl hoped that Lo's heart would heal from the disease and she would eventually wake up. But then let him forget about her. Shuang should go as far as possible while her legs can still work. We can't let anyone find her, otherwise it's all over. Shuang fell somewhere in the forest, her legs stopped working, and later her sister came for her. Naturally, this was a failure, because the heroine was not supposed to see Shuang again. But one way or another, Lo sat down next to her and ran through her twin's hair. Yuan Din was also in the same forest, but somewhere further away. He did not get to see that touching picture. But for that I managed to see Lien Luo carrying the bloody Shuang in her arms. I wonder if he managed to change anything or if the result would be the same. He handed the twin zodiac lotus plant with 2 buds into Luo's hands. She snatched it away, and tears appeared in her eyes. Apparently, there is nothing to change here. The plant began to sprout. The girl tried to wake up Shuang and, it seems, she succeeded. The maiden instructed her sister, saying that after the pain they would be reborn into demonic fairies. Shuang closed her eyes, but finally whispered that it seemed that in her dream in the past, she also dreamed of the twin lotus flower. She wanted both flowers to bloom. Apparently Shuang can't hold on anymore, but that's okay, because her elder sister will let her live. As a result, all the lotuses in the Thousand-Leaf Lake dried up, and traveling in a fictional world changed the situation. But therefore everything returned to the beginning. Apparently nothing could be changed. The feeling of despair and weakness is corrosive. Yuan had been too proud of himself ever since he entered the fantasy world. Subconsciously he felt superior. He assumed that he had cheats and that the guy was special. He would make a happy ending without any difficulties, because he was the main character. Became so arrogant and thought that he was all powerful. But that guy was right. He is really hypocritical with a bunch of ants. Yuan wanted to continue, but then someone interrupted him, saying that everything was not like that at all. Then the guy opened his hands, in which there was a seed, and Lien Shuang appeared from there. The girl smiled, saying that everything was completely wrong and the owner was mistaken. The owner's hard work showed her the end of the story from someone else's perspective. This is what she really wanted, because she loved Lien Luo. He made Lien Shuang repent and allowed her to find her true self. After these words, the little girl kissed her owner on the lips. Yuan wanted to say that he was not worthy of this, but she did not allow it. The past cannot be changed, but there is a future waiting outside that can be changed. And Mo Fei, Yu, Princess, they are all still waiting for him outside in the real world. The Yuan began to fall, and Shuang pushed it. Let him leave and go to the real world. But there are many strong enemies on the street. He needs to let the girl do the last thing for him. Then the dragon Chao Gu spoke up and caught on Ding's jacket. He shouted not to forget about him. Here Yuan decided to remind them of their agreement, and he said that he would adhere to the agreement, but it's better for them to leave this place as quickly as possible. They jumped and appeared underwater, emerging from the seal and a huge whirlpool. Chao Gu roared loudly as they flew out of the water. Yuan was sitting on the dragon, and seeing all this, the demonic fairies breathed a sigh of relief, because the young master had returned. Yu Yu was very happy to see the owner, Mo Fei did too, but she didn't show it. But the girl's opponents were amazed. Is this really the same fairy master? Yes, they want to ride dragons too. Chao Gu was shocked by such rudeness. This is a humiliation for the dragon race, so let the men die. He fired his fire at them, and the guys tried to cover themselves with an ice ring. At the same time, Yuan jumped off the dragon and told him not to waste time. The dragon flew sharply into the air. He quickly flew to the princess's room and used a large dragon blast. Taking Luo Ri with his teeth, he saved the princess from death at the hands of an old acquaintance. Chao Gu sharply swung his mouth and pinned the guy to the wall with his large paw. Then he grabbed the princess and flew away as quickly as he appeared. Mission complete. The knight could not even think that the real target was the princess, and not him. And then he saw the dragon land on the bridge where his colleagues were now fighting. Mo Fei stood as straight as a string next to Yuan Ding, and Yu Yu and Lian Shuang stood slightly further away. Taking advantage of the time when he was not here, they intimidated the ladies. Can they really be called men after this? Luo Ri said that compared to them, their situation is much better. There is no need to continue the conversation, it is better to fight. Then Shuang's voice was heard from behind. She promised to do something for him, so now everything will happen. Yuan did not object, and the girl hugged her master. After that, a lot of magical energy appeared around. Tink merged with the spirit of the demonic fairy, and his body was filled with power. The girl shared her part with him. Yuan assessed the sensation of his inner body. It was strange. It is different from Mo Fei and is softer, probably like the character of water. When their opponents prepared for battle, Yuan Din screamed at the top of his lungs. A funnel of water formed around them, which again flooded the entire bridge. This time the water was more powerful, but the guy who controlled the ice again wanted to freeze the water. He was fingering his ice ring in his hands, but suddenly he felt something behind him. He was hit sharply in the jaw. Yuan considered this a victory, because he already had first blood. You always have to start with a weak opponent, but he said he could still fight. Suddenly the enemy was also hit on the head with a baton. It was Yu Yu, for which Tink praised the little girl. Immediately Luo Ri appeared behind him along with Ding, and they both wanted to kill Yuan. But then the young man decided to just take it and dodge. You know, nothing complicated. Luo Ri knew that the enemy was strong, but not that strong. They will have to be extremely careful. The knight said to be on alert, because something was wrong here, and then a piece of the bridge simply broke through. Yuan did it. Now he is the ruler of the water and he has an advantage in the landscape, so someone will now have to declare a double murder. Scorpion wanted to come up behind Yuan and hit him with his purple hand. But here's the thing, Mo Fei stopped him with her sword, saying that his opponent was actually her. The guy found it funny, because now she is the one who is delaying him, and this is problematic. But in front of Yuan Din now there were two not very pleasant opponents. They could stand on the water, but they spent a lot of dough on it. The guys did not answer and immediately attacked. First the cut of 10 words, and later the sting of a wasp, 9 shadows. This only provoked Yuan, because the opponents wanted to end the battle as quickly as possible. He also had the same thought, because he was very tired of their old fight shows. Yuan shouted to Mo Fei to act, and the girl prepared for the next part of the plan. The girl used her flat flame, and water and fire were prepared. Digny's move remains. He activated his ice and fire Fang skills, completely surrounding Luo Ri with them. He was in complete shock. Some kind of bud with thorns simply took it and ate it. Yuan smiled as he watched this picture. The third of the guys has already been defeated. Only Scorpio remained, and naturally, now it's his turn to suffer. The guys kicked up a huge cloud of dust as they fought. The princess and Yu Yu watched this. The demon fairy commented that their owner was really good. Suddenly wet drops appeared on the fairy's hands. She looked at the princess. The girl cried bitterly, but the reason why she shed tears is unknown. The princess explained everything by saying that Luo Ri had been eaten, and it was very sad. Will he really die the same way as her father? Yu Yu still didn't understand this reaction. After all, that guy wanted to hurt her, so she shouldn't cry, but the girl knew, but she couldn't. They pointed a sword at her and this made her very upset. But this scene upset her even more than it did then. Chao Gu was very touched by such a kind-hearted girl, she's too kind. But one way or another, dragons and people cannot be together, so it's time for Lord Georgeris to reveal his true intentions. He grabbed the princess with the demonic fairy and jumped up, finally shouting that the guys were fighting very slowly. Yuan was in complete shock. Why the hell does it break? Let him stop now. Immediately, the Luo Ri knight climbed out of the water along with his partner, bleeding heavily. Yuan Din was angry, because everything was happening as usual, very problematic. The dragon was a traitor. Let him help him now and help him get rid of his miserable life. But the dragon refused, saying that he would never humiliate himself again. True, this was not the case. Yuan took out his phone, saying that he would show something now. The dragon immediately warned that he didn't care. However, the guy did not stop and turned on a video recording of Chao Gu saying how bad the Dragon King is. Yuan thinks that the king will definitely like this video, but what does the baby dragon think? Meanwhile, the dragon himself simply froze. He didn't know how to react to such a setup. But then he started growling, asking what kind of jokes were these. They were good friends from the very beginning, and good friends always help each other. Ting and Luo Ri didn't understand why the hell a third-rank dragon dared to stand in their way. Here Yuan Din also shouted, telling his opponents to bite out his newly invented fierce fist and the sword of faith. Mo Fei and the owner attacked the guys, actively attacking. However, Scorpio also joined the young men. They blocked all attacks, and a lot of dust appeared around. As soon as everything cleared up, they realized how screwed up they were, because the opponents simply disappeared. The guys were shocked, because they didn't see either Fairies or Yuan. He has not a drop of knightly dignity. Suddenly Scorpio pointed his finger at the water. Water lilies began to grow on the surface. The guys were amazed, because in a matter of seconds a lot of lotuses grew in front of them. Suddenly, dissatisfied grunts from some of the villagers were heard from behind, but they saw the leaves. The cows immediately ran to the shore, throwing away their weapons. They need to quickly tell their tribe members about this. It is so beautiful. At Lake Shan, or rather Lake of 1,000 Leaves, has returned to its previous form. The rest of the villagers immediately ran up. Some of them saw a light somewhere in the lake. The rest of the residents also looked there, even Scorpio and his partners. In the place of the light, the lotus of the twins of the zodiac grew, a very rare phenomenon. As soon as the buds sprouted, and then the flowers themselves, an unknown light again appeared from the plant. Yuan and the princess watched all this from above on the dragon. Lian Shuang appeared from the twin lotus. She said that she wanted to thank the owner, because after everything, the girl could not forgive herself. She suffered from her sister's medicine, but she still can't forgive that Shuang who was suspicious of the eldest. She wants to protect her sister always and wants 1,000 Leaves Lake to never get sick again. After these words, the girl disappeared and only ashes remained from her. With Lian Shuang's departure, her powers also left. Yuan turned into his former self, without strength. They sat on the dragon with the princess, and the young man told the creature that now it was time for them to fly away. Chao Gu reminded that the young man was now being hunted and he would not want to get involved in this, but Yuan assured that they would fly in and the dragon would be able to leave. Ting asked to take them to Yunyang Academy. The dragon noticed that the young man had a plan, but with him no one would dare touch them. Yuan Ding mentally said goodbye to Lian Shuang and her older sister Lian Luo. Suddenly, Yu appeared from behind and the guy was slightly taken aback. He was glad that the fairy had returned. The girl had a question. Why did her little sister decide to do this? She doesn't understand, because offering your life to a dead man is not worth it. The fairy doesn't know how to react to this. And the owner said earlier that people treat him the same way as another person. The owner is the most important for her and therefore if someone touches him, she will get into a fight. She should always maintain a smile and be gentle, cry when she is sad. But she still doesn't understand why Shuang left with a smile. She smiled even though she died in the end, so what should she do? Smile or cry? Yuan fell silent for a while, and when Yu wanted to leave, he stopped her. Doesn't the fairy know what emotions she feels? When the guy received a positive response, he said that he would do everything possible to fix it. He wanted the fairy to let him enter her imaginary world, but she said that she remembered his words that he would allow her to understand his emotions. She also assured that Yuan could enter her imaginary world whenever he wanted. Then the demon fairy turned into flowers and came back. Noticing Enchi's gaze, Ding asked what was the reason for her dissatisfaction. She said that she knew it was a demonic fairy and the guy agreed. Yuan assured that this fairy was not bad and the princess said that she knew, because Wei Er-si had given her the demonic fairy seed. Yuan asked the princess why Wei Er gave her the seed, but the girl did not know. The woman simply said that the day would come when she would cry and she would have to give her this seed. Then Yuan Din gave her a click. Was the girl really already crying? She nodded her head. After all, Luo Ri, does he really hate her that much? The elder brother said that Luo Ji would represent him, always having affairs with her, but now the elder brother does not dislike him. Yuan called Princess and Qi by name in order to somehow stop the self-digging, but she continued, sadly asking what she needed to do. She just wants things to go back to the way they were before, and wants to return home. Yuan Ding called An Qi's name again and crawled closer, closing and opening his eyes slightly. He put his hands on the girl's shoulders, saying that everything would be all right. The guy is sure that this is just a mandatory test for her from her older brother. It's a bit like a coming-of-age ceremony. It seems the princess believed it. And Qi beamed, because in their country such a thing really exists. This means he is calling to nurture her spirit. This is so great, and in this case the heroine will definitely try to be taken home. Yuan smiled, saying that it would be so. Unfortunately, he cannot tell her the truth. Suddenly, Xiao Yizi appeared from the phone. Do they have some new fairy? The guy almost cried, because the girl was missing. Xiao herself could not understand what happened. She woke up and saw the demon fairy, but Yuan didn't want to evaluate her now. He feels like he can't help her in any way. The hero is damn weak now. Xiao Yizi was slightly startled. What happened while she was gone? The owner has changed. Tink asked to postpone the conversation until later. They were being pursued, and even more so, they had already arrived. Yunyang Academy is one of the 9 magical Edo Qi organizations on the Duya continent. They had not seen Wei Er-shi for a long time. Her friend had already missed her to death. The woman greeted Aiya and Yen Wu. She was also very bored, and therefore specially prepared a gift for her. She asked what kind of gift, and Er-si exhaled, saying that her friend had been sleeping for too long and seemed to be powerless now. Her friend smiled, asking if she was really provoking her. Did you even understand what you said? Er-si said she remembers that there is someone who has never defeated her, but her friend just doesn't want to hear the woman's screams. However, Yen Wu will make sure that Wei Er feels all the sensations. The woman decided to go with her little sparrow and see how big this generous gift was. When Yen Wu came out into public, she was immediately greeted by several students who greeted her politely. The woman looked very beautiful, so beautiful that some students were even speechless. She stood next to the academy, and the students were a little taken aback. Why is the director standing at the entrance? And the woman at that time turned her gaze upward. Some sounds came from the sky. From above, a small third-class dragon was flying straight towards the academy. This alarmed her. It was as if he did not see the people in front of the educational institution, so the students ran away in fear. But Yen Wu was very angry with such a gift, because it was really big. Er-si better remember this. Chao Gu was very tired, so he was no longer able to fly. Yuan and An Qi were shocked. For some reason, a huge number of dragons surrounded them in the air. And most importantly, no one knew why this was so. Therefore, they had to immediately fly down. One of the dragons ordered Din Jagoras to stop, otherwise they would recognize him as a traitor to the clan. But he sent him, saying that he needed to quickly deliver this young master. They began to descend, but the dragons did not retreat and decided that they should start attacking. Yuan built a protective barrier around them, but this did not stop the creatures. Then, out of nowhere, Yen Wu appeared with her phoenix, which helped her fly. Stupid people were creating problems right on her territory. Chao Gu was slightly shocked because he recognized the woman. It was Yen Wu who easily dealt with the fire dragons. She attacked with her stream of fire at the dragons pursuing Yuan and the princess. They spun in a whirlpool of fire and began to fly away. The woman was slightly upset, because it would be better if they stayed for her dish. Yuan heard the unpleasant smell of burnt flesh and covered his nose. There was a lump in my throat. Yen Wu considered dragon meat to be a very good material that nourishes yin and yang. Yuan was amazed and thought the girl was simply excellent. Hearing him call some older sister amazing, Yen Wu asked if he was talking about her, and after a positive answer, she hugged the guy. Watching as Yuan was pressed to his chest, the dragon also tried turning into a baby and jumping on the woman. But that was not the case. The phoenix Yen Wu blocked his way with the words that he must first pass by him. They started a real fight. The bird could not allow the dragon to approach its owner. He was angry, because the dragon's comment about Yuan was not very good, but in the meantime, the students looked at the two creatures with interest. Finally, the headmistress said that it was time for them to go, they'll talk along the way. Entering the academy grounds, and Chi was amazed by its beauty. The academy is huge and beautiful. As soon as the students saw the princess, they all immediately began to smile. It was a real, living girl. Yuan Ding told Big Sister that as far as he could see, there were only guys here. The woman smiled and explained that this was all because it was an academy for boys. And by the way, Yuan looks good too, the mouth is cute. She really liked it. Maybe he'd like to join her little harem someday. The woman assured that she would not treat him badly. The young man was slightly taken aback, saying that all this was wonderful. But the point here is that headmistress Wei Er-si sent him and entrusted him with a mission. It turned out that Yen Wu knew about this. From that moment on, they could not stand each other, and Er-si built her school, and she completed Yunyang. Since then, women have become even more like fire and water. And Yen Wu's body is special. She sometimes hibernates, and now, upon awakening, her task was to meet them. Wei Er-si wants to use Ding to add to her problems. There are not many on the continent who dare to oppose Yunyang. Suddenly one of the dragons appeared out of nowhere. He said he thought the dragon race was one of those few. The woman recognized the leader of the giant dragon vanguard, Aogu Siding. He demanded that the boy be handed over to him, otherwise the dragons would declare an unspoken war on the academy. The subordinate of the succubus lord also arrived, and her lord thought the same as the dragon lord. Demoness Pa Pa Jiang was here for Yuan. And in the mentions of this old lady Yen Wu, succubus Lord Sama should also be included. The woman shouted that Pa Pa Jiang herself was actually over 100 years old, and she was trying to pretend to be cute. She smiled and said that Yen Wu was just jealous, and later another guy appeared from behind. The guy introduced himself as Knight Luo Ji, commander of the Sky Pier Knight Squad. He represents the prince of the Ao Fei Empire, and if the academy does not give up Yuan Din, then the knights of their empire will raze it to the ground. Zenzina looked at the three new arrivals in shock, while Ting and Enchi smiled awkwardly. All three potential opponents wanted to take Yuan Ding to pieces, and the third knight, in general, wanted not only Yuan, but also the princess who was traveling with him. Every time she thinks that Wei Er-si has reached her limit, every time she realizes that she is wrong, and damn, she scammed Yen Wu again. The alarm was raised due to the fact that three influential races had gathered at the academy, but whether Yunyang would fall remains to be seen. The dictator spoke very viciously about them, which made Yen Wu very angry. Here Yuan drew attention to himself. He said that he could not disturb them, and if he returned alive, he would catch up with all the lost time. Yen Wu was upset, and when Ding said goodbye, she made him promise that the guy would return. Zenzina knows that this is a trap created by Wei Er-si, but she cannot let Yuan die, and all this will ruin the image of the school. As soon as this guy entered here, he automatically became her student, and therefore the academy also bears some responsibility for everything. Therefore, if these three declare war directly, then the 9 academies will also not sit on the sidelines. The representative of the succubi said that they just needed Yuan Din, and that's all. What will the Academy Alliance achieve? This is just one person, and a person's connection with other people is the weakest. The dragon representative agreed, so Pa Pa Jiang said that the main problem for a woman is whether they can avoid falling into their hands. Yen Wu laughed. Her academy doesn't seem to know about this on the continent of Duya. But does one of them want to take the array and the person? The cost of the material for the array is enormous, after which it takes about 1.5 years to recover, so they shouldn't worry, let them attack if they can. Suddenly, Yuan approached his sister and asked to talk to the three, and also let her borrow her fan. The guy introduced himself and said that he was the one they were pursuing. The troika was shocked. What does he mean by this? He waved his fan next to him and smiled. Yuan Ding only had one question. After they defeat Yunyang Academy, which race can do it now? Is it really Brother Dragon or Dong Pa Jiang? Oh no, he knows it's Brother Luo, right? Yuan Ding said that even though he was a human, all three of them had chased him across 4 continents, but he would not run away. it's better to let them figure out how to divide his carcass first. Papa Jiang immediately realized that the guy was trying to incite a conflict between them, but the representative of the dragons fell for it. He said that he knows about the mind games that the stupid boy uses. This is funny, because he has the strength to win. Since when did he mention that he would work with the inferior races? Luo Ri intervened, saying that in fact, the inferior race is the true owner of this continent and it is better to let the dragon be silent than to pay for this. The dragon representative began to throw mud at people, but Luo Ri said that after they snatch females from other races to reproduce, does he have anything else to say? Afterwards they looked at each other. The giant dragon wanted to start a battle, but the knight refused, because they had more important things to do. Papa Jia watched this and then she realized that there was no question of teamwork. However, if she takes a rash step, she will be compared to Wu Yanwu, but if Yuan is snatched away, then how to defeat the dragons? Tink covered his face with a fan and noticed that the trio had encountered a problem. He has a solution to their problem. Papa Jiang said that the problem is actually related to him. Will the guy beg to let him go? Yuan assured that there was no such plan. Just why not agree on a win-win solution? They want his phone number, so why not wait until he leaves the academy? After these words, the three of them looked as if Yuan had revealed a cosmic secret. Tink will be here for a long time, but they don't have to worry about him running away. You can replace effort with rest, and then catch it. Papa Jiang didn't believe it. The guy clearly had a plan, but he said that in exchange he could organize daily outdoor activities with them. Yuan plans to leave the academy once every weekend. No matter where he goes, they can go with him and hunt and call for reinforcements, make traps, anything. Luo Ri asked if he would really have to wait another week if he returned, but Yuan wondered, wouldn't it be easier to capture a teenager right away? The knight clearly belittles his powers. The dragon's representative said that the little man was confident in himself. The Dragon Lord doesn't have the patience for this. Should he follow his plans based on the suggestions he made? Destroying plans with force is the way to fight dragons. Yuan called upon his fairies, saying that he should then pay for his tongue. Destroying the circuit also requires strength, but the biggest mistake is not having enough information about the extraction. Yuan Ding released demonic fairies on everyone's lips, which slightly surprised the giant dragon. The creature attacked, which made him slightly taken aback. It was the dragon's breath. Their power was simply strong and it was hard to believe that they were so powerful. How many of these fairies does he have? Here Mo Fei exposed her dream completely. Now the representative of the dragons was tormented by only one question. Should he set fire to the dragon's blood extract in order to activate his fighting form? Something told him that he should, because without it he would be in big trouble. Aogu Sedong looked strangely at the representatives of other races. The representative of the succubi noticed this. The girl assured that there was no need to worry about an attack. They don't take advantage when someone is in danger. But Big Sister is sure it's cute. They attack so much that I even wonder if the leader of the dragon race will fight. But Aogu Sedong told Mo Fei to only keep his demonic weapon to himself. He accepted the man's offer, but there was one condition: to remain outside the academy for at least 5 days. This suited the guy quite well. He smiled and said that he would take this into account when leaving. The demon girl was sad that the battle was cancelled, and in this case, she also wants an additional condition. The condition was that Yunyang Academy would not operate outside its premises. Yan Wu was startled by the appearance of the demonic fairies. The monkey is so smart that he doesn't even need her help. Yuan knelt down on one knee and pretended to worship the woman. She is their hope and motivation. Here the Luo Ri knight also raised his voice, saying that he also had one additional condition. Although they do not fight on the surface, there may be spies of different races in Yin Yang, so they will not interfere with their actions. Most likely inside the academy, so this is how he thinks he will cope with them. Will he be able to protect the princess? Tink said the man never under any circumstances will not break his promise. Naturally, unlike him, the knight himself is Luo Ji, who represents the prince. And since everyone has said their terms, then it's time to set you on his own. He will not threaten, but will only remind you of something. He publicly released the demonic fairies and soon rumors would spread throughout the continent. Other races will not sit difficult hands. He just hopes that they will cooperate and spread the word that his fairies are fake. There are many different races. This is how Yuan Ding was able to negotiate with the great races to set aside 7 days for preparation. The representatives of the succubi and dragons left, which amused Yan Wu slightly, this was not bad. But Yuan Ding was a little modest. He said he just knew their history and borrowed everything using knowledge. The woman said that he would soon have to leave, and his pursuers would hunt for him every 7 days. Okay, now we should put everything aside and introduce the new student to everyone. Classes are cancelled, it's better to have a party. Everyone was drinking drinks and bursting firecrackers, even the demonic fairies were invited. Let everyone rest. Students approached Yuan and asked if he had brought those girls. They want to find one for themselves too. The young man only said that you need to be gentle, sincere and irresistible next to the girl. They did not understand and asked for more details, but Tink only said that if they could not, then it was better to rely on the inheritance. After the conversation, it turned out that the only girl in the academy was the headmistress. Many will soon begin to doubt the existence of ladies. The guys started supporting each other, because 2 years without girls is really difficult. Then the demonic fairies and the princess approached. Everyone was dressed in dresses and their appearance was simply on point. All the guys began to shower them with compliments and fell over the beauty of the girls, clutching their hearts. Later the headmistress came out. The chicks really react violently, but everyone knows who the most beautiful Lady Yunyang is. The woman was in a revealing costume and everyone knelt in front of her. Later, Yen Wu approached the girls and Mo Fei thanked them for the dresses. They have already decided to go dancing. Princess and Qi approached Yuan and asked her to dance with him, but it turned out that he did not know how. The girl didn't care much about this, so the guy said that he would teach them all a new dance. The young man turned on the music, promising a quick and cheerful dance. An interesting melody was heard from the phone, after which all the guys and even the princess began to repeat Yuan Din's movements. They looked very funny, especially if you look at it all from above. But this moment will not last so long. Let everyone enjoy themselves for now, but soon Earl Matt will end the fun. Earl Matt believed that the fairies were already in his pocket, but his ward said that they were quite strong, especially the director at the academy. True, he didn't want to listen. Why does his own friend doubt his actions? The guy took out a pocket watch and began to dangle it in front of the young man's face. Earl told the guy to shut up because he wouldn't live anymore, but he didn't understand what would happen. The clock continued to sway and the guy started yelling. He became scared. He found himself in a nightmare, after which foam started coming out of his mouth. He crawled towards the wall. A strong tremor began throughout the body. The second guy nearby didn't understand what had happened. Earl Matt replied that he was just scared and lost his soul. His fear stopwatch hypnotizes anyone in an instant and makes them afraid. No one can overcome fear after this. With this stopwatch they will go to Yuan Ding as soon as he lies down in his bed and falls asleep. Yuan fell asleep with the princess and Mo Fei on some bench. The bodies of sleeping boys lay nearby. Yu sat on the roof, her eyes and hair shining in the moonlight. She woke up one day in the same light. A voice came from behind. Earl Matt asked why such a beautiful girl was sitting alone. Sitting alone is very dangerous. After these words, Yu turned around without understanding. The stopwatch immediately started spinning in front of her. Now she must see her worst dream. For a few seconds, the object hypnotized the girl. The guy already thought that now she would obey him. Spirals appeared in Yu's eyes, and her head was slightly dizzy from the rapid movement of the stopwatch. Earl Matt said that the more Yu yells, the faster everything will pass, but today he will let her go. After these words, the girl smiled, asking what happened. Was there anything? The young man was amazed, why there was no reaction. Is this girl afraid of anything? Yes, nonsense, probably some kind of magic. Matt made an improved version of the stopwatch, plunging the girl into the abyss of despair. Something hit nearby, an unpleasant energy appeared around, poisoning the soul. Then a sharp jolt, a mirage of the skull quickly flew past my eyes and just as quickly disappeared. Yu didn't understand what had happened, and later she heard grunting from behind her. Some monster put his hand on her shoulder, which made her slightly taken aback. Unexpected turn. The creature's tongue was a millimeter from the demon fairy's ear, and it grunted loudly. The girl recoiled from the next creature. It was already some kind of lizard. The heroine was surrounded by various ugly creatures with bright green eyes. Matt hoped that Yu was scared. This is the most terrible army of stilettos, created from people's fears. Let him scream, suffer, give vent to fear. Then she can take the watch and become a faithful slave. But the fairy realized that they were not people. The owner once told her that if there are no people around, there is no need to pretend to be human. She doesn't have to act like a person, she doesn't have to show emotions. Now she can finally be herself, and not someone who some people want her to be. Earl Matt didn't understand what was wrong with this army. She started to retreat. What the hell is going on here? Earl Matt didn't understand why the hell only this army dared to be afraid of a girl. He summoned the mad killer Dejo, his face was disfigured, and he had a chainsaw in his hand. Now Matt finally had confidence that there would be no problems. The monster headed towards the demonic fairy, who was completely glowing with blue light. The girl turned her gaze to him and this made the Dejo killer recoil in fear. Fairy Yu began to come closer, but the monster only retreated and retreated back. Earl Matt didn't believe that the girl wasn't afraid of anything. Well, this can't be. He attempted to manipulate the stopwatch and summoned the Great Horror Squad. First there was the Great King Shaoan, then the huge dirty green rampaging python. Then came the vampire count, he needed fresh blood from a virgin. And the last of the army was an incomprehensible monster called an alien. They all looked at the girl with lightning coming from her in fear. She was scary with her second form. Earl Matt was shocked. His famous army of monsters took and got scared of the fairy. Suddenly, someone from behind started shouting about how scared he was and the guy was happy. Was it really Yu who finally got scared and decided to become his slave? But as it turned out it was Yuan. He was trembling and begged big sister Sadako to let him go. Yu smiled when she heard the owner's voice, but Matt was shocked. This is his inner space of fear. The demonic fairy ran over the ghost and she backed away. Walking away, the girl was interested in why the owner was here. He said that he didn't know, because he just woke up and saw Sadako's sister. She wanted to make a film in Kachkov-Siki. In fact, Sadako's sister scared him a lot. She's so scary, terrible. Earl Matt didn't understand where the guy was coming from, although it doesn't matter, they're both here, so we need to arrange it for them. The boy began to call upon the deepest fears that were hidden in the depths of the subconscious. A lot of monsters immediately appeared, which scared Yuan terribly. The demon fairy didn't understand what was wrong with this. What scares him so much? People wearing masks. The guy didn't understand whether Yu was really not afraid at all, and Matt also wanted to know. But then the girl decided to remind her that she really has no emotions at all. So she sincerely would like to know what this fear of theirs is and how it manifests itself. Earl Matt realized that since the girl was not afraid, there was no point in disturbing her. All that's left is to scare its owner. It's okay, he'll just use the same stopwatch again and break it. However, then, out of nowhere, Yuan Ding's hand appeared and grabbed the stopwatch. So he caught the same criminal who was so annoying not only Yu, but also him. He realized that he had created this dream world with the help of this strange resemblance to a pocket watch. Then it dawned on Matt that he was without a body. How did Yuan manage to catch him? And to see it as a whole? He smiled and asked, is the young man really so naive that he thinks he can hide his twin from the cutest Xiao Yizi? There is a connection between Yu's spiritual connection and the master. She was instantly sent to the world of another and the one in charge of her noticed this. The little girl immediately guessed to enter Yu's consciousness, and she also told the owner. The owner was scared half to death, but when Earl Matt was shocked by Yu's words, it helped determine his location. Matt covered his mouth with his hand, calling her evil, but then Yuan joined in, saying, who would talk? What did he want to do with her beloved demonic fairy using dirty methods? Tink took out a stopwatch and told him to experience everything on his own skin. Earl Matt tried not to look at the object, asked him to stop, but everything was even. And when the fear materialized, even Yu was slightly startled. What kind of nonsense is this? Did this guy just turn into some girl nurse? The girl chuckled. She was discovered, so there is simply no choice left. This place is the consciousness of the world, so there is no need to be afraid of Wu Yanwu. The strict supervision of the school left her exhausted, so she had to wear rags. In Yunyang, I only relied on absorbing fear to replenish my strength. They know how to be a wolf among sheep, right? The guy's biggest mistake is that he entered into space. She will not be able to defeat him outside, but she will win inside her consciousness. And all this means that she is a succubus, the mistress and queen of her world. The girl made huge stone statues and directed them to the hero, let them finish him off. Yuan didn't want to be defeated by naked men, but it turns out he can do things too, because it's all a figment of the imagination. And since this is a battle of the mind, it will win. Yuan Din is a young guy from the creative era. And this bunch of muscular naked men will get what they deserve from him. The succubus girl carefully watched the actions of her opponent. Is he up to something? Suddenly a trio appeared. It was Yajo's new girl idol group called the Sunshine Ladies. At first they stood with their backs to the stone statues, and later turned their faces, saying that they wanted to become their girls. Seeing naked girls, and even more so with a pixelated face, the guys got really scared. The statues began to break each other, as well as their own heads, so as not to see this, and they died. The succubus was shocked, but she was not left alone for a long time. Suddenly a strong flood appeared. I have no idea where another trio came from, Bird Jingwei, later Great Wu and Water Doll. The girl did not succumb to this, and her best monsters that can be found on the continents appeared out of thin air. However, even this did not help. Someone loudly hit the ground with rebar, knocking someone down. It was the police officers who defended themselves and threw away the bodies of the monsters. If there is a problem that cannot be solved with one officer, then it cannot be solved with two. The succubus didn't understand why these things were defeating all her monsters. Fears are not effective. Then the woman remembered her most original method, and she activated it. Yuan Ding was immediately surrounded by 4 huge girls in bikinis, which slightly surprised the guy. The young man admitted that he really couldn't resist, because these girls were from his imagination. The succubus girl considered this a win. Even if you know that these are not real people, it is still difficult to control yourself. Xiao Yizi was shocked because things shouldn't have turned out like this, but the girl who played Earl Matt smiled. Yuan's mind has already been captured, which couldn't help but please him at all. Very soon, her opponent Tink will be sent into his consciousness and never return. Even if you don't like it, you still can't avoid it. And for some reason it suddenly became very cold behind me. It was all Yu. Snow formed behind the succubus, and the demonic fairy was wearing a coat. She thought that she had nothing, no happiness, no pain, no guilt, no joy. This is so strange. However, even right now the master's subconscious is not felt at all. And the more she thinks about it, the more she feels like she's disappearing into a desert of snow. The succubus girl began to be overwhelmed by a huge snow avalanche. Is this Yu's fantasy? Although no, the level of mental impact means this is her inner heart, and to be honest, it's all very bleak. And when Yu passes somewhere, the snow tries to cover her as deeply as possible. Even the children drive her away, because she is a monster. They cannot play with a monster from the land of despair. It seems that Yu did not know where she was born and why she was still living on this earth. It feels like someone has already told her about this, but it's hard to remember what exactly. And this, in fact, was completely unimportant. It hasn't mattered for a long time now. She found raw meat and ate it next to some old man. He didn't understand how this was even possible. Suddenly he remembered his recently lost sheep. Was it really her doing? In broad daylight, the monster just came and sang at him and his sheep. Unthinkable. This is exactly what he said in court, but this girl didn't even think about explaining herself. For theft and murder of a living creature, she was sentenced to beatings, but the village does not kick her out. The man from the court told the girl to remember this kindness of theirs for the rest of her life. One of the guys said that they beat her too hard. She's still a girl. But here's the thing. This girl is a monster. Let me take a closer look. He grabbed the girl's head and turned her face to them, his eyes expressing almost nothing. And even while bleeding, apparently she did not feel this pain. This monster appeared a year ago, and everyone thought she was a refugee. There was one old man that he sheltered her. Over time, he fell to the floor due to a heart attack, but she just stood there and watched him die. The young man who was told all this thought it was creepy. That's why you shouldn't sympathize with her. However, the monster still has a good face. The monster is also a girl. It doesn't hurt, does it? You can also try. They began to slowly approach the girl, who was actually tied with shackles to the ground. Yu heard the men creeping up and turned around at the sound. The weak snowstorm had completely subsided and it was very calm. The only thing that sanctified the snowy desert was the village. It was strange that the executors of the sentence never returned. Did they really kill the monster? Even if it is an order from God, there is no need to punish her this late. The guy who was on duty that night entered the room and found a monster eating bread and 2 dead bodies. Those who carried out the sentence were dead. One had a pickaxe in his body, and the second had a knife in his head. The monster saw a teapot on the table and realized that she was very thirsty. She poured some tea into the broken cup, her stomach suddenly growling loudly. She took a sip of water, taking loud, quick sips, not paying attention to the visitor. The duty officer was in complete shock. The floor was completely covered in human blood. He suddenly ran out of this house in horror and ran to the village, calling for help. He screamed at the top of his lungs, panic rolling over him. This was really scary. After all, the monster killed someone, and he saw the bodies with his own eyes. She killed. This means she is a murderer. Let the court punish this murderer immediately. The next day, the whole village demanded to kill the monster, because they cannot continue to forgive. But they will not take lives in vain, and then the residents went wild. She killed their friends. But the priest said that they could not let her go. The monster needs to be punished. Therefore, they will sacrifice her to the guardian god of the snowy mountain and invite him to the village. All residents agreed, the supreme beast is right. This way they will beg forgiveness for keeping the monster. With the power of the guardian, the monster will be gone, and she will be a sacrifice to save another life. One of the men who accompanied the monster said that he had brought an annual tribute for the guardian of the snowy mountain. He said that they were a little early today, and the men said that they did not want to keep the deity waiting. The guardian slightly angrily asked why they were still here and thereby drove the men away. They quickly ran away, and after that an unknown voice called the girl inside. They both feel a strong curiosity towards each other. Yu walked across the ice bridge. In front of her sat a deity high on an ice throne, to which the same ice steps led. He asked if she would be the same demonic fairy that he had been looking for so long. The girl was haunted by some incomprehensible darkness of despair. She took out her hand, and it seemed like someone was calling her, but she couldn't recognize whose voice it was. Someone touched her hand and screamed her name so loud and clear that it was understandable. Yu immediately opened her amber eyes, as if she had just woken up from a nightmare. It's good that she's not sleeping. She scared him to death, but her mental response buried the succubus. Fortunately, Xiao Yizi pulled both of them out there, and yes, he saw some memories. He wanted to add something else, but suddenly found himself in the arms of a girl. The girl hugged Yuan Ding so tightly that she was breathless. She was glad that she had found her owner. Tink was slightly upset. He placed his hand under the back of the demon fairy's head. The boy assured that she had nothing to fear anymore. All these memories are all in the past. Then Yu asked if it was fear, and her master replied that it was true. It is also divided into different types. By the way, he is now in fear and horror because the demon fairy Mo Fei is standing behind them. He tried to explain himself, but the girl told him not to expect help from her. And the next morning, Wu Yanwu listened to Yuan's story about the succubus being translated. True, after the funeral of the soul, the body turned to ashes. The woman said she couldn't believe there were so many spies. She usually doesn't notice everyone, but it's better to use every opportunity to push out spies at once. By the way, can your little brother do his little sister a favor and send her body? Yuan Ding was slightly shocked. How is it, with your body? Obviously my sister is up to something bad.